All right, Mr. Rivers, are you ready? We're having one technical difficulty, but let's get on the record, and I think we can get started. This is State versus Philip Thomas. If I could have the appearances for the state, please.
Good morning, Judge. Michael Costello for the state from the DeKalb County District Attorney's Office. And I'm joined with my co-counsel, Ms. Jasmine Jackson, also of the DeKalb County DA's office.
Great. Hello, Mr. Costello again, and hello, Ms. Jackson, I think for the first time on this case.
Yes, Your Honor.
And on behalf of Mr. Thomas.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Janie Hawkins here for Mr. Thomas. Attorney Chinwe Foster is running a little late. She should be walking in momentarily.
Okay, but we can get started. I hope so. We're supposed to start at 9.
Let me see where she, because
All
she's
right.
lead counsel.
Okay, why don't you get an update on where she is? I'm having trouble turning the screen on in front of you all, but help is on the way.
Okay.
That way, we'll be able to see what's happening at that table and you can share evidence, et cetera. You are welcome, if you haven't yet, to have your machine connect to the Zoom. If there are exhibits we're going to use, we'll need a hard copy for Ms. Rivers to make part of the record. But generally, I like it if we're sharing them digitally. So through your device that can connect through the Wi-Fi here into the Zoom rooms we have set up. And you all should have the Zoom link. If you don't, I can share it. But you don't have it. Okay, well, I will get it to you. Why don't you check on Ms. Foster's whereabouts?
Yes.
What did we learn, Ms. Hawkins?
I received a text message from Ms. Foster maybe like 7 minutes ago that she was parking. She is in a boot.
Uh-oh.
It may take her a little longer to get from the parking deck to
Okay.
here.
Mr. Costello, why don't you get on the record 2 things. One, reminding me why your office is prosecuting the case. And then 2, if there are any procedural steps you need me to take to swear in you and Ms. Jackson. I know there was some back and forth between your office and the Fulton DA's office about your ability and Ms. Jackson's ability to appear here. I'm not aware of there being an issue, but I'm happy if I need to say magic words to make it so, I will do that.
And as much as I like swearing into places, Judge, I don't think that's going to be necessary today. I spoke with one of our appeals attorneys at the CAB. He called down to the prosecuting attorney's council. As long as I have filed an entry with the appointment from the AG's office appointing Madam DA Boston as the DA pro temp in this case, which I have done. I have a copy for your honor and also defense if you would like. I think that should take care of any procedural issues we may have as far as representing the state in this case.
Okay, I've seen it. It was the most recent entry in the docket. It was entered yesterday. It's listed as entry of appearance / appointment of district attorney pro temp. So I don't need it, but it's good that you give it to the defense.
Thank you, Judge. And the source of the conflict in this case, briefly on the facts, it's a shooting case. The defendant allegedly made statements to a witness who works for the Fulton County DA's office. Those are incriminating statements. That employee would become a material witness for the prosecution, thus the conflict.
Got it. And is that employee an attorney, a staff member, the DA?
It is an assistant DA.
Okay, got it. And not a stranger to Mr. Thomas.
Not a stranger.
They know each other. Mr. Thomas allegedly said X, Y, and Z, statements that you'd want to use in your prosecution of the case or in this hearing, whenever it is, but that rose to the level where the Fulton DA's office concluded that just it was cleaner and wiser to say, we won't be involved with this.
That's correct, Judge.
Got it. Okay, great. I think you explained that before when we had a status hearing on Mr. Thomas's case. I just couldn't remember when my staff was asking, why are we having these DeKalb people here? Not that we mind. I had a few other cases I could use some help with.
And Your Honor, just as an update, Ms. Foster is in the elevator.
In the building?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. We are going today, at least, we also have a big chunk of tomorrow available, work through the immunity motion that Ms. Foster and Ms. Hawkins filed on behalf of their client, Mr. Thomas. There's also a demur. I think we will also talk about that. I think that's going to take about 5 minutes. And so we'll probably start with that. There was a third motion seeking to suppress statements Mr. Thomas made. That's been withdrawn officially, but we'll get that on this record as well.
And Your Honor, just for the Zoom link, is it something that I can get from your page on the Fulton County website?
Nope, I'll give it to you right now. Sorry, oh, you got it? It's written down on that Post-it.
Thank you.
Morning, Ms. Foster.
Good morning, Bernie, how are you?
I'm all right. Let me know when you are situated and we will get going. Hey, how are you? Great. You don't have to show your badge. I'll let you through. So I can't, in the Zoom, where did the screen go? The Zoom Rooms controller within Zoom. And so maybe that thing's turned off or something. You'll just let this gentleman tinker with that machine.
So it's just not signing in at all?
No, it actually won't let me when I go to, that's defendant. And if I go on the Zoom Rooms controller and click on the three dots, when I go over to launch controller, it gives me the do not enter sign. So it's not allowing me to click on that. But if I go to gallery, for example, I can launch the controller for that. I'm unable to launch the controller for that one device.
I'm so sorry.
And my guess is that it was intended to be connected when we set it up. So there may just be a little hiccup with that device. I don't know if it's fully plugged in.
No, it's connected. It should be. This is scheduled hearing, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it should be connected.
Okay, I can't see. Is it on right now?
It is on.
Okay, but it's not showing us.
No, it's not. It's on. It's saying it's scheduled. It's just not in the call at all.
Okay.
Let me.
And I've had that happen before, but then I can go into the controller and I just add it. Good morning, Ms. Jackson. Oh, different Ms. Jackson. I'm sorry. There's a Ms. Jackson on the screen who I am going to release so that she can attend to other courtrooms. We're going to work through a long motion that will take most of today, if not on into tomorrow. But we will, this will not be something where we're taking a plea today. So you will reach out if something magically changes, but otherwise I'd want you to support other courtrooms.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great one.
You too. Yeah.
Sorry.
Want to see what I'm talking about? Yeah. So here we go. I go over to, this is the defendant. Go right here, click. Oh, I get the do not enter sign.
Okay. Real quick, can you go to the Zoom application?
I mean, here?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
Sorry.
that's all right.
That's even right. I'm looking at it now.
I mean, that's defendant, that one over there.
I know this,
Yeah.
but it just the correct code where it's supposed to. They should be able to just manually add it.
It's what I've always done in the past.
We tried just inviting it, like I'm trying to do it.
Oh, no. I always go in here and use the controller to add it.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. As long as he's out. Hold on.
Are getting tag teamed here.
Screen
I
outside.
was gonna ask, I'm trying to invite it manually.
Let me just check to see if that's on.
It's asking for a hearing code. I wasn't sure exactly which code that is.
You need to get over here.
Yeah, it doesn't connect to the controllers.
That screen wasn't on, so it's okay.
Let's see. Nope. Seeing it as in on Zoom or? Oh, there it is. It's down at the bottom. Yep.
Okay.
We're good. Okay. Thank you so much. What was the issue?
I just restarted.
Okay. Just to reset that machine.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Done. Thank you both. You get the gold star though. Oh, wait, one thing before you run, don't disappear entirely. Maybe I can now launch the control. The video's not on. Boy, Aaron booked on out of here. Correct, the defendant. So the machine is connected, but I can ask it to start. Oh, I was able to do it. Never mind, we're good. I didn't know I could do that myself. The power. All right. Hopefully some of that wasn't on the record, but let's get back on the record, please, in State versus Thomas.
Attorney Hawkins will be out soon.
All right, we're going to go. We're supposed to start at 9. And I know there was a little hiccup, but we're going to press on. I'm not going to have you call any witnesses yet. There are 2 motions we're going to work through over the course of today and maybe tomorrow. If we need time tomorrow, we have the immunity motion. That's the main one. But there's also a demur that Mr. Thomas's lawyers have filed. I want to talk about that first. There was a 3rd motion to suppress statements that's been withdrawn by the defense. If they were statements made to law enforcement, probably still need to do a basic Jackson-Deno should they need to be used at trial by the state. But we'll defer that for now, and I'll take guidance from the state as to whether we just do a mini hearing. It may be that there's a stipulation from both sides, and I can watch the video of the interview if it's a formal interview. And based on my review of that, enter an order finding that the nature of the exchange between law enforcement and Mr. Thomas meets all the criteria to satisfy Jackson v. Deno. But critically, the defense has withdrawn its challenge to the constitutionality of the state obtaining the statement from Mr. Thomas. So we don't need to work through that today. Ms. Foster, your demur, and I say your, it could be Ms. Hawkins. I'm happy to hear from either of you, and you also can tag team things. But your demur challenges counts 4 and 5 of the indictment, which charge Mr. Thomas with possessing a firearm during the commission of a felony. That's a violation of OCGA 16-11-106. And I reviewed your motion and the indictment, and my read of the charging language is that it tracks sufficiently the language of the statute. And so I was wondering if you could help me better understand what was imperfect and why I ought to grant the motion.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hey.
I filed that motion. So initially what the challenge was that it was a unit of prosecution issue. I have reviewed case law and there was case law provided by Mr. Costello. And at this point, I think that we don't have to address that because the statute or the case does indicate that you can charge per alleged victim. And that's how it is charged in the indictment. And then I think everything else would merge once we get to that point.
Sure. If we ever get to the
If-
point of sentencing,
Yes.
we could work through merger issues or questions. But I think that would be the remedy. I think that the state is entitled to charge that as to each victim, each alleged victim, and the way it was charged tracks the language of the statute. So I'm hearing you say that you're withdrawing the demur, you're not abandoning any argument that there might be merger should there be a sentencing in this case. Is that a fair summary?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Great. Then where we are is the immunity motion. And in it, Mr. Thomas, through counsel, alleges that his shooting of Mr. Cooper and inadvertent shooting of Mr. Swain was all an instance of self-defense. And he properly invokes the relevant statutes within Title 16 that if I were to find that he were acting in self-defense and was sufficiently justified, he would be entitled to immunity from criminal prosecution. In other words, the case could not proceed. So the highest level of finding in Mr. Thomas's favor would be, we're done. The intermediate finding would be, I don't find that you're immune from prosecution, but you certainly would have a self-defense at trial, and we would move on. I don't think I could prohibit a self-defense at trial, even if the evidence were particularly unfavorable to the motion. But that's really what we're working through today, and if necessary into tomorrow, whether I find that the defense is proven by a preponderance that in shooting Mr. Cooper, and that it sounds like that bullet, if it was in fact one shot, that's what's set forth in the motion, somehow went through Mr. Cooper and additionally struck Mr. Swain. It was Mr. Cooper who is allegedly the threat and the basis for Mr. Thomas producing a handgun and firing the handgun. It was defending against the perceived use of deadly force or serious bodily injury, whatever might have come from Mr. Cooper. And Mr. Swain was there, again, just taking it from the pleadings, and the evidence will be what it is. Mr. Swain was actually trying to keep Mr. Cooper away from Mr. Thomas. He failed, and the cost of his failure was that he was shot as well. I'm not making any factual findings by having said what I said. That's actually just me parroting back what I read in the immunity motion. Ms. Foster, it is your side's burden, so I'm going to have you call witnesses in a minute. Are there any procedural things we need to work through first?
No, Your Honor.
You have a witness who I think is not available today, so we'd be hearing from that person tomorrow.
He is actually available today, but the state did not object to him appearing via Zoom.
Oh, that's right. That's right. The final back and forth was Mr. Costello, after perceiving that maybe we'd be done today, said, let's try to fit it all in today. And so this gentleman will patch in via this Zoom link and will receive his testimony virtually.
Correct, Your Honor. We would just ask to take his testimony out of turn later on this afternoon.
Okay, not a problem. The two breaks we have to take today, and we'll break whenever you all might need a break, or Ms. Rivers might. I have our exciting monthly bench meeting at 12:15. So your lunch break will be my purgatory. And then at 4:30, we have to stop at 4:30 because I have another Zoom meeting I need to attend that got crammed at the very end of the day. If we're not done by 4:30, then we can come back tomorrow. I hope to be taking a plea at 9 o'clock, so I'll have you guys show up at 9:15. Ms. Foster, you need to be here at 9. And we'll just pick up with whatever else remains. I've got all morning if we need tomorrow as well. So we'll see where we get with the different witnesses. Mr. Costello, anything procedurally from the state?
I don't think so, Judge. I do think that we can hopefully get through this hearing today. Initially, my inclination was to object to a witness appearing via Zoom because this is an evidentiary hearing. Your Honor did schedule this 3 months ago, And the state has produced a witness from Texas. We have an ex-law enforcement officer coming from North Georgia today. And I think that, they would have liked to testify on Zoom. Maybe we could have all worked that out instead of flying these guys in. But I don't think that we have anything further procedurally, Judge.
Okay, well, we will work through the virtual witness in whatever manner, Ms. Foster, you sort out with Mr. Costello. Just make sure you all have talked about it. So when he does need to appear, it's not a surprise to anyone. And if he's got a specific window, I also don't mind, because we don't have a jury here. We might be in the middle of a witness and we'll say, let's pause that witness because this individual, I understand, one, there's a family tragedy, which of course you couldn't have planned for 3 months ago. To me, that was compelling. This interview, you know what, I got some things I need to do as well, but here we all are. So we'll work through that. And I think in a bench trial, it's not a trial, but a bench hearing setting, virtual testimony is manageable. But I understand each side's preference for live in-person testimony. With that, why don't you call your first witness?
Your Honor, at this time, we call Mr. Philip Thomas.
All right, Mr. Thomas, if you'll come on up to the stand, please.
And Your Honor, I'm sorry. I do know who the two gentlemen here are. I don't know who else is in the courtroom. And I know that Fulton County has upgraded its system so much that everything appears outside as well. So I want to make sure that the witnesses that are going to testify for the state are sequestered.
Sure. So two things. You're invoking the rule, and I will enforce that. Two, the little screen outside's not. It's not on. I'm looking at the screen as to which are. I mean, that screen is probably on, but it may say like, "Hey, McBurney." It's not a feed of what's going on. So, public courtroom, you all are welcome to be in here if you're not testifying. If you plan on testifying, then you need to wait outside. All right, everyone heard that. Everyone can stay. Mr. Thomas, if you come on up, Deputy Gordon's going to swear you in.
Philip Thomas, Phillip, Thomas, Thomas.
Mr. Thomas, the chair you're sitting in does not have wheels. That's so witnesses don't roll off the witness stand, and we have a lawsuit. So it's kind of hard to move, but I need you to move it and you closer to the microphone so that we can all hear your important answers to the questions that are asked.
Yes, sir.
You ready, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Thomas.
Morning.
How are you today?
I'm okay.
So we're gonna get some basic background information about you first. How old are you?
53,
And where are you originally from?
Savannah.
Savannah, okay. And how long have you been in the metro Atlanta area?
27, 28 years.
And what brought you to Atlanta?
I was transferred in the military up at Dobbins Air Force Base, and I went back and also finished college.
I'm sorry, what was the last part?
And I also finished college,
And where did you finish college?
Morehouse College.
Okay, right here in Atlanta.
Yes, ma'am.
Already. And do you have children,
Yes, yes. Have 4
girls, boys?
girls.
And prior to this, or what do you do for a living?
Currently unemployed.
And prior to being unemployed, what is it that you do?
I was associate athletics director at Morehouse College, the number 2 position in the department. And I was also a professor over at Spelman College.
And what did you teach at Spelman?
At Spelman College, I taught in the education department, educational psychology, intro to special ed, the history of education courses, undergrad.
And you said you taught at Morehouse as well?
No, I was just an associate AD there.
Okay, did you teach anywhere else?
Yes, Belhaven University. They out of Jackson, Mississippi.
You taught there at the same time you were doing these things, or that was a previous job?
No, I taught at the same time as an adjunct. It was an evening course.
virtual or you'd cruise on down to Jacksonville to teach that?
Virtual, sir.
Um,
And I taught graduate courses there, organizational behavior, courses that fall in line under the degree of an MBA or MPA, public administration.
And in order to do that, you yourself have a master's too, correct?
They have 2 masters and a PhD.
And what is your master's in?
1 master's from Troy State. It's in public administration, MPA, and my other master's in education from Georgia State.
And what was your, topic or field dissertation in when you were getting your PhD?
Teachers' perception of inclusion in the classroom.
And you mentioned that you were in the military. What branch of the military were you in?
United States Air Force,
And how long were you in the military?
20 years,
And when did you retire?
2008.
So I'm going to take you to the incident, the alleged incident date of May 15th, 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember May 15th, 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do? How did your day start on May 15th, 2021?
What day? It's not critical, but what was that, a weekend day or a weekday? So Saturday?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So tell me how you started your Saturday.
Well, that morning, my grandson spent the night with me, so I took him back home. And Mr. Swain, along with Mr. Sylvester, called as a reminder that we was going to meet up with another colleague of ours that in the Shepherd Center. We was going to have a little lunch with him, and we was going to have a family and friends barbecue over at Mr. Swain's house. So around brunch time, mid-morning, close to 12, I want to say, I drove myself. And I met up with Thomas Sylvester, Chris Swain, Jamal Carter, and Darrell Rice.
Okay, and I'm just gonna pause you right
Yeah.
there. When you say Mr. Swain, are you talking about Mr. Christopher Swain?
Yes, Christopher Swain.
Okay, so you and Mr. Christopher Swain have a relationship, or did you all have a relationship prior to May 15th, 2021?
Yes, we have a relationship.
And what did that relationship consist of?
He's a fraternity brother of mine. I pledged him.
When you say you pledged him, so that everybody understands.
Okay.
What does that mean?
We all in the same fraternity, and I was the dean of pledgees. So when he applied for membership in our initiation program, I was his dean.
What fraternity?
Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And so we've been friends since I pledged him, initiated him into our particular chapter of
When did you initiate him into your particular chapter?
2010.
So for 10 years, the incident was 2021, so for 11 years, you and Mr. Swain were friends.
Yeah, actually since 2009 that I knew him, and he applied for membership in 2010. But yes, but he was like a baby brother to me.
Okay, when you say he was a baby brother, you all spent how much time together?
We were both in the education field, and we both was coaching. So a couple times a week over the years. At one point, he stayed with me. He didn't have no one to stay. He stayed with me. I took care of him like a little brother. You know, he driven my vehicles, had keys to my house. You know, had clothes in my house, showered at my house. He stayed there from time to time.
So you'd say that you guys were very close?
Yeah, he's like my little brother. And mainly in age, 'cause I don't mean to say he's a child, but he's like my little brother.
Because of the age difference? between
Yes,
the two of you all?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, understandable. Okay, so you, Mr. Swain, Jamal Carter, you said Mr. Rice,
Yeah, Darrell Rice and Thomas Sylvester.
Thomas Sylvester.
Yes,
You all go visit another, was it a fraternity brother?
yes, another fraternity brother that was in a bad, nasty car accident, and he's in a wheelchair, trying to get himself back together health-wise. He's been in and out of hospital for a couple of years. And we went to go have lunch with him, cheer him up, you know. boost
And
his
this was at
morale.
the Shepherd Center.
Yes, sir. Boost his morale, things of that sort. And we stayed, I don't know, maybe an hour or two. Then we left and everyone went to Swain's house, Christopher Swain's house.
Okay, and why did you all go to Mr. Swain's house?
We was having a family and friends barbecue.
And when you say family and friends barbecue and meat, is this a Omega Psi Phi function?
No, no. I've heard it was, but it was not. It was a family and friends. It was people there that was non-Greek as well as Greek. There was wives, girlfriends, children at this get together.
And when you say non-Greek, you mean people who are not in a fraternity or sorority? correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
it's okay, I want everybody to understand what we're talking about, I get it,
Yes.
I want everybody else to understand.
I mean, other people there could have been in fraternities or sororities, but the event itself wasn't an Omega event or Omega and the Delta women can come or something like that. It was,
No.
these are friends. And it may be that we have a Greek tradition that we share, but it was friends of you and Mr. Swain and these other people.
Yes, Swain, I believe he knows just about everybody was there. 'Cause it was his.
His house.
Yeah. his
Okay.
get together. Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, so around roughly what time did this friends and family barbecue take place?
It had already started, from my understanding, before we got there. So I'm assuming when we got there, the place was pretty packed. And I want to say we got there around 1 p.m. or so. I'm not exactly sure, but so people were already there when we arrived.
And I know you said you drove yourself, but did you, Mr. Swain, and the other gentleman make it back to Mr. Swain's house at the same time?
I want to say within that same probably 30-minute window, I believe someone might have made a stop or whatever, but I went straight there.
Where in Fulton County is Mr. Swain's house?
Off Bankhead.
Off
Yeah.
Bankhead?
Yes, sir. Going toward 285.
And for geographical, I guess, reference, what is located near Mr. Swain's house?
There's a school across the street in I believe in Fulton County Library. Also,
I'm sorry, what school is across the street?
I don't know the name of it.
Okay, so you get to Mr. Swain's house, there's already people, present at Mr. Swain's house. There's this barbecue that has begun. What do you do when you get to Mr. Swain's house?
Greeted some people that I knew there and chopped it up, talked. I was out on the driveway area, just talking, saw some people I haven't seen in a while, just chopping it up, talking.
The term you're using is chopping it up?
Yeah, I'm sorry, talking.
No, chopping is fine. I just wanted to know what words you were using.
Yeah, talking.
May use that someday.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you're having conversation with people at the barbecue. Do you know everyone who's there?
No.
Okay, so you're talking to people that you do know.
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is roughly a year or so after the pandemic started, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so was this the first barbecue or first real major get together following the shutdown that COVID did to us?
Yes, ma'am.
So at what point, or was there ever a point where you came into contact with a Mr. Kendrick Cooper?
Yes, ma'am. A little while after I got there, I'm not exact sure of the time, but a little while after I got there, he made a comment in the middle of the driveway area where everybody had lawn chairs, a couple of picnic tables, that he was in town for something. I'm not sure what he was in town for, but he needed to see all of the 2021 line up and get good with him.
Okay.
Okay, I was going to explain to Your Honor. Yes.
I mean, we're gonna break that down.
Yes,
So you
ma'am.
said-
Before we break it down, I think I know what a line is, but I'm going to want you to make it clear in the record.
Yes, sir.
Did you know Mr. Cooper, or was this a stranger to you? There's just this guy who says, I'm in town and I want the 2021s to line up and do their thing.
Yeah, he was a stranger to me. I never met him in my life.
This was the first time you'd encountered him.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
So your first encounter with Mr. Cooper, he's from out of town, so he's an out of town bruh. And he's coming to this cookout, where there are other bruhs, because you all refer to yourselves as bruhs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so there's another bruh there, so he's there with the other bruhs that are there, and he says, I need to see all of 2021 line up.
Yes,
So, did you all just bring out a new line of pledges, on May 15th?
So this is despite it being non-Greek, this guy is saying, I want to see the 20, I assume he's talking about Omega's lining up.
Yes.
And so, and did you, so in response to Ms. Hawkins's question, were there a bunch of brand new pledges there?
yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
And just to clarify the record, Mr. Cooper is not non-Greek, he is a member.
Yes,
of
he's a
Omega Psi
member,
Phi.
not my
Okay.
particular chapter, but he is a member of Omega Psi Phi fraternity.
okay. I figured since he wanted the 21s to line up.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so when, and then you, I believe I also heard you say they needed to line up to get good with me.
Yes.
And what does get good with me mean from your position?
Well, I don't know how other fraternities or sororities, organizations do, but within our fraternity, getting good means a person wants to see what you know. It's in a historic format about the fraternity itself. And depending on honestly what region of the US you from, what HBC you might have went through or district, they want to question you. 2-3 questions, and sometimes it gets out of hand, but person wants to question you.
Would you consider that a challenge?
Yes, it's definitely a challenge.
A challenge like we're fighting, or a challenge is in, I want you guys to impress me.
More so impress upon the person asking, but it's real easy to escalate into something.
Judge, I'm gonna object to speculation.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand. I'm not asking him to speculate what happened there, but in your experience with someone calling out new pledges to line up, and pledge may be the wrong term, it may be admittees, but the new folks to line up, has that always been a peaceful event or not? And if not, from your experience, not reading in books, but being there, why would it not be peaceful?
I've seen it go both ways, but mostly non-peaceful, because in my experience and in my eyes of what I've seen, we're talking about adults, and no one wants a manhood challenge like that. And sometimes people take offense to that, and that can get out of hand real quick.
So it becomes words, and then words can escalate, but it's not part of a tradition that telling people to line up and get good means someone's going to get punched in the face or paddled or something like that.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so Mr. Cooper says everybody needs to line up, or 2021 needs to line up and get good with me. What happens next?
I was like, who is this guy right here? Because like I say, it was a family and friends cookout. And you had people with their children there. And I was standing next to one of my fraternity brothers. He had his 2-year-old daughter right there. I'm like, what is this guy? This is not what we do. This ain't the time or the place.
Okay, and what did you do after you inquired who this guy was?
Can I, sidebar, Chief, can I ask her a question or no?
Nope.
Okay,
Nope. It flows the other way.
okay, yeah.
If you don't understand the question, you can say, I don't understand the question.
No,
I will say for the record, Your Honor, Mr. Thomas keeps looking at the door, and I think because people are entering and coming and going, there may be someone who shouldn't be in the courtroom that may have entered the courtroom.
Okay. Well, Deputy Gordon does a good job of saying, hey, are you here to testify? And if they're here to testify, he has them leave. So I'm going to assume he continues his filtering role, and you stay focused, Mr. Thomas, on the questions, and don't worry about what's going on in the background.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
So I think my last question was, what happens, or what do you do after you've inquired who this guy is?
I walked up to him and I say, bruh, I say, I don't know you, but this ain't what we do. And I say, but if it'll calm you down, I'll be your 21.
Okay, and when you say this ain't what we do, what did you mean by that?
You're not about to haze up these new initiates in front of everybody like this. It can get out of hand. And the initiates had just crossed, not even, well, approximately 30 days ago from that day. It was an April line of 2021.
Okay. So you approach Mr. Cooper and you're telling him that, hey, this isn't what we do. This is a family function. What happens next?
Well, he assumed when I say I'll be your 21, he assumed I was 21, 2021, the year. And he walked me like in a chummy way. He walked me from the middle of the patio area to like the end of the house where the barbecue grill was and the DJ booth, little DJ was set up. And he asked, I can't remember exactly.
I'm gonna stop you right there.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
want you to explain, one, how he walked you. How did he walk you? What did he have? Did you walk on your own?
Can I
How did
stand
he
up,
walk
Your
you?
Honor?
Sure, you can use Ms. Hawkins as you, and you are Mr. Cooper, whatever helps you illustrate it.
Me saying, I'll be your 21, is that it calm you down? He gave a little smirk on his face and he kind of put me in like a headlock to walk over, like about to ask me some questions. And we walked maybe 6 to 8 feet over. And that's where the barbecue grill and the DJ was set up in the back of the house, like on the grassy area.
Okay, how tall are you?
I'm 5'10", Your Honor.
Okay, and Mr. Cooper, was he taller than you, shorter than you? What's your recollection?
My recollection is he's taller.
As in, he towered over you, or he would have been a little bit taller? You said he put you in a headlock. That makes it sound like maybe he's 6'6", so he could get his arm around your neck like that.
I want to say maybe 6 foot. He was a little taller. Not
Okay.
that much. That makes sense. Yes, ma'am.
He was taller than you.
Yes.
but when he,
I kind of leaned down, just to get him out of in the middle. I followed along for a quick second to see what he was going to say. Then we got where we got near the barbecue grill. I'm sorry, I know you said get close. Near the barbecue grill and the DJ booth. And he asked me a question about the fraternity. I'm not sure what it was, but I just remember cutting him off. I said, to be honest, I'm not 2021. I'm 2002. I was the charter line of this chapter.
and when you say the charter line in this chapter, one, what chapter are you talking about?
I'm a member of within the fraternity Phi Kappa Kappa chapter. That's a historic military-based chapter. We are the Fort McPherson, Fort Gillem, but the bases have closed, but we are still chartered out of East Point.
And when you say you are the charter line, what does that mean?
In the history of the chapter, of all the lines, my line was the first line to be initiated through that founding of that chapter.
So you are the founder of that chapter.
Yes, one of the founding members. Yes, ma'am.
So you tell Mr. Cooper, hey, I'm not 2021. I'm actually the founding member of PKK. What happens next?
He got upset, started fussing. I think I blew him off at first, but he was getting really loud, this and that. And I
need you to
Okay.
elaborate on it.
he was just getting loud. Excuse my French on it. He was like, you fuck nigga, you this, that. Motherfucker, that's bullshit. Again, excuse my French.
Hey, if you're repeating what was said, that's what you need to do.
And people that were standing around kind of saw what was going on. So they kind of brushed it off and we separated. We went on our separate ways. I was just looking at him sideways from that point.
So during this argument, or this, I won't say argument, but were you responding back to Mr. Cooper?
No,
So as he's yelling explicits, was he in your face?
no, when he started the yelling part, that's when I started removing myself. And then people came walking around to get between us. And I went back toward the lawn chair that I was sitting in.
And during that interaction with Mr. Cooper, was there ever a point where things got physical?
Not at that point, no.
So Mr. Cooper is upset, he's irate, he's yelling explicit. You remove yourself from the situation, you go back to your lawn chair. What happens after that?
Darryl Rice was sitting in the lawn chair next to me. We were just talking. We were just talking back and forth and a scuffle broke out. They said it was a fight in the house. I'm like, who's fighting? And come to find out that was Mr. Cooper and Bruce Richardson, another chapter brother of mine, fought inside the house. And so people broke it up. He came back out. Then the DJ came to me a little while after that. The DJ asked me, he was like, hey, Phil, because evidently Mr. Cooper still had, he was still upset that he felt I fooled him or whatever by saying I was 21. So it was a lot of pockets of information to go around and people just getting into it with him and questioning me, like what's going on. I didn't know what was going on because I don't know him. So the DJ asked me, he said, Phil, the DJ name is, we call him DJ Bone.
DJ what?
Bone, B-O.
Bone.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. So he was like, Phil, hey, Coop upset about earlier. He said like that, Coop upset about earlier. Do you mind talking to him? Y'all can squash this because if you calm down, then everybody else gonna calm down. And I remember telling the DJ, I said, listen, first and foremost, this is not a gang. I'm not gonna talk to, I'm a grandfather. I don't get out much. I'm not finna talk to another adult about behavior. And he said, Phil, every time PKK has events, y'all always been good to me. You hire me to work to events. Do it for me. Coop's a good guy. You're a good guy. Personalities. And I didn't want to. I said, okay, I'll talk to him. So the DJ walked me back over where he was, and Coop happened to be there. And that's when I left from sitting with D. Rice. And D. Rice had just fixed me a drink. So I had a plastic cup in my hand. And I walk over with the DJ. Coop's there. And I'm thinking, according to the DJ, Coops wants to talk. And he wants us to talk to squash any perceived beef so everybody will calm down. And I'm like, first of all, I have one grandchild, not all these folk in here. I can't control what other people do or who we get into it with. So we go in that little area by the DJ booth and the grill, like I said earlier. Mr. Cooper is already standing there. It's a bunch of people around, but he's already standing there. And before we can even get to a conversation, I say, what's on your mind, good brother? And that's how I greet everybody. It's a term of endearment. What's on your mind, good brother? So he goes off, start cursing me out. Motherfucker, you lied to me. I don't know who niggas think they are. I kill a nigga with my bare hands. And that was a comment he made,
I don't object to hearsay, Judge, on that.
but I heard him say, oh, I'm sorry.
Stop.
I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I would say that it's not hearsay because it is the effect on the listener, and I have a case to cite for you.
You don't need to cite a case. So I'm going to allow it. I assume we're going to hear from Mr. Cooper. That doesn't make it not hearsay. But I don't, well, we'll see how this progresses. I understand the context of self-defense and whatnot. I think it is the effect on the listener as opposed to you're offering it for the truth of the matter asserted that Mr. Cooper routinely kills people with his bare hands.
Yes, Your Honor.
So with that understanding, I'll allow it in.
Okay. But like I said, he was getting really angry and loud. And at that point, I told the DJ, I said, I'm done. I said, I did you a favor. I tried, but I'm done. I wasn't going to go back and forth with him. And I looked at him. I said, you know what? I don't really know you, but I'm going to show you something called deference. And I had the cup in my hand. And I said, what are you drinking? I said, brother, just fix me a drink. I'm going to fix you a drink. What are you drinking? He steps back and look at me. And he swings at me. And I had the cup because I was showing him. I said, what would you like to drink? And he punches me through the cup. So his fist and his cup slapped me in the face. So it was a drink that just was made. So it got all over me. He rushed me and grabbed me, and then people grabbed everybody and pulling us apart after he punched me. He pulled us apart. I don't know where he went at that point. I dried off, had a towel in my truck. I dried off and went back to Darrell Rice where the lawn chair was. Then I made a phone call. I was like, who is that dude?
Before we go further, are you saying that Mr. Cooper in swinging at you caused your drink to hit you, or in his hand as he swung at you, he had his own drink?
Oh, go ahead, finish.
You tell me which one it was.
My drink, he punched my drink in my face.
Got
He
it.
swung at me, but my hand was in front of my face. So-
Got it. So his hand hit your hand and your drink and everything hit you.
No, his hand hit my cup in my face.
Yeah.
In my drink, yeah.
Okay.
So so two things hit your face, your cup and his hand, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. So when we was pulled apart, I dried off, like I said, I had a towel in my truck. I had on a t-shirt, some sweatpants. And I was like, Darryl asked me, was I okay? I said, yeah, man, but this, I was real perturbed about that. So I remember saying bye to my brother, Ricky. Him and his daughter was leaving. His little 2-year-old that was also sitting was, they left. I said, who is this guy? And someone said, they called out the word Coop, like short for Cooper. I said, what chapter is he in? He said he from out of town. Where did he pledge? And someone said he pledged in the Douglasville chapter, and it's called Tri-Mu chapter. TRI space MU. Excuse me. Mu. Yes, there's 3 Mu's in Greek letter. MU. I'm sorry. So at that point, I said, wait a minute, I have a colleague from college that's in that chapter. So I pulled my phone out and I called my colleague. His name is DeAndre Royals. We went to college together, played ball together at Morehouse College. So he answered. I said, Dre, what's going on? How you doing, bro? He said, man, I'm good, man. How you doing? It's been a minute. Small talk. So I said, hey, man, I'm at a family friend's barbecue at one of my Neo's house. Mr. Swain is my Neo. And I say, I just got into it with this guy. They say he from Tri-Mu. DeAndre says back to me. He said, what's his name? So I said, hey, what's that guy name again, like that? And they say, they call him Coop. I said, Dre, they call him Coop. He said, yeah, that's my live 5. I said, okay, well, he's livening it up around here. And I don't know how long we was on the phone together. But we chopped it up for a minute, talked more so for a minute. And
Did you say live 5?
Yeah.
That's what Mr. Royal said?
yes,
Okay. And what did you understand live 5 to mean?
he's all the way live. He's a firecracker.
Okay.
And live 5 refers to his position in his
Yeah.
line, correct?
Yes.
Meaning he's the 5th in the line.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. So I say.
Are all the 5s live 5, or he was explaining that this
No,
guy,
No, DeAndre told me he just a live 5.
there could be a dull 5 and a flat 5 and a boring 5, or that's just what they refer to. Like there's live, it just happens to rhyme, or is that just how you refer to the 5th?
No, he's considered a live 5. He's supposed to be a little firecracker, according to DeAndre Royals.
Okay.
So,
But the line's not by height? I mean, they line people up by firecracker rating?
no, they line people, traditionally, you're lined up by your height.
Okay.
Some chapters do it differently, but traditionally, you're lined up by your height.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry, what was
It's okay.
okay.
So the live 5, you and Mr. Royals are chopping it up, and at some point you all get off the phone.
Yes.
And what do you do once you've now, I guess, gotten more information about who Mr. Cooper is?
I sat back down in my lawn chair with Darryl Rice, and Darryl got ready to leave. When the incident happened with him punching a drink in my face, I guess it was around 3 o'clock. It was hot. I remember it was hot. It was around 3 o'clock. And I just carried on with the evening until everyone starts to leave. I'm guessing around 10:30 people starting to leave. And I remember,
I'm sorry, I don't know.
yes, ma'am.
So between 3 o'clock and 10 o'clock, you're doing what?
Chopping it up.
Yes, chopping up, socializing, Your Honor, socializing.
No other interactions with Mr. Cooper?
No, I don't recall talking to him no more, but it was said that,
You can only tell me.
okay, I don't remember talking to him no more that evening. Now, around 11 or so, people are starting to leave. I'm about to leave at this point. And me and Jamal was walking to my truck. So I get my
Jamal,
car.
okay.
So I had my cell phone charger in the back of the cargo area of the truck, my wallet, out, and sweatpants, and had my weapon in the back of the truck in the towel that I dried off with. So I got,
I'm sorry.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
Who is Jamal Carter here?
Jamal Carter is another of my neos. Him and Mr. Swain were line brothers. I pledged both of them together. They was line brothers.
Meaning they pledged on the same line?
We pledged on the same line. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're in the back of your truck gathering your belongings?
Yes.
with Jamal.
Jamal came to the side of the truck and he was like, Swain was at my truck. He was,
Where at your truck?
Your Honor, my stand up again.
Please. What kind of truck are we talking about?
It's a Mercedes GL 450.
And where is your truck parked in relation to where the party is taking place?
Okay, if that desk right there was the driveway up into the patio, the back of the house, this is a street. And my truck was parked here on the street. So I gathered my things and I go to the front of my truck. Swain's talking to me. Carter asks Swain, would he like for me and him to help take out the trash can? Swain tells Jamal, Carter, he said, no, I'm good, guys. Appreciate the brothers. I'm talking to Swain. He was like, hey, man, let's go home. I talked to Crew. Y'all two, he said the same thing DJ said. He said, y'all two good brothers, you know, personality, conflict, whatever he was saying. And I was like, hey, man, I'm good. I'm good. So Jamal Carter says, hey, Cooper got into it with somebody else. I'm not thinking about it because there's no one around us. So Hoops, Mr. Cooper, is running down the street toward my truck. So if this is the front of my truck on the driver's side door, I just cracked the door. I'm here, Mr. Swain, maybe a foot away from me. When we talk, he's like, hey, his foot on the curb. I'm on my truck is parked on the curb, and he just chopping up talking. So Jamal Carter comes around, he said, I'm gonna go get my plate, I'll be right back. He never went to go get the plate, he was coming around the truck. And Swain was like, nah, I appreciate it, brothers, y'all good, let's go home. Cooper is running down the street toward my truck.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you so we can slow this part out.
Okay.
When you say he's running down the street, because your car is parked, is it parallel to the house? Is it perpendicular house? Is it,
It's parallel to the house.
okay, so, and is it facing towards the house or away from the house?
It's on the side of the house. If that's the house, the front door is at this, it's a corner house, first of all, it's a corner house. The front door is pointing at the street. And it's the corner house, so we on the street. There's another street here. The front door of the house is there, so the house is elongated this way. And the street, then my car is elongated also. So the house is here, the street, and my car. I can stand in my car and see the kitchen. That makes sense.
Okay,
So, and from the stop sign, he's running from the stop sign, so maybe 200 feet or so, from the stop sign to where my truck is parked toward the back of the house.
okay, and at this point, where is Mr. Swain standing as it relates to you? As Cooper is running?
Swain, if I'm here, let's say my truck's here in the front door.
You be here and I'll be Swain.
Okay.
So I'll be ready to go.
You right there?
Okay.
He's in my personal space and we talking.
And Mr. Carter is coming around your truck towards you?
Yes. So Mr. Carter was on this side of the truck and he asked about the trash. And he saw Cooper running down the street. He just came to us and he was like, they go Coop, get into it with somebody else. But he was actually coming toward me. And when he came toward me, I'm still standing here with Mr. Swain, Chris Swain.
So Mr. Swain's back is to Mr. Cooper.
Yes, and then he turned, when Jamal made the comment, Swain turns.
Okay.
So he sees Mr. Cooper coming at me. He's coming at me. Yeah, like, go ahead. You back.
Go ahead.
So he had one hand behind his back. He had one hand pointing at me. He said, motherfucker, I killed you.
Okay.
No,
Slow down. You're saying it louder now.
okay.
So he's running. How fast is he running? About.
It was no job.
He's sprinting with a hand behind his back.
Not a sprint, but it's not a jog. So I don't know the vernacular to say a percentage of the speed is not a full on, he's not running a 40-yard dash, I would say, but it's dark. So, and I couldn't see his hands. He pointed one hand in the air. So he gets, now there's, and I can't say honestly if it was a male or female, there was a shadow behind him, running behind him. Swain was here. So when Swain sees him, he said, man, let's get in the car. When Swain sees him, Swain turns around. And Swain jumped. Now in this hand, I had my cell phone, laptop. I had a long laptop charger that plugs in the car over there, like a house plug, so it charges faster. And that in his hand, and my key ring, I had my weapon in his hand. And I said, man, don't come in my personal space like that. And he started coming here, kill me, and motherfucker this. Swain attempts to grab him. Can you come close so I can show you? This is my front of my truck. Swain turns, he's right here. So he's a barrier between Mr. Cooper running up on me. My truck is here and Swain's here. Swain, he lunges at me. Swain, as he,
I'm sorry. Who is he? Is this a lot of?
Mr. Cooper lunged at me. Swain tries to grab Mr. Cooper. Can I grab him? He tried to grab Mr. Cooper and he slips and falls on the ground. He was lunging at me. And I shot Cooper. And I stepped back like this. My hand was waistline with my phone in this hand was waistline. And Swain fell on the ground. And Cooper went down. Now, I'm not another expert, nothing like that, but the bullet evidently went through Cooper's side, ricocheted off the ground, and hit Swain in the leg. At that point, whoever was running behind him, I remember this, at this point, I remember a black female and a black male. There was some screams, they picked Cooper up, he got up, and they disappeared. Jamal said, Swain's been hit. I hit Swain moment, so I get on the ground with Swain and check on him. I remember patting his body, I didn't see anything. And I was like, oh shit. So I saw the blood on the ground now. I said, it's blood. So I saw he was hitting the leg. And I yelled at Jamal. I said, call 911. The other people I heard in the background, call the ambulance, call the ambulance. I don't know how much time elapsed, but so much in my mind, it was taking too long. Another fraternity brother of ours was there, Johnny Green. I said, Johnny, pop the back of my truck. I'm taking Swain to the hospital. So Johnny pops the back of my truck. I said, Jamal, help me. So Jamal was laying the seats down and Johnny came around my truck and we picked Swain up. I remember wrapping his leg with that towel that I wiped off with. And I wrapped his leg. Jamal jumped in the back with him to hold me. I jumped in my truck and made a beeline to Grady Hospital.
Okay. I'm gonna stop you right there.
Yes, sir.
From Bankhead to Grady Hospital.
Yes, sir.
So I want to go back to the moment where Mr. Cooper is running towards you and then when he lunges at you. So when he's running towards you, yelling, you said, motherfucker, I killed you.
Yes.
How are you feeling?
That he meant what he said. And that's based on what I heard and saw him say earlier throughout the day.
Were you afraid?
Yes,
Were you fearful?
yes,
Were you believing that he would cause harm to you?
yes.
And when he lunged at you, how did that make you feel?
Like either me or him, I don't know what he has. And I did not know what he had in his hand because I couldn't see his hand. And for the fact that I couldn't see his hand, it was behind his back. And the statements he made to me, that motherfucker, I'll kill you. I felt that's what his plan was. And again, that's my feeling because I don't know this gentleman from a bucket of paint. Never met him in my life. I don't know if he's playing or not playing because I don't play like that. And I don't know this person to assume nothing.
Um, Do you recall anyone trying to, other than Swain, trying to stop him from getting to you?
I don't know exactly what the person behind that was chasing him trying to do, but it was definitely a person chasing him.
And you indicated that you had your gun in your hand at like I guess waistline, correct?
Yeah, my left hand.
In your left hand.
Yes.
And you're able to shoot with your left hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a part of your training as a military, former military guy?
Yes, I can shoot left or right. And that was one of my first jobs in the military.
What was one of your first jobs?
I was a combat arms trainer. It was my job to train the fellow soldiers, pilots, security police.
And so waist length, you fire your gun at waist length, waist length would be what, stomach area?
Mhm.
Did you aim for his chest?
No,
Did you aim for his head?
no.
Did you aim or did you just, he's right there and so using your left hand, which is not your dominant hand, you pulled the trigger?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it wasn't that you were, hey, I see a belt buckle, I'm gonna try to hit that, and it just, you're shooting at this guy of whom you're afraid.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
And how many shots do you fire?
Once.
And what happens when that one shot is fired? What happens to Cooper? I'm sorry.
He falls back. He falls back on the ground and right next to Swain, Mr. Swain, that was already on the ground. Okay, he slipped. And that's when I saw a male and a female pick Cooper up and they walked away. They walked into the dark and I was still back in my truck with Swain.
So when Cooper fell back, he was no longer charging at you.
No.
Right? You can continue to tell us what happened once you got to the front.
When we got Swain in my truck, Jamal Carter rode with me. Got to Grady, but on the way to Grady, I called my attorney. And I was like, Denarius, listen,
Who's your attorney? Meaning at that time, who was it that you called?
Denarius Hurd.
And why exactly did you have an attorney?
Well, he's my attorney, but he's also my line brother.
Okay,
He's also my line brother, but he's my attorney. He's helped me out with legal issues in the past as far as like child support. But,
and line brother here would mean he's part of the founding line, charter line
yes,
of your chapter.
yes,
Not that he was on a line of your chapter at some point, but line brother would mean he's part of the charter line.
we play us together.
Okay,
I was a 4, he was a 2.
so he's really short.
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, so you get to Grady.
Yes.
And then what happens?
Well, he met me at Grady. I pull up in the emergency bay area with the ambulance pull up. I pull up with my hazard lights on. I asked Jamal Carter to go see about getting the physician and some nurses in the gurney. And I ran to the back to check on Swain while he was doing that. Saw him coming and I was trying to flag an officer down. So at the time I was looking for an officer in the dock. One came out the double doors and said, "Excuse me, sir, you can't park here." I said, "Sir, I need to talk to you and some officers." The guy that went in, he said, "Well, you can park and go see him." I said, "No, it was a shooting that I'm a part of and I need to talk to someone." So the police officer looked at me. He came over to speak to me. My truck was still running and everything. And at the time he walked to me, my attorney was walking over at the same time. He had just parked across the street and he was walking over. So I'm standing with my attorney and the police officer, and then 3 more police officers came over. I think throughout the conversation, total maybe 6. So they came and one of the gentlemen sidebar with my attorney heard for a few seconds, and he came back to me and he started asking me questions. And
He meaning your lawyer,
police officer
the police officer.
started asking me questions. My attorney turned to me. He said, "You can talk."
Okay.
And I told them what I just said just now. And they told me, they asked for permission to search my vehicle. I said, "Yes, you have my permission." And he went and he said, "Where's the gun?" I said, "The gun is right there." And I pointed at it. I'm about 6 feet away from my truck. Like I said, the truck was still running. The my door was still open. I just pointed at it. He went and retrieved the gun, and he went to the back. I think I had some slippers or something, some shower shoes. I don't know. But the other people, officers came, took pictures and stuff like that. And
Okay, so you initiated contact with the police.
yes, ma'am.
You also drove Mr. Swain to the hospital.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't flee.
No.
And you indicated to officers that you were involved in a shooting
Yes, ma'am.
and that you needed help
Yes, ma'am.
for your friend,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Swain.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further at this time.
It may be that Mr. Costello or Ms. Jackson have questions for you, but I've got a couple more, Mr. Thomas. So as I'm recreating it in my head, you are standing next to the driver door of what you call your truck, your Mercedes, and Mr. Cooper is running towards you, not sprinting full out, somehow running in a way where one hand is behind his back. So one hand is pointing up or pointing towards you, and the other hand is mystery. He gets close enough that Mr. Swain is able to engage with him unsuccessfully because Mr. Swain slips sort of down to the ground, and you described a lunge. Was the lunge what Mr. Swain was intercepting, or was the lunge something that happened after Mr. Swain tried to stop Mr. Cooper and slid to the ground?
I'm not even sure it happened so fast. I remember the lunge, and it was like when Mr. Swain tried to stand between us and grab him.
Got it. So it was sort of all at the same time.
Yes, sir.
When I think of a lunge, I think of body and hands coming towards you. But you've described to me not knowing what's in Mr. Cooper's hands. When he lunged, did he somehow lunge with one hand? And
Like this. He was pointing at me, still cussing.
okay, so he's lunging at you, about to make contact,
And then-
keeping one hand behind his back?
And Mr. Swain tried to hug like I did to Attorney Hawkins, try to grab him.
Okay,
He can secure both arms, like
Yep.
a bear hug type thing.
yep,
He tried to grab him, and during that process, that's when he slipped to the ground.
okay. And so Mr. Swain is going to the ground. What effect did Mr. Swain's attempt to bear hug stop Mr. Cooper have on Mr. Cooper? Did it stop him? Did it cause Mr. Cooper's hidden hand to appear? What happened as Swain slid down Mr. Cooper?
Nothing, because he slid down. So it didn't stop no progress, no forward motion or standstill or knock him down to the ground also. He just slipped like you grabbing air and nothing's there.
Okay. When we see ineffective tacklers do that in football games all the time. He did a bad job tackling.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have Ms. Hawkins come as close to you as she should if she is Mr. Cooper at the time you shot Mr. Cooper? Is she too far away? So you need to stand in wherever you are. So you are where you are.
Okay.
Don't move from there. And then have Ms.
Right there.
Okay, that close.
Yes.
Okay, and hold your arm out. And Mr. Costello, if you need to see what he's doing, you're welcome to stand up. No, don't move. You're Cooper doesn't move. In fact, Cooper falls down. I'm not going to make you fall down. So Ms. Hawkins is standing as close to you right now as you recall Mr. Cooper being when you shot him.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and your gun was in your left hand,
Yes, sir.
and you're sort of recreating a gun with your fingers. Where should Ms. Hawkins put her hands? So they are where Mr. Cooper's hands were, because you've talked about not knowing what was in his hands.
This hand is here, this hand at that point, like I can see it in the corner of my face.
Okay, all right. And then your gun was up on the left side and you shoot once.
Yes.
And Mr. Swain is somehow between the two of you on the ground?
Stay right here. When Swain slipped, I remember him slipping. I remember he was standing here when I was here.
Yeah.
It was chest to chest
Mhm.
talking, and he turned. When he slipped, he just fell right here.
Got it. So he's alongside Mr. Cooper.
Yes,
Okay. All right. And then when you shot Mr. Cooper, he initially fell to the ground,
yes, sir.
but he fell backwards and not forwards.
No, he did not fall forward. He just like dropped.
Okay. So he was alongside Mr. Swain.
Yes.
All right. And then he got whisked away by these unknown people. And then you tended to Mr. Swain.
Mr. Swain.
Okay. You guys can separate now. All right. Thank you. That's helpful. Mr. Costello?
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, yeah. I took over.
Good morning, Mr. Thomas.
Morning, sir.
My name is Michael Costello. I'm one of the prosecutors that's assigned to this case. I have a couple of questions for you. If at any time I ask a question that's unclear or it's confusing, just let me know and I'll rephrase it for you.
Yes, sir.
I want to start out with a couple of, I think, some points of agreement. You were at a party on May 15th, 2021,
Yes, sir.
and that party was at 688 South Elizabeth Place.
Yeah, that sounds like the address.
And that's the address of Christopher Swain's home.
Yes, sir.
And you drove your car to this party
Yes, sir.
and you brought a handgun with you.
Yes, sir.
And you were at this party for several hours.
Yes, sir.
And there was alcohol at this party
Yes, sir.
and you drank alcohol at this party.
Yes, sir.
And it's not in dispute that you fired your gun at this party.
Oh, yes, sir.
And you fired it towards Kendrick Cooper.
Yes, sir.
And Christopher Swain was near Kendrick Cooper when you fired.
He was near me when Mr. Cooper came toward me. Swain was near me.
I'll rephrase it. When you
Yes, sir.
fired the round, Christopher Swain was near Kendrick Cooper.
Yes, sir.
And we're in agreement, you fired one shot,
Yes, sir.
and that one shot struck Mr. Cooper
Yes, sir.
and also struck Mr. Swain.
Yes, sir.
And you would also agree that a handgun is a firearm
Yes, sir.
and a firearm is a deadly weapon,
Yes, sir.
and that shooting a firearm at someone could lead them to receive an injury,
Yes, sir.
a violent injury,
Yes, sir.
and firing a handgun at someone is considered deadly force.
Objection. It's yes, he's asking Mr. Thomas to make a legal conclusion.
Okay. You may want to ask it. You should probably ask it in a different way. I think as a matter of law, I need to find that a firearm is a deadly weapon and thus it is capable of inflicting deadly force on someone. So let's keep Mr. Thomas in the fact witness role as opposed to legal conclusion role.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Thomas, I'll transition a little bit into what happened at the party now. So at this party, you were a guest of Christopher Swain's,
Yes, sir.
and you had never met Kendrick Cooper before,
No.
and you never had any prior confrontations with Mr. Cooper before May 15th, 2021.
That's correct.
But there was a confrontation between you and Mr. Cooper at this party,
Yes, sir.
and it was over fraternity rules.
No, sir.
I believe you testified on direct that he was, engaging members of the fraternity, and that may not be, maybe I'm paraphrasing it incorrectly, but it wasn't in accordance with what should have been going on.
No, he was out of line to, I felt he was out of line to make these guys quote unquote line up to get good with him. So it wasn't a fraternity thing per se, because our confrontation never got to that, because when I told him who I was, what my year was, it went totally left. So it never got to no fraternity questioning or nothing like that. No.
And in Mr. Cooper engaging these other individuals that were fraternity brothers, he didn't fight any of those individuals. He didn't fight any of those
The
individuals.
2021 line,
Yes, he didn't fight any of those individuals.
I don't know that he did or not. I do know he was in a scuffle with another member of our particular chapter, a fight, but I don't know what other scuffles he might have been into that night. He got into it with a couple of people. But I don't know.
When Mr. Cooper directed the 21s to line up and make it good, whatever the phrase was, you shared with me, you were a little concerned about that because in your experience, having people line up and make it good can get kind of rough.
Yes.
Did it get rough or did it never happen? In other words, the 21s never in fact lined
At
up.
that particular time, Your Honor, no, they did not line up.
Okay.
And Kendrick Cooper didn't pull out any weapons on any of these 21s.
Not that I know of.
And I guess we'll call this the first encounter. You testified on direct that Mr. Cooper had you in some sort of headlock,
Mhm.
But you could breathe,
Yes,
you could swallow.
yes,
Did you feel any kind of pressure on your neck?
no,
So a headlock was a way, as I took it, to describe, he put his arm around you and it may have been kind of fake friendly, but it was, hey, we're gonna walk over here and talk.
yes, Your Honor, exactly.
It wasn't and he's rubbing your forehead and poking your eyes or anything
No,
like
sir,
that.
no, Your
Okay.
Honor.
And you weren't injured during this headlock.
No, sir.
And you said that Mr. Cooper got loud, he was using explicit language, but you also said he was not in your face.
When the first encounter,
This is the first encounter, yes.
no, we were not chest to chest.
Yeah.
We
So
were-
this is an argument.
yes,
And during this argument, you never saw Mr. Cooper with any weapons,
no, sir.
and it never turned physical. This first encounter never
No,
turned
sir.
physical.
No, sir.
And you two were separated.
Yes, sir.
And at this point, you were not in fear of injury,
No, sir.
and you were not in fear for your life.
No, sir.
So sometime later during this party, there is another argument between you and Mr. Cooper. We'll call this the second encounter. And I believe here it's where you testified Mr. Cooper said he'd kill you.
Mhm. You say I'm a Marine. I can kill you with my bare hands.
So that's not what you said on direct.
Okay. I'm sorry I didn't say that on direct, but that's what he said.
So we've got now Marines and Air Force.
I don't think he knew anything about me. I didn't know he was in the Marines until he made that statement like that.
And this is the encounter that basically the DJ engineered. I'm not faulting him for tricking you or anything, but it's when DJ Bones, hey, let's see if we can, I think you used the term, squash this, squash the beef. And you said, all right, I'll go talk to the guy. It didn't squash so well.
Exactly, Your Honor.
And this argument escalates to a physical struggle.
Yes, sir.
And it's your assertion that Mr. Cooper punched you
Yes, he did.
and a drink that you were holding fell on Mr. Cooper.
No. It fell on me.
It fell on you. I'm sorry.
No, sir. You're fine.
At this point in time, did you have a firearm on your person?
No.
And during this struggle, you and Mr. Cooper, you're physically separated.
Yes, sir.
And at this point, you weren't in fear for injury, were you?
Rephrased, I don't,
After the second encounter
Encounter, when we
is
were
over,
separated.
you're physically separated, you're not in fear of receiving injury at this point, are you?
it's questionable because I didn't know this guy. And for him to get that belligerent like that in front of all those people, I started looking at him from the side of my eye.
But you're separated
Yes, we are.
and you're not injured at that point,
No,
and he's not anywhere near you.
no,
And you're not in fear for your life at this point.
can't 100% say I'm not to you at this point.
But you didn't leave the party at this time.
No, sir, I did not.
Nobody took your car keys from you.
No, sir.
You had access to your car.
Yes, sir.
You could have driven your car.
Yes, sir.
You had your cell phone on you at the party.
For most of the party until I went to go plug it up.
You didn't call anybody for a ride.
No, sir.
You didn't call a taxi.
No, sir.
You didn't order an Uber.
No, sir.
You didn't order a Lyft.
No, sir.
You didn't walk away from the party.
No, sir.
You didn't get on a bus.
No, sir.
You didn't get on a train.
No, sir.
I think I got it. He stayed at the party 7 hours. We had second encounter, 7 hours pass. It's time to leave. And then we're standing by the truck.
So at some point during these 7 hours, you called Mr. DeAndre Royals.
Yes, sir.
Would you say that was at about 9:00 p.m.?
No, it was early in that day. It was still daylight. No, it wasn't 9.
It was still daylight.
Yes.
Do you recall on that phone call, you said, DeAndre, get your line brother Kendrick because I'm going to shoot his ass.
No.
You've known Mr. Royals for years.
Yes, sir.
Did you graduate college with him?
We graduated from the same college, different years.
Thank you for
Yes,
clarifying
sir.
that.
Yes, sir.
He's a friend of yours.
He's a colleague.
During that call, did Mr. Royals tell you to calm down?
No, sir. I don't recall that.
And you still stayed at the party?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to move ahead to the third encounter. Would you say that's at about 11:30 p.m.?
Around 11 or so. Yes, sir. Something like that. I don't know the exact time.
On direct, you said that you saw Kendrick Cooper running at you. Did you know that he was leaving the party?
At that exact moment, no, I did not.
Did you see him in a car at all?
He was running from a car. I didn't see him in a car. I saw him running from a car.
So you didn't see him get out of a car?
No.
Can you walk me through at what point you armed yourself with the handgun?
May I stand up?
Sure.
Well, I don't need to stand up. When I, like I said, when we were leaving, I went to the back of my truck and I got my phone charger out along with the long cord. My gun was in the back. I grabbed my gun and I walked to the front of my car because I'm licensed to carry and I keep my gun in the car all the time since my military career in different states.
So why, your gun was in your car, just happened to be in the back. Why did you move it from the back to the front?
I'm about to drive.
So you want it near you. It's not helpful to have it way in the back. Okay.
So that's how it came to be on me.
So you didn't arm yourself after the first encounter. You didn't arm yourself after the second encounter. So it was only as you
Was
were
getting ready to
getting ready to
leave.
leave.
Yes, sir.
Do you always arm yourself before you get in the car?
I don't understand the question.
Every time you get in a car, you arm yourself.
I take my weapon is used 99.9% of the time. My weapon is in my car or one of my vehicles. Yes.
Is it your typical practice when you get in the car to put the firearm on your hip or in a holster?
No. When I'm in my car, My gun is one of two places. It's in under the seat where I can get to it, or it's in my glove box. I don't own a holster. I don't carry it out in the public. It's in my vehicle or in my home.
Why was it in the back of the truck to begin with? And why wasn't it already under the seat or in the glove box?
Because someone breaking my car, they won't be able to get that, to get my weapon, because it's in the back. It's kind of like hidden. They won't be able to get my weapon. They break in the car. This is, no disrespect, this is Atlanta.
No, I know. And people leaving guns in car are irresponsible people, especially when it's in the center console, because that's the first place people look. So you had, upon arriving at Mr. Swain's, moved the gun to the back so that if someone punched your window and looked around, they might get some change, but they don't find the gun
Yeah,
unless they're going away in the back.
My gun and my wallet was in the back.
Okay.
So you typically don't arm yourself when you get in a car, but you did on May 15th, 2021.
I didn't arm myself. I took my wallet that was in the back and my gun. And I brought it back to the front because I was getting ready to leave. I didn't arm myself. I took my gun from the back, grabbed my wallet. I grabbed my cell phone and my laptop charger, and I brought it to the front of the car where I was getting in.
But that's not your typical practice.
No, sir.
And you testified on direct that you saw Cooper running from a stop sign towards you. And that was at about, I believe you said 200 feet away.
Approximately, yes.
At that point, you didn't get in your car
No, sir.
and you didn't attempt to leave the area,
No, sir.
despite him being 200 feet away.
Yes, sir.
And I understand that you said his hand was behind his back and he had one hand pointing at you.
Yes, sir.
And he said, "Motherfucker, I'll kill you," or some variation thereof.
Yes, sir.
You said Christopher Swain was near you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Swain, he wasn't panicked, was he?
I'm not sure if he was panicked or not. He was something that he actually tried to stop Cooper. So he felt something, I guess.
And you didn't hear anyone say, "Gun."
No, sir.
And when Mr. Cooper was running at you, did he have any brass knuckles on that you could see?
No, sir. I couldn't see his hand.
You can see one of his hands, the hands you saw.
So, no, I did not see any brass knuckles, sir.
Did you see him with a knife? Did
No, sir.
you see him with a gun?
No, sir.
So he was unarmed?
I don't know.
And did you see Mr. Swain with any weapons?
No, sir.
Now, I think Judge did a good job before of breaking down this lunge. When you said Mr. Cooper lunged at you, it's your assertion that I think when you demonstrated it with Miss Hawkins, so the record's clear,
Yes, sir.
Miss Hawkins' left hand was behind her back and her right hand was up.
Yes, sir.
And that was your accurate recollection of how Cooper was when he was lunging towards you.
Yes, sir.
Was he bent forward at all with his head towards you?
No, sir.
And his left arm remained behind his back throughout this entire lunge.
Yes, sir.
And you said that he got about 2 feet away from you. That was from when Miss Hawkins was standing in front of you just a few moments ago.
Within 2 feet.
So now after the shooting, you transported Mr. Swain to Grady Hospital.
Yes, sir.
And at Grady, you gave statements to Atlanta police officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
You willingly gave those statements?
Yes, sir.
You weren't threatened or coerced?
No, sir.
Nobody offered you anything in exchange for a statement?
No, sir.
So they were freely and voluntarily made?
Yes, sir.
It sounds like in addition to that, they were made after you had an opportunity to consult with counsel, not these lawyers, but Mr. Hurd and you had a discussion. I don't want you to share with me anything he told you, but it was after you spoke with Mr. Hurd, and I think you said he told you go ahead and do it, that you agreed to speak with the officers.
Yes, Your Honor.
So do you recall giving a statement to Officer York before any attorneys arrived on scene?
No, sir.
So you don't recall making a statement that Cooper was popping off at the mouth and directed towards you, "I'll kill you"?
The statement that I recall was made to the officers while my attorney was standing with me. Now, I did make a statement that said he was going to kill me, but I don't recall Officer York or him sidebarring. No,
Do you recall the names of any of the officers?
no. Honestly, Your Honor, I don't know the names of none of the
Sure.
officers.
So we could have had an Officer York there. Could have been Officer Jones or
Yes.
McBurney or Thomas or
Yes, it could have been.
Foster.
Yes, it could have
Okay.
been.
And Your Honor, it appears that we are transitioning from an immunity motion to a Jackson Deno hearing, and I think that this is the inappropriate time to do that.
Well, two things. I think we are very efficiently killing two birds with one stone, especially given the fact that you withdrew your motion to suppress the statement. We may well have made clear that the requirements of Jackson v. Deno were met. But irrespective of that, I think in the same way that it was appropriate for you to explore with your client, and I think your question was along the lines of, did you tell the police the same thing you told us? Or at least that was your client's answer, that Mr. Costello can explore with your client what he thinks the record shows he told the police in case there are inconsistencies, because that will go to this witness's credibility, which is about 95% of the immunity motion. So I'm going to allow him to explore it. I don't want us to get into 6 days later what happened unless it's relevant to credibility of this witness.
Okay, I'll cross that bridge when we get there, because I think there was something that was getting ready to happen, but
Okay.
I'll cross that bridge when we.
All
get
right. And continue to object if we're hitting a bridge you're worried about. The bridge of, hey, this seems like Jackson Deno. I agree, but great, let's check that box because we're going to need to cross that bridge if this goes to trial in a relatively informal way because you withdrew your motion. If it's a bridge of irrelevance or hearsay or something like that, keep objecting.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. So, Mr. Thomas, if you made a statement to Officer York at Grady Hospital on May 16th of 2021, you wouldn't recall giving a statement where you never said anything to the officer about seeing the defendant's hand behind his back.
No, I don't recall that.
And Judge, can I approach the witness?
You may. Both sides can approach witnesses unless you hear me say, don't do that anymore.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Thomas, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit Number 1.
Yes, sir.
It is a body camera from Officer York. It contains a statement that you made to him on May 16th of 2021 at 80 Jesse Hill Jr. Drive.
Okay.
If you had an opportunity to explain why or I'd like to actually just give you the opportunity to explain why your testimony today that you don't remember giving a statement or you don't remember giving a statement about not seeing a hand behind his back for the court, because it's my assertion, I believe you omitted that in your first statement to police.
I remember talking to police officers at Grady. I don't remember the exact words, but I don't remember also telling what the macro of the conversation was with me and the officers. I spoke to about 3 or 4 officers that night. I don't know what's the macro of the conversation verbatim, verbiage.
And you did give a second statement to a group of officers. That'd be Officers Vickers, Officers York, and Officer Barnett. During this statement, you said Cooper rushed you and said, "I'll kill you." Do you remember giving that statement at all?
Yeah, don't know the officers, but I remember it was a group of officers, about 5 or 6 throughout that night at Grady in that parking lot.
And do you remember demonstrating for those officers what Cooper did prior to you shooting him?
Demonstrating? Like I
Yeah, similar to how a judge had you demonstrate for the court.
not exactly.
So you wouldn't remember demonstrating that Cooper's hand was down at his side when he rushed you?
No, I don't remember.
And I'm just gonna approach and show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 2. Exhibit
course.
number 2 is
Yes.
also, it's
Of
a
course.
body camera of Officer Vickers where Officer Barnett is present.
Okay.
And, you don't recall demonstrating for officers that when you were rushed, Cooper's hand was down at his side.
No, sir.
And I just want to give you an opportunity to explain maybe any inconsistencies
I
from
don't-
today based on
right.
that statement back then.
And I appreciate that, but I don't recall the ergonomics of displaying how Mr. Cooper was standing or where was his hands. I don't recall that. But I do remember speaking to multiple officers.
You touched a little bit on direct about your military training and experience. So you're familiar, or how much training have you had hours wise in firearms training?
I couldn't give you an exact number.
So you said you did 20 years in the military?
Yes, well, at a minimum, you yearly go to firearms training at a minimum.
And roughly how many hours is that one yearly qualification you may
At a
need to do?
minimum of an airman, we 8-hour range day.
So over the course of 20 years, at a minimum, you would have 160 hours of firearms training.
Okay.
And during those 160 hours of training, you've learned how guns work.
Yes, sir.
And you've learned that when you point a firearm at something and you pull the trigger, a round discharges and goes in the direction of the muzzle of the firearm.
You're correct. Yes, sir.
And in your training, are you given specific parameters of when you're allowed to point a firearm at something?
Yes, sir.
And when would be an appropriate situation to do that?
My military training is when you're in defense of yourself, you're in defense of government property, such as I work the flight line, aircraft, or classified information.
You can shoot someone to keep them away from classified information?
Certain scenarios, yes, Your Honor.
Huh,
Well, that's good to know.
yeah,
Certain scenarios, not
could have gotten dangerous down in Florida.
And when you say to protect yourself, is that from somebody punching you in the face?
it doesn't itemize a scenario, sir, but to protect oneself from bodily harm. So it doesn't itemize scenarios of protection.
Now, I also think you testified about this on direct, so please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, sir.
But did you say that you've assisted in training police in the use of firearms?
Yes, as far as marksmanship, my first 2 years in the military, I was combat arms training and maintenance. So we ran pretty much the base ranges wherever you were stationed. You ran the range. You did purchase orders for weapons, and you kept everybody that was TDY applicable or that would go to a foreign country or war. You keep everybody. Everybody must be certified. Some get certified biannually, some get certified annually. So we ran the range. So every day on the ranges, you're gonna have a group, flight, squadron of troops come in to get their yearly training. So yes,
And when you were involved in this aspect of training, did you teach officers about when they're allowed to use deadly force or force to effect an arrest or something similar?
no.
You testified on direct that when you got to Grady, you called an attorney.
On my way to Grady, sir. Yes, sir.
Way to Grady.
Yes, sir.
Why did you do that?
No disrespect to you, but for common sense, something had just happened, tragic, and I was involved, and I wanted instantly to clear my name. But also, once I get down there, I knew I was going to try to talk to someone and explain what happened. And just in case I was arrested, I needed someone to represent me and to protect me and to be an advocate for me.
I believe you mentioned on direct that some of the things Mr. Cooper was doing, it wasn't the time or the place for it, but it was the time or place to bring out a gun.
I was transitioning from the back of my truck to the front of my truck. It would, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get my verbiage right to respond.
That's okay. Take your time.
It wasn't an appropriate time or inappropriate time. I was transitioning my personal belongings from the back of my truck to the front.
And just a few more questions, just to clear a couple of points up that I have here. You testified on direct, when you made your phone call to DeAndre Royals, you mentioned that you were perturbed
Perturbed?
on direct. You said that you were perturbed at that time,
Okay.
but you didn't leave the party then.
No, sir.
You also testified about Jamal Carter informing you that Coop had gotten into it with a guy named Bruce.
No, I didn't say Jamal told me.
So you
But
got
I-
information from
Yes.
someone
Yes,
who
sir.
had gotten into it with Bruce,
Yes, sir.
and you didn't leave then.
No, sir.
Just one moment, Your Honor. Mr. Thomas, you said earlier that you consumed alcohol at the party.
Yes, earlier that day.
How much?
I don't know, maybe a drink or two. I can't give you an exact.
What is a drink for you? Is it half a beer? Is it a fifth of vodka? When you say you had a drink, I don't know what they were serving.
Okay. The infamous red plastic cups.
Yeah, the solo cups.
Solo cup, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I had it would have been two, but one drink got punched out of my hand.
Right.
That first one was a Tito's and tonic. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So you only had one
One.
Tito's and tonic
Yes.
throughout the 9 to 10 hours you were at this party.
Yeah, I believe so.
I think that's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Hawkins, do you have any redirect for Mr. Thomas?
Absolutely, Your Honor. Mr. Thomas, you weren't the only one that consumed alcohol that day, correct?
No, ma'am.
And this was again a party, barbecue, family and friends party.
Yes, ma'am.
And on the cross, the ADA asked you, you brought a gun to a cookout. You bring your gun everywhere you go. right?
Yeah, it stays in my vehicle.
So you didn't wake up that morning, well, you didn't know you were going to a cookout. You didn't drive to the cookout saying, hey, I'm gonna bring my gun
No,
and I'm gonna pull it out
no,
and I'm gonna shoot somebody.
no, ma'am.
And you were also asked on cross, were you injured during the second encounter? The second encounter is when you were punched in the face, right?
Yes.
Objection leading.
So some of the questions were there. I think you were orienting the witness, but it's redirect. It's not recross. Most of your questions have ended with right, but this is your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
What happened during that second encounter?
The second encounter, when I saw how loud and he started cussing again, I told the DJ, I said, this is not gonna work, pretty much. I was like, I'm good. And that's when I told Cooper that, Mr. Cooper, I said, I'm gonna show you something called a little deference. I say, you know what? We ain't not gonna talk. I say, frat brothers fix me a drink and I'm gonna fix you one. What are you drinking? Let me fix you a drink. And that's when he punched me.
Were you injured?
I didn't bleed, but yes, he punched me in my face.
And when you fired your one shot, what were you protecting yourself from?
Mr. Cooper,
If I'm not mistaken, on cross, the state asked you, were you protecting yourself? You were using your gun to protect yourself from a punch. The punch happened, when did the punch happen? The first, second, or third encounter?
second,
Okay. And when did the shot happen?
third,
And that's when Mr. Cooper was lunging at you.
yes, ma'am.
And is that when you pulled your firearm to protect yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that time, where was Mr. Cooper's hands as he was lunging at you?
I saw the one hand at this point above shoulder, and I didn't see the other hand.
So two hands,
I didn't see two.
one was visible and one was not.
Yes, ma'am.
And about how many times did Mr. Cooper tell you he could kill you?
Me directly, probably about, I want to say around 3, but he said it throughout the day to different people. He was getting into it with a couple of people, but to me directly, about 3.
3 in that final encounter, or 3 if you think through all the times you and he exchanged words?
That final encounter, maybe 2. That second encounter, 1.
Okay,
Nothing further than that.
all right. Mr. Costello, any recross?
Just very briefly, Judge. So you just testified that Mr. Cooper told you he was going to kill you during the second encounter.
He said, "I kill you, motherfucker. I kill you with my bare hand." That's the Marine cliche statement.
But you still stayed at the party.
Yes.
That's all, Judge.
Okay. All right. Mr. Thomas, you may step down. We're going to take our morning break. It'll be about 10 minutes. We can go until a little after noon. Then you guys will get an hour for lunch and I will go to the bench meeting. So do you have more witnesses to call?
Yes, just Mr. Carter out of turn. I'll reach out to him while we're on this break.
Got it. You don't think he's available right now?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we're gonna leave your evidence open for Mr. Carter, and that would be the Jalen Carter I heard about. Jamal Carter, the gentleman who was next to the truck when this happened, Jamal Carter, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Different Carter. All right, so are you planning on putting on any evidence, Mr. Costello?
Yes, Judge, I can anticipate I will have Christopher Swain, Kendrick Cooper, Mr. Maddox, and then I also have 2 officers that would be used to introduce impeaching inconsistent statements.
Okay, whoever you're gonna call first is around and can be here in now 9 minutes?
I believe so.
Great. All right. So when we get back, we'll have you call your first witness and we'll get Mr. Carter in the mix once we know he's available. So if you all could try to pinpoint when that'll be, that's great. And maybe he can be a little flexible so we don't interrupt a state's witness. But if you say, hey, 2-ish would work, then when we finish with a state's witness around 2, hopefully we could get Mr. Carter on the Zoom, but I can put him in the waiting room so he can't see and hear what's going on. Okay.
Sounds good.
All
Your
right.
Honor.
I'll see you all in about 8 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, you can step off. Okay, I'm gonna go to and call Mr. Jamal. Just trying to make sure people.
I don't recall those cars.
Yeah, and that you. One second, I gotta call Jamal. Thank you. It's the restroom.
Do you guys know what time Mr. Carter's gonna be available?
I'm calling him right now. He was prepared to testify tomorrow though, so it may have to be tomorrow morning. I'm hoping that it doesn't, but because of everything that transpired.
What?
Just the objection, the back and forth.
I mean, it was only 20 minutes.
Yeah, but I called him and we had a conversation about it.
And he's zooming. He doesn't have to be here. I don't know, I've just never done an immunity motion where we're able to like open our evidence while your evidence is still open. It's foreign to me, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's typically we close evidence and then we would start our case. So, because I'm just trying to figure out, like, I think we're gonna bleed into tomorrow, to be honest with you at this point.
Okay.
My guys are gonna get there for a little bit.
Okay.
And we have a hard stop at,
4:30.
yeah. It's actually, you know, not really, yeah, I gotta post it. Oh, that's it. No. Sure. No, that's a problem. To determine whether the use of force is justified. I mean, you know, of course, every little bit helps. You know, if I won if I won $20 in my pocket, it's the best home of the day. How's your foot? How's your foot doing? Oh, yeah, no, I've had that before.
Okay.
With the dreads. She's gone now. She's going in and out. So it's kind of.
Was she sitting in there? Was she sitting for a while or she was just walking in and out?
No, she was sitting. She got to leave. She came back inside again. She got to leave. That's when I looked and put her off and saw me. Kept looking. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Rivers, you good? Let's get back on the record. Mr. Costello, who's your first witness going to be?
Judge, the state would like to call Mr. Frederick Maddox to the stand.
Mr. Maddox.
Raise your hand. You swear affirm that testimony you give will be true, the whole truth, and the truth, you will hear and I see. Say his great name for the record.
Frederick Maddox, Frederick, last name Maddox, Maddox.
Mr. Maddox, I'm Judge McBurney. It's nice to meet you. I need to make sure, you need to make sure when you're testifying that you get close to the microphone so we can hear you, and make sure you speak slowly. You just spelled your name in record time, and you're not going to get to leave earlier just because you talk fast. You'll have to say everything 4 times if you talk fast. So I may not want to be here, maybe a little nervous. I get all that, but just make sure you speak slowly.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Costello.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Maddox, what county and state do you currently live in?
DeKalb County in Atlanta, Georgia.
And what do you do for a living?
I do tattoos.
And do you have any particular ties to any fraternities?
No, sir.
Can you describe for the court how you may know Christopher Swain?
I know Chris because I used to date his sister.
Do you know anybody by the name of Kendrick Cooper?
Yes.
And how do you know Mr. Cooper?
I know him mutually through Chris Swain.
And do you know Mr. Phil Thomas?
No, doesn't.
So I want to draw your attention to May 15th of 2021.
Before we get there, just so more context, you used to date Mr. Swain's sister. Did that situation end in a bad way, or it was mutual? Hey, it's been nice, but we're going to go separate.
Oh, yeah, it was mutual. We
Mutual.
just-
Okay.
yeah.
So like you and Swain don't have an issue because you weren't good to his sister or anything. Like
Nah, me and her, we still, we're still friends.
that. Okay. It's just not that way anymore.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Got it.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Maddox, I'm going to draw your attention to May 15th of 2021. Do you recall attending any parties or cookouts that day?
Yes, it was at the house.
And when you say the house, was it Chris Swain's house?
Yes.
Yeah, can we approach for just a brief second, please?
Sure. Yeah, you go on. In fact, there you go. Well, we can just try right here. If we need to go outside, we can go outside.
No one is about to wait.
I can make that clear, and when Mr. Swain testifies, you should feel free to ask. Thanks. Ms. Foster, is that person in here now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. When you're ready, Mr. Costello.
Thank you, Judge. All right, Mr. Maddox, so you were at Chris Swain's house. I believe that was the last question I asked.
Yes, sir.
Does 688 South Elizabeth Place sound like the address for Mr. Swain's house?
Yes, sir.
Is that located in Fulton County?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what the party was for?
Man, when we came up, it was just, a lot of frat brothers that was there. So it just, to my knowledge, it was just a get together with all the brothers, the bros.
This would be Omegas, and you're not an Omega, but it was all right for you to be there because you and Swain are friends.
Yes.
Were you dating Mr. Swain's sister at the time?
Yes.
Okay, so that might have been another reason why it was okay for you to be there.
Yes.
Was she there?
Yes.
And you were a guest at this party.
Yeah. Well, everybody.
And what time did the party start? You remember?
Nah, we was already gone from the house at the time. When we got back, it was already started. Like it was already going.
And do you remember what time you may have gotten there?
I think we pulled back up to the house maybe like 7:30, 8 o'clock between that time frame.
So you got there at 7:30 p.m. Were you aware of any kind of physical altercations that took place at the party at that point?
No.
Between the hours of 7:30 and 11:30, were you at that party?
Yes.
During those 4 hours or so, were you aware of any physical altercations?
Yes.
Did you witness any of them personally?
Yes.
And what did you witness?
I witnessed the argument, holding back, weapon drawn, a shot.
So you actually saw a shooting.
Yeah. Yes.
Was it, so you, the word you used was I witnessed argument, holding back, weapon drawn. Is that all one incident or you saw three different things?
That was all one incident, as into the argument going on, leading to them being held back from each other, and then from being held back from each other, a weapon was drawn. And yeah, it was all in one, it was all in the same incident.
One situation. Okay, I assume you're going to dissect this.
I am. Judge.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure that was all one thing. It sounds like it evolved ultimately into a gun being drawn.
Yeah, from starting from the argument.
Okay.
So prior to this weapon being brought out and this argument and shooting, did you see anything else occur personally before that at this party?
No.
During the party, did you drink any alcohol?
No, I wasn't.
Did you use any drugs?
No.
So I want to break down this incident that you witnessed. Do you know who was involved in this incident?
I only know Cooper. The other person, I don't know him personally. I don't even remember his name.
Okay. Can you describe for the court, as specifically as you can, what you saw?
All right, well, it started when I was upstairs, switching out, changing my clothes, and I heard the arguing downstairs in the living room. Once I didn't really pay too much attention because, the frat brothers, it was drinking. I know how loud it gets. So when you think about it, once it escalated outside, that's when I looked out the window and seen that everybody was outside. We go outside, still see them arguing. As we see them arguing, I see Cooper, he get held back because at this point it had done escalated more to what it was already. And from Cooper being held back and the other person, I don't know his name, from him being trying to distance himself at the time, that's when I had already seen his weapon drawn. So while his weapon was drawn at that moment from Cooper, breaking out of the held back as into still trying to communicate and how it was, next thing you know, bang, through and through, hit Cooper to hit Swain in his leg.
Okay, I just want to clear up a couple of things for the record. So you were inside the house and you noticed that there was some sort of argument, and then you went outside.
The arguments were as when I was told, the arguments were starting in the living room, but they was already loud at that point. So we didn't think that they was arguing. But once it went outside to notice that it was an argument, that's when I went outside behind everybody too.
Okay, so you were outside and you witnessed an argument outside of the house.
Outside of the house, yes.
And that argument was involving who?
Cooper and the other dude. I don't know his name.
And that's fine. And if you refer to him as the other dude, it's okay. I just want to make sure that we distinguish between Cooper and there was another party.
Yes.
How long did this argument between Cooper and the other dude, how long did it last?
By the time I got outside, give or take, what I remember, give or take 10 to 15 minutes as they were arguing, but still trying to calm it down. Yeah, about 10, 15 minutes from my taking it from when I got outside.
During those 10 to 15 minutes, I know you've already said that other dude had a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see anybody else outside with a weapon of any type?
No.
So Cooper was unarmed?
Yes.
And when we're talking about weapons, I'm asking about brass knuckles, pepper spray, knives, guns, anything like that seen?
I didn't see nothing else but a gun.
And how long into the argument was it when other dude brought out a gun?
From the argument, when they seen it, give it probably about 10 minutes. I don't know. On out to when I got outside, probably about 10 minutes, because when they was trying to, as they was separating them, as they was trying to get the distance from them, once he made his way around on the other side, that's when I seen that it was drawn because of how he was holding it with his hand, like.
So there was 10 minutes of back and forth before you saw a weapon.
Yes.
After the weapon was drawn, explain for the judge what you saw.
Before you get to that, Mr. Costello just said the weapon was drawn. Did you see the other dude actually pull the gun from a waistband or a holster, or just for a while you saw people with just hands, and the next thing you noticed, hey, this guy's got a gun in his hand?
Exactly what I saw.
You don't know if someone handed it to him or it fell from the sky or he pulled it out of his waist.
No, I can't tell you if somebody handed it to him or he pulled it, but all I know is it was drawn and it was in his hand.
Got it. And when you say it was in his hand was at his side, so there's a gun in his hand, or it was pointed in the direction of
He had the barrel was down.
Okay,
So as he had the barrel down, as in like, I'm getting ready. If need be.
got it.
I can-
I'm letting everyone who's looking at me know I got a piece in my hand.
Okay, yeah.
It wasn't under a shirt or anything like that, because you could see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I think my last question was, Mr. Maddox, after you noticed that the other dude had a weapon,
Mhm.
how much longer did the argument last?
Once I seen that he had a weapon, we back out. They still arguing. Give or take 2-3 minutes. Right after that, next thing you know, pow.
Okay, so kind of walk Judge McBurney through those 2 to 3 minutes up to the gunshot. What exactly did you see?
All right. So as he was trying to steal, he was actually trying to get his distance from Cooper as well.
And when you say he, can you just clarify who he is?
The other dude.
Other dude, gotcha.
When you say, you've said this several times now, who's trying to get his distance, were there people preventing the other dude from moving away, or was he up against the wall? So he
had
had,
actually just trying to, everybody was just trying to de-escalate the situation at
Mhm.
that point. Why the weapon was drawn at that point, because it was like, we're out here having a party. You don't need to have a weapon right now. During, from it, the argument was going on and everything too. So I can say as he was trying to distance himself while the gun was drawn and shown, it was, like I said, between them 2 to 3 minutes while he did it, it was still arguing. I want to say,
Well, let me help you out here, Mr. Maddox, and kind of keep you on a track. In those 2 to 3 minutes right before the shooting, what did you notice Cooper doing?
he was still arguing as he's being held back, just still talking, but it was just literally strictly talking.
Would you say he was yelling?
But everyone was, but yeah.
Did you hear Mr. Cooper use, some pretty explicit language?
From both parties.
At any point in time, did you see Mr. Cooper doing anything specific towards other dude?
No. All I literally seen was just arguing. It was as if, trying to get in each other's face for the argument, but it was still on everybody trying to keep the space and the distance between them. So like any other sudden movements, I don't remember seeing anything.
About how far away was Cooper from the other dude?
why don't you, I don't want you to have to guess. Why don't you tell Mr. Costello where he should stand? You're the other dude. So you did a good job showing me where the gun was. So you're the other dude. Where should Mr. Costello stand so that he is where someone is holding Cooper back?
Okay, I can stand up.
Sure.
As he's trying to get his distance from where it was, I come a little bit more. About right there from the distance that was between from being held from them. They were trying to hold the distance between Cooper and
Okay. And I want you to stay right there for a second, both of you, because I'm still trying to figure out what you're describing the other dude is doing. I got it that you said Cooper's still talking, fussing, jawing, and people are maybe holding them back a little bit. And what is anyone doing, if anything, to the other dude? Are they holding him back?
He's actually like this, but I actually do see his hand as in y'all stay back.
Okay.
I can't give him that. Y'all stay back.
Okay. But what was behind him? Could he have walked away, or were there people behind him? Okay. Got it. Thank you.
And just for the record, Judge, estimating the distance between Mr. Maddox and I, my wingspan is about 6'3". So I think it's probably between 6.5 and 7 feet distance.
Okay. That's your estimate.
Thanks, Mr. Maddox. So we have other dude is holding a handgun, a weapon. We have Cooper yelling. He's about 6-7 feet away. What happened next?
As Cooper break away, from everybody still, still trying to do it. As he break away, boom. Hit him in the stomach through and through. Chris Swain, he was behind him. He hit him in the leg.
And when you say he hit him, are you saying that other dude shot
Yeah.
Cooper?
Other dude shot him. It went through and through. Hit Chris Swain in the leg.
Okay, and do you recall what Cooper was doing with his hands just prior to the shooting?
As in, like, from what I seen, as he seen the gun, I guess trying to block the bullet.
So
Like-
could you demonstrate for the judge what you saw Cooper do with his hands right before the shooting?
As he break away, all I seen was just this hand gesture.
And-
Literally just his hand gesture, no fist balled up, no, I'm in a defense mode or attack mode, none of that. All I seen was his hands up in this general way. That's all I remember.
And Judge,
from
just
what
for
I've
the
seen.
record, the witness did put both of his hands up towards his torso, towards his shoulders, and had his palms open.
Who Cooper?
Right, that you say Cooper did. He's
Cooper
just
did.
saying the witness, you were demonstrating what you recall Mr. Cooper doing. And I saw the same thing you saw where Mr. Maddox has both hands up, palms facing outward in front of his chest.
Thank you, Judge. And after you saw other dude shoot Coop, what do you recall happening next, Mr. Maddox?
As it went through, he was in shock, as in like he got shot, and we didn't know that Chris was hit at the time until he yells out, "You shot me," and passed out because he got hit in the artery in his thigh.
And what happened after you guys realized there were people shot?
From me being in the military, the certified EMT just jumped right in. Y'all apply pressure to his stomach, hold it in the back. Somebody give me a belt. I'm gonna apply a tourniquet to Chris' leg so we can hold it down. Yo, while we
You're
still,
talking about what you did.
yes,
So you're former military with EMT training.
yes.
Got it. And were you describing what was done to both people who were shot? So you helped render aid or directed someone to render aid to Mr. Cooper.
To Cooper, while I render aid to Chris Swain.
So you were hands-on with Swain
Yes.
and telling people what they needed to do with Cooper.
And what did you do with Mr. Swain?
I got a belt. Someone gave me that belt, wrapped around the leg tight to where I can, try to stop the bleeding and holding it. We got him up, put him in the car, and we drove to Grady, both of them.
And after you arrived at Grady, did that really conclude your involvement in this incident?
Once we got to Grady, and yeah, I told the officers, what I seen, what I knew. Yeah, that was it.
Okay, Judge, I don't think I have anything further for Mr. Maddox.
All right, I've got a couple more questions and then Ms. Hawkins or Ms. Foster may have questions for you. So you've described Mr. Cooper as breaking away. Someone was holding him back. Was it Mr. Swain who was holding him back, or you just know there were people holding him back?
It was just people that were just out there.
Okay. He was being held back. Other dude not being held back or propelled. He's standing his ground
Mhm.
with the gun in his hand.
Mhm.
Okay. Meaning yes.
Yes.
Okay. When Mr. Cooper broke free, you've described how his hands were, both hands in front of him, palms forward, open. Was he approaching the other dude, or did he simply just break free? Because there are two different things. You break free and you're standing still. Another is you break free and you're coming madly at other dude.
No, he literally just broke free because everybody just kept grabbing while he was just simply saying he was just trying to talk, but he broke free. And like I said, it was noticeable that other dude already had his weapon drawn. So it was on some, like I see it, but I'm still trying to, talk.
So you had Mr. Costello stand in a certain point that you estimate was about how far apart Mr. Cooper and other dude were when the shooting happened. So as I'm understanding your testimony, Mr. Cooper broke free and was effectively stationary with his hands up when he got shot. That's as far away as he was when he got shot, or did he actually take 4 steps towards other dude and the shooting they were 2 feet apart?
At that point, at that moment, I really honestly can't say
Mhm.
because
It was
of all the
chaos.
commotion that was
Sure.
going on. Mhm.
Okay. You did place Mr. Cooper and other dude as far apart as you did, however many feet that is, 7, 8. Your recollection is, and then there was a shooting and it got real crazy and I know Cooper didn't move forward, or actually Cooper was basically right on top of this guy when he fired. You're not sure what happened in that one?
At that moment, no.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll go over here. Mr. Maddox, I'm Attorney Chinwei Foster, I represent Phil Thomas. I believe that's who you have referred to as the other dude. I'm just gonna ask you a few questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Maddox, you would agree that you spoke with the officers on May 16th of 2021, correct?
Yes.
You would agree that your memory was fresh and more fresh in 2021 than it is now, 2 years later, correct?
Yes.
And you would admit that what you told the officers on the day in question was probably more accurate than what you're saying today,
Yes, ma'am.
correct? And since the incident in 2021, who all have you talked to about this case?
I left it alone after we talked to the officers that night. Like it was Chris Cooper and your client as well. So I didn't know that I had anything else to talk about it. We just left it alone. Yes, ma'am.
And so you're telling, and you're dated Swain's sister?
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
And you're friends with Swain?
Yes.
So you're telling this court that you haven't talked about the case since May 2021?
No, I haven't.
You not talked to anyone?
From the day of, from everything, no, I haven't. I honestly forgot about it until I got called to come into court.
You forgot that your friend Cooper was shot and your friend Swain was shot?
No, I'm not gonna forget about it. I thought that stuff had already been handled as far as what I'm saying because of the time frame of how long it's been since then.
You didn't realize how long it takes us to move cases in Fulton County. Yeah. It's like, dang, this was May 21. They've got to be done with this.
Just something, yeah.
Yeah, welcome to Fulton.
So you've spoken to Cooper and Swain since May 2021?
No, today was my first day seeing Cooper since, and the last time I spoken with Swain was about a job in January.
So when you saw Cooper today, did you speak with him about what happened today?
No.
And so you've not talked to your friend Cooper at all?
No.
From May until today, not spoken to him at all?
No.
You sure about that?
No.
You're not sure?
I haven't talked to him. No, I'm sure, but I haven't talked to him.
And you have spoken with Swain, but it was just about a job?
Yes.
And you've not talked to his sister?
No.
Now, on the day in question, you said that you got there at about 7:30.
Mm-hmm.
You weren't drinking at the party, correct?
No.
Were you drinking previously?
No.
And when you got to the party, what did you do?
Me and Swain's sister, her name is Dominique. We actually got to the house. We had been out because we had the kids. So while we was getting the kids situated, while the party was going, we was upstairs. And
These are Dominique's kids or your kids, or you had kids together?
no, she had her little girl and I had my little girl.
Okay, so your daughter and her daughter were together and you were getting them, as you said, situated upstairs.
Mhm.
Okay.
And so you mentioned on the direct that at some time, one point you changed clothes.
Yeah.
What did you change clothes for?
We was changing out from watching the day out. We had been out already, so I was taking a shower.
Okay. Now, at some point, Coop also changed clothes, correct?
Mhm.
You remember that?
Yes. He was changing clothes downstairs.
He was changing clothes because his shirt was ripped, correct?
No, he was getting ready to go out after the party, more so, but it got a little later on and the party was still going.
Do you recall Cooper ever telling you or anyone that he had to change clothes because his shirt was ripped?
No,
Did you see him changing clothes?
no, I saw one outfit when we got there and then another outfit after everything was outside.
Did you see him go in the bedroom to change clothes?
No.
He was actually changing his clothes in the living room in front of everyone, correct?
I don't know. Like I was upstairs while everything was downstairs was going on. So in the midst of everything. I don't know if he was in the living room or the bathroom or even the stairway because I was upstairs in the room. But I did see that he was, when I got there, he was in one outfit versus to when I went downstairs after I changed clothes, he was in another outfit.
And you don't recall whether his shirt was tucked or not?
For him to change, no, I don't.
And now you said the ones were upstairs. Where was Cooper at when you went upstairs?
Everyone was downstairs.
Did you see the other guy downstairs when you got there?
Other guy meaning your client, the other dude,
Either person. Yes, I'm gonna just keep it going.
but it's the other dude.
I'm sorry.
Other
You see
dude.
the other dude downstairs when you went upstairs?
Oh, no.
Okay, you didn't see him, but you saw Cooper.
Yes.
In fact, Cooper was in the downstairs, he was arguing with a bunch of people downstairs, when you went upstairs, correct?
I don't recall arguing with everybody. Like I said, it was a bunch of commotion that was just going on because it was a party. So,
Said there was a commotion, in fact, the director said there was an argument that you heard upstairs.
oh
correct?
yeah, because yes, that was going.
But you saw Coop, but you didn't see the other dude,
Mhm.
right? So whoever Coop was arguing with, it wasn't the other dude, right?
I don't know. To
But you know that you didn't see the other dude, but you saw Coop.
Mhm.
Okay. And you know
So
Cooper-
two things. One, make sure you let Mr. Maddox completely answer before you ask your next question. And Mr. Maddox, I need you, if your answer is yes, you need to say yes or yeah, but an actual word rather than because the court reporter, it's not her role to say, was that a mm-mm or a mm-hmm? So just make sure whatever your answer is, yes, no, maybe, I have no idea what you're talking about, that you get it out with words. Thank you.
You know that you saw Coop downstairs.
yes,
You know that you didn't see the other dude downstairs.
yes,
You know that Coop was arguing, correct?
it was stuff that was going downstairs. Yes,
Okay. So I can infer that Coop was not arguing with the other dude, right?
at that moment while I was upstairs, you can say that. Yes,
Okay. But and you mentioned while you were upstairs, it was loud, it was belligerent, it was a lot of commotion going on. Was Coop inside?
no, it was just commotion that was just going on downstairs, as into what it like to me referring to going outside to see that okay now is Coop and now the other dude.
But you know, whatever was going on downstairs, you know that Coop was involved.
No, as I stated, when we went upstairs, I didn't know that if it was an argument or anything that was going on. We didn't think nothing of it because it was already a party going on.
And you mentioned that you looked out the window.
As we seen that it was going outside, yes, ma'am, to know that it was an argument.
As we seen, what do you mean? What did you see?
Oh.
We're upstairs.
Me and Dominique, we looked out the window and we saw that, okay, now it's a commotion outside, as into, oh, the party is moved outside, but no, it's an argument outside.
So you don't know whether the same individuals who were involved in the commotion down while you were upstairs in the house, you don't know whether those are the same individuals that were involved in the argument outside, right?
At the time, I didn't know it was I didn't know it was an argument going on downstairs.
You could hear something.
Yeah, it was a party going. Like I said, the music blasting, a lot of people talking over the music.
Your testimony on the record is that you heard an argument in the living room while you were upstairs.
Yeah, but we as I stated too, we didn't think nothing of it because we also thought that it was just going on with the party as well. Until me and Dominique, we looked outside to see that it's an argument going on, and because it done moved outside the commotion.
You said it doesn't move, so I'm trying to clarify that.
It has.
You heard one argument inside,
Mhm.
right? You don't know who was involved in that argument.
Okay. Mhm.
You heard another argument outside.
Yes, ma'am.
So you don't know whether it done moved from inside to outside. You heard two separate arguments inside and then outside, correct?
Yes.
And so when you looked out the window, you saw Coop was involved in that commotion outside,
Yes.
correct? And is your testimony today that you saw the other dude
Mhm.
and Coop involved in an argument while you were upstairs looking out the window? That's your testimony today?
As we went out, as I saw going outside.
No, let's not go outside yet.
Okay.
I'm talking about you looking out the window.
As I'm looking out the window.
Yes,
Mhm.
you said that you looked out the window and you saw an argument.
Mm-hmm.
Who was involved in an argument when you looked out the window?
Well, I didn't know who the other dude was, but yes, I saw Coop arguing with someone at the
But
time.
was the person you saw Coop arguing with the other dude, or it's a third person? Because we know in the end, there is outdoors and you're outdoors. There's an argument, another dude has the gun, but you got it in his right hand. Other dude out there, and then someone gets shot. What Ms. Foster's trying to get at, I think, what I'm curious about is when you first figure out there's an argument going on outside, you see Coop. Coop is in an argument. He is in an argument with someone else. Is that someone else the guy who ultimately had a gun and shot Coop, or is it a different person?
I honestly can't say because I just seen that as we went outside, I saw Coop, who I know, just arguing, going on with the commotion since
Okay.
everyone has went outside.
Got it. You just didn't know if
I
it
didn't
was
know
one
exactly.
person he was arguing with or six people. It hadn't paired off to that scenario where it's Coop being held back and other dude with the gun at his waist.
Yes, sir.
And for my clarification, for the record,
Yes, ma'am.
you just said you don't know who Coop was arguing with when you looked out the window, correct?
When I looked out the window, yes, ma'am.
When you went outside, and when Coop was arguing, was it just talking loud, or were there hand movements? Was he going forward? When I'm saying Coop, because that's who we know.
Mhm.
What was he doing when he was arguing?
When I made it outside from, going to see exactly who he's arguing with.
I'm still
Okay.
upstairs.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
outside.
Okay, so
Downstairs, what was he doing?
as it outside, everybody moving, it was just people was trying to de-escalate the situation from moving behind Coop to, at that time, I couldn't see who he was actually arguing with to even know if it was just one person or like the judge said, 6 people or not at that time. So from while I was still upstairs to even see that is, trying to de-escalate from them arguing outside, that's when I make my way downstairs.
Let me try to refresh. Let me try to refresh. And let me know if your memory is not refreshed. Whatever Coop was doing, people were trying to move him to get into a car, correct?
I don't know.
You didn't see anyone trying to move Coop from the street to a vehicle.
No, because all the cars were still parked, like as in like parked, being there for the party.
And then you went downstairs. What did you go downstairs for?
He was trying to see what the commotion was about because of, if everybody, they fraternity together and everything. We just trying to see like who's arguing, like who is it, who's doing the drunk talking this time, as you can say.
And just to be clear, you said the argument was 10 to 15 minutes. So from the time you looked upstairs, there was an argument,
Mhm.
to the time you saw the shooting, it was about 10 to 15 minutes.
When I got downstairs to
So
the
who
shooting was by about 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, so who was arguing even longer than 10, 15 minutes, right?
Yeah, before I went up, he was already arguing before I even went outstairs to look outside.
So he was already hyped up, he was live,
Yeah,
right?
I guess you could say that.
So, and as you got downstairs, so that's when the 10, 15 minute clock starts ticking.
As we got outside, yes, ma'am.
Did you look at the time or you're just guessing?
Just guesstimating.
So it could have been shorter.
Maybe.
And in the words, because you've already said that you saw Coop, you heard Coop, you know his voice.
Mhm.
Did you have, what words were you hearing from Coop specifically?
What I remember from back then, like, no, I'm not drunk, I'm not going nowhere. Like, yeah, vaguely, yeah, I can't really remember all of what was said or, what was really being said. We just know it was a bunch of commotion that was going on.
I'm gonna focus on I'm not going nowhere.
Mhm.
So someone was telling him to go somewhere, right?
You can say that, yeah, from him saying that.
But you still don't recall anybody trying to get him into a car.
No.
Did you hear any curse words?
Yeah, everyone was cursing.
Okay. Including the dude, and I'm not gonna say dude, but We already have the other dude, it's Phil Thomas.
Okay,
The
Mr. Thomas.
guy
Mhm.
that Phil was arguing with when you were upstairs.
Mhm.
The guy, did you hear the guy saying any curse words or anything to Coop?
No, not right off. I don't even really remember.
So we know Coop was loud, talking about, I ain't going nowhere, I'm not drunk, he was live,
Mm,
right?
Yeah, but it was actually live from both parties. It was just Coop was more live. Because you could say that.
You know that it's probably more than two, right? You said it was a whole bunch of people upstairs. I'm not talking about downstairs.
No, it wasn't a whole bunch of people upstairs. Me and Dominique was upstairs with the kids. Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
But when we get down to the standoff, where it's Coop and the guy with the gun, and I think Ms. Foster was asking about this, at that point, when it's that standoff, Coop is still loud. The guy with the gun, was he saying anything? And you don't need to tell me specifically because you may not remember. Was he silent or was there jawing in both directions?
It was joined in both directions, but overall, yeah, you can hear Coop over everybody at
Okay.
that moment.
But I get it. Coop is loud, loudest apparently, but is it your recollection that the guy with the gun wasn't standing there silently, but that he was saying stuff?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you also recall the guy, the other dude,
Mhm.
trying to distance himself from Coop,
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
And you also recall people trying to hold Coop back, right?
Mhm.
And you also recall Coop breaking out of being held back,
Mhm.
correct? To continue to approach the guy, the other dude, correct?
Okay. Yeah.
And now, one thing you didn't mention today, that you mentioned when you spoke with the police back in May. Let's start with you. So you didn't go downstairs to see the fight. You actually went downstairs to move your girlfriend's vehicle, correct?
No.
If you told the police that, will you not tell the truth?
To move the car, we weren't moving the car because we was already parked in the driveway.
So with seeing the police report or hearing your testimony, would that refresh your recollection? Let me do this. I'll let you see the police report and you can take a look at this
Mhm.
and let me know if your memory is refreshed after looking at it.
I assume Mr. Costello has whatever you're sharing.
He does.
Okay.
And you can go to your page if you need to.
Yes, ma'am.
So that whenever your memory is refreshed.
Yeah.
Okay, so is your memory refreshed?
I don't.
Your memory is not refreshed?
I remember what happened, but I don't remember moving the car because we didn't need to move the car.
That's not the question I'm asking. What you told the police is that you went downstairs to move your girlfriend's vehicle, correct?
I don't remember that, but if it's in the report,
Maybe see yourself say it will help refresh your recollection.
I have it queued up, ready.
So there's nothing in evidence right now?
I'm just trying to refresh his recollection. He says it, you know, and even after seeing the report, maybe seeing himself will help. And I asked him, will help him refresh his recollection as to what he actually said and how he said it when he spoke with the police in May 2021.
Well, before we go through that exercise, and we can if we need to, Mr. Maddox, are you saying, I may have said that to the police, I just don't remember? Or are you saying, I know I didn't, the police are wrong?
I may have said it.
Okay.
I just don't remember. But
All right.
I do know from how it was from when we got home, when we got to the house, I didn't have to move the car due to the fact of all the cars was already moved out because Chris' car and Dominique's car was already in the driveway because everybody else was moving their car so we could put their car, so their cars can be in the driveway.
I know what you're saying now.
Okay.
In May 2021, did you have a reason to lie to the police?
No.
Okay. So in May 2021, when you told the police, you noticed everyone leaving the residence and you decided to go outside to move your girlfriend's vehicle. That was truthful when you told the police in May 2021, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also told the police that you saw the victim, Mr. Cooper, rushing towards the other person with his hands in clear view, correct?
What I just read, yes.
Okay. And then you said, what you told the police is that the victim, Mr. Cooper, approaches the suspect and said, "What's up? You're going to have to shoot me," right?
From what I just read,
Because
yes.
today you told me you only heard Coop saying, "I'm not leaving," but you heard Coop approach the suspect and said, "You're gonna have to shoot me," right?
From what I just read, yes.
Okay. And then you also told the police that the suspect already had his weapon out as the victim approached him, correct?
As Cooper was approaching him, yes.
Okay. And you also told the police that as Cooper ran, because today you're talking about an argument, but what you told the police is that Mr. Cooper was running towards the suspect with the other dude, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also told the police that it was 2 or 3 people that were trying to stop Mr. Cooper from approaching the suspect, right?
From what I'm reading, yes.
Okay. You also told the police that Cooper was able to maneuver, get away from the 2 people trying to stop him, correct?
Yes.
And you already told me that your memory was more fresh in May 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
You also said today, I know it was a long time ago, that you took both Coop and Swain to the hospital. You only took Cooper.
Cooper was in my car, yeah, and Swain was right behind.
in
And
the car with the other dude, right?
what other dude?
The other dude that you've been talking about.
I never knew he took him.
You also said that you rapped about around Swain's leg.
Mhm.
I'm gonna let you clarify that, because I know that your memory was more fresh back then than it is now. Isn't it true that the other dude is a person who wrapped a towel around Swain's leg, not a belt?
No, I told whoever it was to somebody give me a belt. I remember someone taking off a Gucci belt. They handed it to me. I did a high and tight on his leg,
On Swain or who?
on Swain's leg.
Alright. I have no questions. Thank you, Ms. Morris.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we got about 5 minutes. If you've got a quick redirect,
Very, very quick, Judge.
great.
Mr. Maddox, you remember giving a statement to the police at Grady Hospital on May 16th?
Yes,
And that was at about, 1 o'clock in the morning.
yes.
And in that statement, did you actually recall saying Coop said to the other guy, "You don't have to shoot me," and the gun was already drawn. I'm not saying for you to read from the police report, because the police report is written by an officer, but the statement that you gave to an officer, do you remember saying, Coop said to the other guy, "You don't have to shoot me," and the gun was already drawn?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm showing you what's been marked as state's exhibit number 3. It's a body camera of the investigator that you gave a statement to.
Okay.
And I know that there's been some question about what you said today as opposed to what you said then, as opposed to what's in the police report. Can you just explain for the court any reason why there may be an inconsistency in your testimony today?
Time.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Ms. Foster, anything quick?
Just real quick, I mean, you answered yes to the DA's question. Do you actually remember, or are you just answering yes to his question?
No, I remember.
Do you remember, because what you told me 2 minutes ago was that you said, Coop said you're gonna have to shoot me.
No, I reiterated and said what was written in the report as into what it was.
I didn't ask you what you wrote in the report, I asked you what you told the police.
And I mentioned what was in the police report, what it was. I didn't.
Because I asked you, because are you for certain that that's what you said? Because I asked you, seen your video with refresh your recollection, and you acted like you didn't know what I was talking about. But when the DA came up here and asked you, you were so sure. So my question to you is, are you sure that that's what you said?
Which
From
one?
From
Is
your
he sure
question
about
or
which
the
one?
DA question?
So this is my question. What did you say about what Coop said about shooting? What exactly did you say? I don't want you to guess, because you was real sure when you were talking to the DA.
In fact, if you have to guess, then you don't remember, and it's okay to say, "I don't remember."
I don't remember completely.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, we're going to break for lunch. May Mr. Maddox be released?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
All right, Mr. Maddox,
I would actually don't want to release him. I may have to call him his rebuttal.
did you subpoena him?
I did not, but he is under subpoena.
Okay, well, just trying to help you out here, but you got to stick around. Important for folks who are here in court, do not leave court and talk to potential witnesses. So we know Mr. Cooper is going to testify, Mr. Swain is going to testify. Folks in here should not go out there to say, "Hey, this is what Maddox said. This is what the other dude said. This is what Mr. Thomas said." That's improper. That's why we're keeping those witnesses out there. They need to come in here and talk about what they remember, not what they've heard the testimony has been like in the trial so far. We will reconvene at 1:10. And we will pick up with the state's next witness, who you forecast to be.
Christopher Swain.
Okay, doesn't have to be, but it's likely going to be Mr. Swain. And Mr. Maddox, you're going to need to stick around. If we're not finishing today, would Mr. Maddox not come back tomorrow, or how do you want to manage that?
I need him to come back tomorrow, because he would be a rebuttal witness based on the statements that he's made today.
Okay, so he actually can go, he just needs to be back tomorrow, or how do you want to manage it?
I don't know when the state will finish when we're gonna finish.
Okay.
So if we are not finished today, he needs to come back tomorrow.
Then I'll tell you what, your first direction before you all break for lunch is to talk schedule and how things are going. Are we on schedule, behind, ahead? To give Mr. Maddox some guidance. Does he need to sit around all day because he may be recalled as a rebuttal witness? Or should he go about his business but plan to be here tomorrow around 9:15? So just manage his time appropriately. Thank you. I'll be back at 1:10.
Your Honor, sorry, I just wanted to give you an update as far as Mr. Carter, because I did speak to him on the last break.
Yeah.
He said he could join 3:30.
Which is it?
Well, 3:30. I'll just say 3:30. But if he can join earlier, I told him that you would put him in the waiting room so that he.
Yeah, and you should let me know. I'm not paying attention to who's joining in, so he needs to let you know, "Hey, I'm dialing in." You let me know, and then I can get him in the waiting room, and we'll see how things are flowing around then. But he should get on as soon as he can.
Yes.
So closer to 3 is better than 3:30.
Yes.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Costello?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
Anything else from the defense?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
I'm not gonna tell you my case in chief, but he was my father. So I don't know if he was gonna testify, so he might come up with.
So you want.
I don't know when we're gonna be done. If we're done today, then yes, he needs to be here today. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I have an updated schedule. I'm free.
So if we're done with everyone today, he needs to be here.
He's not.
Well, the judge needs to hear that when he comes back out, so he needs to stay. Well, the judge told him to stay, and he needs to stay.
Because the judge was under the impression.
Okay, well, then you guys are gonna make a mistake, but you should have clarified it.
Just stick around for an hour.
I guess that's our investigator. Let me, yeah, because I got too many looks. Are we still live? Hold on.
Our mic was on. The most risk averse as far as your team. So what you're working.
Yes, but I got it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, he asked me.
He opened it already. It's open. Oh. No vending machine? Oh, there's vending machine. You know, we got time, so just be here about one. Okay, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I'm aware of that, but we need to have a discussion about scheduling here. All right, so we need to figure out some timelines for the rest of the day, so, because, I've got witnesses here and such. So, all right. Carter can't join until 3:30.
He just texted me, he said he's available from 12:30 to 4.
Oh, so he's
Okay.
available, so you can call him. And then, is that your final witness? Okay,
Except for my rebuttal witnesses.
well, that's, I'm talking about your case in chief, so,
Yes.
okay, so you are gonna call Carter, that ends, you will close evidence, close your case in chief. And then we have to call Swain and York today, because I'd like to get them done,
Okay.
so I can let.
So
Carter-
York is a part of the immunity, the Jackson dinner.
He is a part of the immunity motion now, because I'm gonna use his body cam as impeachment evidence.
Okay, are you
Are you
stipulate
planning-
that it can come in, the video? I don't mind the videos coming in.
I was gonna
But I
say,
still have to-
if we
I have
play
to
a
start
part of
to-
the video, we plan all of it. The rule of completeness.
Playing everything.
All 4 hours?
Yes, we want it all. We got 2 days.
Well, there's a relevance objection, there's hearsay objections, there's,
If you wanna play the video, the court needs to see the whole video.
I'm pretty sure
Well,
that,
guess what you might have judged the rule.
okay, well, let Judge McBurney rule appropriately on that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna release Officer Barnett until tomorrow, because now we're definitely going into
Do you
tomorrow.
want us to stipulate, or do you want us to stipulate that the video can come in if that'll help your officers in discussion?
I'm laying a proper foundation and tendering in evidence the proper way as long as,
I'm trying to help you, we're not objecting to it. So if you wanna let your officer go, you can.
but I can't do that. That's not proper impeachment if I don't have a witness to call.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just trying to make the record, I'm trying to
I mean, the
perfect the
video, if
record.
you want to show what it's going to show, so you want to ask her what the video says?
No, you would be stipulating to the evidentiary video coming in, but he's not offering it for that purpose. So you're stipulating like, it's for impeachment.
Right.
Yeah, but you're not gonna stipulate that that a witness has been impeached.
Is she going to say something different than what she said in the video?
I'm not talking about the officer, it's what your clients.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Is the video going to show something different that the officer has to testify to? I'm gonna let you I can't tell you how to do your case, But if you're saying that our client said something different, so you can ask the officer after we play, so that's what he said, right? What are you gonna ask the officer that's different than what's on the video?
Well, Officer Barnett went to the scene, collected physical evidence, such and such.
And
We're
you
talking about
can't testify to the video, you can't play the video and then say, stop, Judge, did you hear that? That's. not
No,
your
that's the
judge.
rule, that's what
This
this
is
is.
what the- Okay. I'm not.
I don't know
arguing.
anymore, who are you, Ms. Jackson?
Yes, I am. I was lead counsel on this case
Good,
before.
good.
Mike Costello is yes.
Yeah, no, I think that the appropriate evidentiary measures to be taken are to admit the exhibits. Because the witnesses that can properly authenticate those exhibits need to be called. I don't wanna do this twice, I know you guys don't wanna do it twice, I'm sure the judge doesn't wanna do it twice, so let's do it right the first time, so there's no issues.
Trying to have the time, but I'm gonna let you do what you gotta do.
So let's get the timing down. So at 1 o'clock, you're gonna call Jamal Carter.
Mhm.
And then thereafter, you guys are gonna close. So then there's argument.
And then Swain, and then York,
Mhm.
and then we'll probably be at 4:30 at that point in time. and it's-
So Cooper and, we took Maddox, so Cooper.
And Cooper will have to be
tomorrow.
Cooper, Barnett, McManus tomorrow. All right, I need to talk to the guys.
Carter.
Are you looking us in here?
So, okay, so then you're gonna need Maddox as a rebuttal. Because
You should probably talk to your witness Cooper, and you probably find out why I need Maddox.
I'm not entirely sure why he needs to be rebutted.
Was this Judge McGrew? No, the girl was on the fifth floor. I thought she was on the fifth floor.
Because I'm trying to just. So he's gonna rebut what Coop said, but he's.
I locked it on accident.
I'm just trying to
You're
see
asking
what's.
me to tell you my
No,
name?
I'm thinking out loud too, but I'm also, I'm thinking, what exactly is he gonna say differently on the stand now as he did earlier?
I don't know.
Yeah, and you had him on cross.
I did. And he made statements, and, we'll see what Coop says.
I need to.
You want one there? I want to simply to bring us something, snacks or something. We need-
I'm here.
Tiffany, mute your microphone. Come bring us lunch. It's around the corner. That's why I said, was this Judge McGrew's courtroom? Because I remember she had like the code and stuff. Yeah. Lead it up or, you know, curve, blah, blah, blah. We can sound good, bring it up.
Right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you don't mind letting me back in, I'm just gonna go walk around, what was going on out there, just to make sure. Yeah, just to make sure there's no,
I'm sure it is, but I don't know how y'all can avoid it.
parents will make anybody shut up.
You were? I wouldn't know about
Okay. Yeah, I call her.
Yeah, she said she's in the.
Run, grab it.
Is it me or you?
That was me.
Okay.
Because I had to sign back in, I lost him there. All right, so we're gonna do Carter first.
Yes.
Got it.
He is on the Zoom.
So now, as far as you know, because I don't know if you tendered evidence in this courtroom
Mhm.
before, but are we just, is it just a share screen and then you pull it up?
Mhm.
Cool.
Yep.
Because I know that we used to do that. Before I came here, I was in state court. I was a judge headliner. And we would frequently do it that way too. But in DeKalb, we're like basically back to in-person.
Back to
stuff
the
at this point.
regular-
Yeah, back to the like
Before Zoom.
projecting things on screens and such, right? Like
Uh-huh.
not quite an Elmo, but kind of an
But something
Elmo.
like that, yeah. I was just about to say the Elmo. You said Barnett, Swain.
Today I'm gonna do York and Swain. And then I guess tomorrow, I think at that point, after we do these three, we're probably gonna be done for the day.
Okay.
Cause we have that hard stop, and then I'm thinking tomorrow, I'm gonna go McManus, Barnett, and
Okay.
we're gonna do defense witness.
Absolutely.
So. There's also, I think we're starting a little bit later.
Two is, one is. Also Jack. So for one side, who is Jackson is there. I'm covering. She was trying. Yeah, she coming. She's been training. Where's my Spanish? Josh. Oh, she's gonna come to homicide. No, I don't think that American was, and it's still my also. But that just like now I had a detox to do.
That's how long we've been doing it.
Is Ms. Foster right outside?
She's doing something.
Okay, we can get going?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And I wanted to inform you, Your Honor, Mr. Carter is actually on the Zoom. He's available now.
Oh,
And we spoke with Mr. Costello, so.
all right, we'll get all that on the record. Ready, Ms. Rivers?
Yes.
Okay, we are back on the record in State versus Thomas. We broke for lunch just after we had completed the testimony of Mr. Maddox. We had gotten into the state's presentation in response to the motion to dismiss. We paused the presentation from Mr. Thomas's team because their main witness, Mr. Thomas, had testified. Their other witness, Mr. Carter, wasn't available this morning, but I see that he is on the Zoom call now. Mr. Costello, you've been gracious in letting the flow go a little differently. Is it your preference to have Mr. Carter testify now, or do you want to go forward with the witness you actually had planned to call right after lunch?
Judge, I think we've got a pretty good timeline set out for the rest of today. I do think we're probably going to bleed into tomorrow at this point.
Okay.
But I think the best way to proceed forward would be to have Mr. Carter testify, defense closes evidence, and then we'll continue with ours.
Got it. All right. Then let's do this. Whoops.
And Judge, because he's on Zoom, you tell me where you want me to be. If you want me to be at the podium, I'll go there or stay at mine.
Wherever you're comfortable being. He can only see you if you are on a camera. You've got a camera at your desk, and I don't mind if you're seated. That doesn't bother me. The key in court is for Ms. Rivers to be able to hear you. You project well, so if you want to be seated or stand there, or you can be at the podium, we can see Mr. Carter. We'll see how audible he is in just a moment.
Okay.
All right? All right. Mr. Carter, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'm Judge McBurney. It's nice to meet you virtually. I'm sorry for the loss that you and your family have gone through, and I appreciate you taking time today to participate in this important hearing.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Where are you dialing in from?
Marietta, Georgia.
I figured you were going to say Texas or something. Marietta's not so far away, but okay. Are you in a room right now where you are the only person in that room?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Deputy Gordon is going to swear you in once you're under oath. You'll be questioned first by Ms. Hawkins from Mr. Thomas's legal team, and then by one of the two prosecutors representing the state. All right?
All right, got it.
If at any time you can't hear what's going on because there's a bad connection, make sure you wave your hands or do something so we know to stop.
Okay, good deal.
Deputy Gordon?
You raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you?
Yes, I do.
Lower your hand, state and spell your name for the record.
Jamal Carter, Jamal. Middle name initials K, and last name Carter, Carter.
All righty. Hi, Mr. Carter. As Judge McBurney indicated, I'm Attorney Hawkins. So I'm just gonna ask you some questions. How old are you?
49.
And what do you do for a living?
Actually, right now I'm an acquisition project manager for GSA, federal government job.
Okay. And are you from the Metro Atlanta area?
No, Gainesville, Florida originally. Moved here in 2007.
Okay. And I'm gonna orient you to the parties that are a part of this matter. Do you know Mr. Phil Thomas?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
Fraternity brother, Omega Psi Phi.
When did you all meet?
Roughly about 2009.
2009, okay.
Yeah.
Do you know Mr. Christopher Swain?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know him?
He's actually another fraternity brother, but actually my line brother. We pledged at the same time.
And it's my understanding that you all pledged in spring of 2010. Did you know Mr. Did you know Mr. Swain prior to 2010?
Yeah, around 2009 as well. No, close to the end of 2009, like November-ish.
Okay. And how would you describe the relationship that you have? Go back to Mr. Thomas. How would you describe the relationship that you have with Mr. Thomas?
Pretty good. I would say pretty good friends. Don't get a lot of time to spend with them prior to this, just through the schedules and stuff like that. I know he coaches football, our athletic director and so forth. And my schedule, I was traveling a lot when I was working for the Department of Veteran Affairs. So I was in and out of town a lot. So didn't really get a chance to speak with him much, but I would say pretty good relationship. Not best friends, but, friendly enough that, it was always good vibes when I would see him.
Okay. And how would you describe Mr. Christopher Swain in your relationship?
I'll say one of my closest frat brothers and friends. I was actually just with him Tuesday.
Okay. And did I hear you say one of your closest line brothers?
Yes.
Okay. About how much time did you guys spend together?
Tuesday?
No, in general. Just
general?
You explained the time that you were able to spend with Mr. Thomas, so I'm trying to get the same understanding.
We have an app called Polo, which we kind of check in pretty much regularly, almost day to day. I know that Swain, I guess he got a new phone or something, so he hadn't really been on it as of late. But we always talk. Like I said, he knows my family to the point that my kids call him Uncle Swain. So I would say we have definitely a pretty good relationship. Even if we don't see each other, same thing with my schedule. I would talk to him, or he would call me if he hadn't heard from me in a while. And if I'm going through anything, I was, currently separated, and he was one of the first persons I called when I was making the decision to move. So we do have a pretty solid relationship.
Okay. And do you know Mr. Kendrick Cooper?
Yes, I've met him actually through Christopher Swain. I think they crossed around 2012, and one of his line brothers is actually an associate of mine as well. So we kind of both doing both parties. I've been around, Cooper over the years, here and there. Always good vibes when I see him. Never, always fun, loving type guy. So yeah, that's our relationship. Good associates.
Okay. So based on what I've heard you say, your closest relationship from the three people that we just talked about is with Mr. Christopher Swain.
Correct.
Okay. So I want to circle back a little bit. You said you used to work for Veterans Affairs. Are you former military as well?
Yeah, I'm a Iraq war veteran, 14 years.
Thank you for your service.
Appreciate it.
Also, so I'm going to draw your attention to May 15th, 2021. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
How did that day begin for you?
Actually, we have a line brother of mine, Timothy Collier. He was in a bad accident, so he was paralyzed and been in and out of comas. So he was at the Shepherd Center. So we decided to go visit him. It was kind of like a day that everybody was kind of free. I'm going
to stop you right there. When you say we, who is we?
It was a few frat brothers. Philip Todd was with us. Christopher Swain was with us that morning. Dale Rice, I believe, was another frat brother that was there. Those are the people I know for sure was there. And like I said, we had to go up to the fence to talk to him because he was still having COVID protocol. And so I think they had only like an immediate family, that can go inside the gate to see Tim. But so we all pretty much was at the gate, talking to him, trying to lift up the spirit. So that was early in that day, around 10:30, 11 o'clock.
Okay. After you left the Shepherd House, what did you do?
I actually initially came back to Swain's house for a second. just for a few. And then I know you said he was wanting to kind of do like a cookout. It wasn't any kind of frat thing, just have a good time. That's not abnormal for Chris. So I had my granddaughter with me, and my son wanted to take my granddaughter to, I think, some kind of fair or something that was going on. And so I left to meet him to take her, so he can take her to whatever carnival, whatever we were doing at that time.
Okay. And was there ever a point in time where you made your way back to Mr. Swain's house?
Yeah, I got there about 3:30 p.m. One of my other line brothers I'm close to happened to, call me to see where I was at, because he knew I had went to see Timothy earlier. And so he was seeing if I was coming back over there, because he heard I had been there early in the day, early that morning, rather. So I got there about 3 and 3:30.
Okay. When you got back to Mr. Swain's house, who did you see?
Several frat brothers. Definitely, of course, I always make it a point to speak to the man of the house when I, come to somebody's house, speaking to the people that own the house. So I made my way to find Chris. I think he was either inside on the porch or something like that. So I remember going to find him and speak to him. Then, I made it back. Different frat brothers, that were around. Even you had some, different, guests, male and female. So people that I recognized, I was going around speaking to everybody. Some people had, like I said, I traveled a lot for my last job, so I was still working at VA at the time. So people just hadn't seen me. So I, the people happened to see me and so forth. So that's all I did, kind of made my ring round, speaking to everybody and so forth. And that's kind of how it started the day.
Okay. And at the cookout, did you see Mr. Thomas?
Yeah, I ended up seeing him a little later on.
About, if you can remember or recall, what time?
I would say about 30, probably 30 minutes. Cause like I said, I was tired of talking to different people closer to the house. And then I just happened, kind of walking around speaking to other people. And that's when I saw Mr. Thomas.
Okay. Did you, I know you said you spoke to Mr. Swain first. At any
Yeah.
point, did you see Mr. Cooper?
Yeah, so I saw him walking up. He got there, if I'm not mistaken, maybe an hour or so around, without noticing it, probably an hour after I got there.
And you said he started walking up. He was walking up to you?
No, he was just walking, and I saw him because I hadn't seen him in a while. That's when I noticed he was there, when I saw him walking up the driveway. Like I said, I don't know if he was there earlier or not, but I know when I saw him, it was about an hour after I got there. And we spoke, because like I said, I hadn't seen him in probably about a year, due to COVID and some other things. I hadn't seen him in a while. So, talked to him, hugged him. And that was kind of our interaction. And, he went around and, do what everybody does, go and speak to everybody if those who had came late. If he was there earlier, like I said, I don't know. But when I saw him, speaking to different people that came there, either when I got there or shortly after.
Okay. And so when you saw him, you saw Mr. Cooper, he was outside.
Yes.
Okay. Was there ever a point when you seen Mr. Cooper inside the house?
Yeah, much later on in the evening.
Okay. And what happened when you saw Mr. Cooper inside the house?
Like I said, I was going to the bathroom, and you hear some kind of like altered, like some, I don't say voices were raised, right? And so of course that catches anybody's attention. And that was, and then next thing you know, fight breaks out, and it was Bruce Richardson had something was said to rile Mr. Cooper up, and he was defending himself with Mr. Richardson. Like I said, I don't know who swung first or anything like that. By the time I was walking in, you hear the loudness, and next thing you know, you see the tussle. And then I ran over there to break it up. And that's when I noticed it was Cooper again. Because like I said, I just heard the commotion, and the way Miss Swain's house is set up, you kind of walk in, you can kind of see the back door, and then you kind of go to the right, to the bathroom, and that's when you have a clear vision of the back door, and that's where they were at, towards the back door and the couch. So that's when I seen the tussling, and people trying to pull, and I went over there because I know Bruce. And then when I saw it was Cooper, I definitely grabbed him and said, hey, chill out, whatever case it be. And he was like, I'm tired of bothering me, blah, blah. So I said to everybody in the house, like, and then they know me, like, I don't tolerate foolishness. I'm known to escort people who act in disorderly out of any kind of cookout. So that's kind of my role with my line. I'm very protective of the people I care about. And so I kind of grabbed him and said, hey, chill, let it go, let it go. Anybody mess with him, y'all just need to come talk to me. You know what I'm saying? And figure out what's going on. Because you're hearing stuff, but I don't know where that kind of altercation started. I don't even know why. Like I said, when I walked in the house, it was, that's they know the tussling happened. And so I did pull him, off of him and just told him to chill out. Like, why y'all, I'm saying, like, who's starting this? Like, why are y'all bothering? Because Cooper's not known to really bother anybody. Like I say, he's a happy-go-lucky guy.
Okay. So
Before we move on, I think I follow it, Mr. Carter, but what you're saying is by the time you got out of the restroom, this tussling was happening. So you don't know if someone threw the first punch, who it was. It was just that your friend Bruce and your friend Coop, or at least the two guys they were at it and you helped break it up.
Well, I never made it to the bathroom. I was walking in the house when I heard the tussling, going to the bathroom.
Got it. You were en route to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Okay.
En route to the bathroom.
But the point I'm getting at is not whether you got to the bathroom or not. It's that the tussling had already started. And so you don't know who started it. You knew I need to break this up.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So once you break up the fight between Mr. Cooper and Mr. Richardson, what do you do next?
Well, I'm talking to Cooper, like, what's going on? Because I noticed he changed clothes. So he was like, I'm just trying to get ready. I'm going to another party. And I was like, okay, cool. Well, man, look, the hell with these guys. If they got something to say to you, like I said, and it goes to another altercation apparently that happened earlier that I didn't even know had transpired until later on. You're hearing people talking, oh, this happened, this happened. And so I'm telling him, just get dressed, man. Look, you always welcome here. This is Swain's house. Nobody can tell you to leave but him, right? And so I'm like, no, just get dressed, whatever. And it seems to me everything kind of calmed down. Bruce was in the corner, kind of, bruh's talking to him. Cooper seems to be, calm and cool, collect. He just, let it go. He didn't try to go back towards Bruce that I remember. I go to the bathroom at this time, finally make it to the restroom. And then while I'm in there, I hear another, and you heard him use the bathroom. I run out, and one of the frat brothers, I don't know his name. You got to see people around. I don't know his name, but he kind of helped him, like, just let it go. It's still unclear what happened outside. It's like, we're just trying to get him to leave. And so he ends up.
Can I stop you for a second? Because
yes.
I need to follow the he's and the he's. So you are trying to get who to leave?
So one of the frat was trying to get Cooper to leave, go ahead and leave. Because like I say, initially, what I was told by him, he was getting ready. He was going to another party after leaving here because he had changed clothes initially.
Okay, so one of the other frat brothers, are you also participating in trying to get him to leave?
Yeah, so once I get outside and I see they kind of holding him up, holding him back. I don't even know I still don't know who he was trying to get to or get at. At this particular time, I don't know. So I'm like, Coop, just leave, man. Just go ahead and get, because you was leaving anyway. Go ahead and get, go whoever taking you, whatever. So that's when things calmed down. Things kind of calmed down. I think they took him back. I think he went back inside first before he actually got in the vehicle. Because I remember once that calmed down, I see Phil, Mr. Thomas, kind of wiping his hands and his face with a towel.
Okay, so do you actually see Mr. Cooper get in a vehicle?
Yes, I see him finally get in the vehicle. He gets in the vehicle. I think they get him inside. I finally go back. I think they did take him inside, and I go back inside, and I see them, finally talking to him and getting into the vehicle. He leaves. He's in the vehicle, leaving, and I think everybody's, started to disperse and stuff like that. I'm kind of, helping clean it up and stuff like that. I see him get in the vehicle, and they start to take off. I'm like I said, I'm back outside at this point. So whatever happened in between, I'm kind of all over the place at this particular point. By the time I see him get in the vehicle, I'm walking back towards Phil, and just, kind of like, well, hopefully he'd be going all this, doing this. I don't understand how this got this point, blah, blah. And so Phil was like, I tried to, talk to him, and he splashed a drink in my face. I knocked the drink on my face, something along those lines. I said, oh, so that's why you wiping your hands and face off. And so at that particular time, when I'm talking to Phil, that's when Swain starts walking towards Phil, and he was like, talking to him like, man, y'all, whatever issue y'all had, y'all should have let it go, whatever happened. And I start walking away because that was a private conversation. Like I said, I wasn't there for, I guess they got it to it earlier. That part I didn't see. That part I wasn't around for with those guys, whatever happened prior to that. So I let them talk. As I'm walking back towards the house, that's when I see Coop hop out of the vehicle, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, Bruce and two other frat brothers I guess they rode together. They were getting ready to leave, and that's when Coop hops up out the car, like trying to get the fight. I was taking Bruce again. He was not going at it with those guys. One of the other frat brothers was trying to push him back into I think he was in the back seat, if I'm not mistaken, push him back in the vehicle to leave.
Okay, so I'm gonna take piece by piece of what you said, because I gotta back you up a little bit. So the first altercation or fight that you saw while going to the bathroom was that was Mr. Bruce Richardson and Mr. Kendrick Cooper.
Correct.
Okay, that altercation ended, or that fight ended.
Correct.
Then Mr. Cooper is going outside. He goes outside and he gets in a car. Is that?
Yeah, Vincent gets into the car. Correct. Vincent gets into a truck, rather.
And then he gets. Okay, so the fight when Mr. Cooper is being held back, who is that fight between?
That I don't know. I was in the bathroom.
Okay, so let me just clarify a little bit. So you testified that Mr. Cooper was put in the car, and then he got out of the car.
Yeah, the car drove off and got to the stop sign from the driveway, where it was parked somewhere nearby, for him to get in the car and drive to the stop sign. That's where he hopped out.
And who was he? Okay. And who was he arguing with at that time?
At the stop sign, I want to say was saying something to Bruce. I don't know if Bruce said something to him while he was driving by. I just know I saw him as I walked back towards the driveway. I saw him hop out. So I don't know what prompted him to hop out. I just know he hopped out. It was going towards Bruce Richardson again. Okay.
And what did you do? Did you continue to go into the house?
No, I just got to stop. Like I said, I'm walking. I left Phil because Wayne and Phil was talking. I was walking back towards the driveway because my goal was to get my plate that I had fixed the whole time, because I helped clean up. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna finally get my plate, and this happens. So I'm kind of standing in the driveway, which is probably about maybe 10 to 15 feet from Phil and Swain talking by the fence and his truck.
Okay. And do you ever see Cooper or Mr. Cooper, I'm sorry, coming to where Mr. Phil and Mr. Swain are?
Yes.
And what do you see when that happens?
So I'm watching them trying to push him back in the vehicle. And it looked like when they pushed him in the vehicle, trying to push in the vehicle, he kind of turned, trying to, spin off. And that's when you could tell he saw Phil. And he's running towards Phil. Now, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think some of his people kind of like calling him or trying to kind of trot behind him, because nobody thought he was going to get to that point. He was running towards Phil, it's all your fault, I can kill you, and so. I'm
sorry, stop. He said what?
He said, it's all your fault. And it sounded like to me, he said, I could have killed you, or I could have, I could have killed you, something along those lines was said, running back to him, towards him.
Towards who? Phil?
Phil, yeah.
Okay.
So he kept yelling, it's all your fault. Like whatever was kept going on must have started with Phil. So
okay.
What he was, yeah.
So you saw other individuals trying to put Mr. Cooper in a vehicle multiple times.
Yes, yes,
Okay, and are you testifying that you saw Mr. Cooper running at Mr. Thomas?
yes,
And
Yes.
as he was running at Mr. Thomas, you heard the word kill.
yes. It sounded like to me, I heard the word kill, not like I kill you, like the word kills. I could have killed you. And I took it as he was talking about the early altercation from them. Now, and the reason why my mind went to that, because when him and Bruce got into it, he had a chokehold on Bruce that was pretty much cutting his oxygen off, defending himself. And I know Coop is a Marine, just like I'm trained to hand-to-hand combat, and I was trained by Special Forces. The Marines train their people like on a Special Forces level. So did he have the ability to probably choke somebody to death? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he has. So that's what I took it when I heard him say, like, I could have killed you. That's what I was thinking he was saying. I could have killed you, as in like I could have when I was, because rumor has it that he choked Phil earlier.
So don't get into rumors.
Okay, well, that's what I heard, and that's
Don't get into what you heard.
Okay, well, what I heard him say was, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. I could have killed you. He said, I could have killed you, but the word kill, it sounded very clear to me. That's what he said. The word kill came out. However, the verbiage was, the word kill, it sounded like that's what he said to me.
Okay. So as Mr. Cooper is running up to Phil, and where is Mr. Swain?
At this time, Swain was nearly, I would say, about 2 to 3 steps when they were talking. I don't remember where Swain was at the time the gun went off, because I started running towards Cooper. I was staying in the driveway. I'm thinking he's gonna yell and whatever, and then get back in the vehicle. But he kept running, and he was running faster. So that's when I ran towards him and try to cut him off.
Okay. And were you able to cut him off?
Well, no, because by the time, like I said, speed progressed as he was moving. So by the time I kind of got to him, that's when I heard Phil say, like, back up. I told you back up. And I heard pow, we both jumped back. And he actually fell back because he apparently ended up being shot. So when he jumped back or fell back, I jumped back because he almost fell on me, on my leg. I'm like in my lower knees on down, almost fell back. Where he fell back on me. And I was jumping out the way.
Okay. And what I just heard you testify was you heard Phil say, back up.
Yeah, like back up, like back up.
And that was before the shot went off.
Yeah.
I don't have any additional questions for this witness.
Okay, Mr. Carter, I've got a couple
Yes.
questions before the prosecutor asks you any.
Okay.
So you've described Mr. Cooper getting out of this car to engage you. Your theory is maybe initially he was going to engage Bruce. Was he the driver of the car? What
No.
part of the car did he get out of?
It looks like he hopped from the back seat of the vehicle.
Okay. And then you described he catches sight of Phil and he kind of wiggles out from the guys who are trying to get him back in the vehicle.
Correct.
And he starts running towards Phil. How much distance did he have to cover to get from where that car was he had gotten out of to Phil? Was it 10 feet, a mile?
No, I would give it about, football terms, about 30 yards, 30 to 40 yards.
All right. So more than 100 feet, around 100 feet.
Yeah, you can say that.
Okay. And you described Mr. Cooper as running, and visually, I could see your hands on the screen there. You have both hands in front of you, running like a person runs. Is that how you recall Mr. Cooper running, like a normal person runs? I don't mean that pejoratively, and people can run with their arms like this, but regardless, he was running with both his hands pumping like you would run if you were running.
I would say from my angle, yeah, like he was, running towards him. Now, he looked like he ended up changing clothes. It looked like he ended up changing clothes. He had on shorts this time versus the pants. It did like he pulled his pants up as he was running one time, and he kept kind of going towards.
Sure. So he might have had a little sag going on with the pants and had to fix that. But it wasn't that he was running with one hand out in front and one hand behind him.
Not that I could see, no.
Okay, I'm just asking what you could see. How far away, because it sounds like you were real close to Coop when he got shot.
Yes.
How far away were you and Mr. Cooper from the guy you're calling Phil when the shot was fired?
Ooh, I would say less than 10 steps from the front of his vehicle.
Okay, if you had extended your arm, could you have touched Phil from where you were standing when Coop got shot?
No,
Would you have had to take a few steps more to get to Phil where he was standing when he shot?
I would say yes.
Okay, all right, thank you for clearing that up for me.
Okay.
Just a few questions, Judge. Hello, Mr. Carter. Can you see me on the screen?
No, I can't.
You can't.
Well, here, I can do, if you want to be seen, I can do, if you're going to be at the podium, I
prefer
can't.
the podium, Judge.
No, that's fine. I'll
I'm
just
amenable
do-
to going anywhere.
So you can see the guy in the suit there, that's who's talking.
I got you.
Excellent. Ooh, you got the thumbs up.
Mr. Carter, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Just want to start out, just a couple quick points of agreement here. So you were at this party at Christopher Swain's house on May 15th, 2021,
Yes,
and you were a guest of Mr. Swain's,
yes,
and you and Mr. Swain are very close friends,
yes,
but you're also friends with Mr. Phil Thomas.
correct.
And you do have a relationship with Mr. Cooper, and your testimony on direct was he's not known to bother anyone.
No,
No, that wasn't your testimony, or that's correct. I
No,
think you
that's
said
correct.
he's
not. Yeah, that's correct. He's not known to start anything. You know,
a happy-go-lucky guy.
Correct.
Okay.
And Mr. Carter, I think we're in agreement here that Phil used a handgun to shoot Coop that night,
Correct.
and a handgun's a firearm,
Yes.
and a firearm's a deadly weapon.
Objection again, Your Honor. It's a legal conclusion.
So we'll go to deadly weapon. Let's not go beyond that.
We're stopping there, Judge.
Okay.
And shooting someone can lead to an injury.
I agree.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I agree.
And Phil, you were aware that he had his vehicle there?
Yes, he was standing by his vehicle.
No one took his keys?
That I don't know. I'm not aware of that.
He had his phone on him?
I didn't see his phone.
And how long were you at the party for between your arrival time to when the shooting incident occurred?
Like I said, I got there around 3:30, and I was one of the people that transported Mrs. Wayne to the hospital.
So roughly 7 hours?
Yes, if that's the time frame.
And Phil was at the party the entire time?
From my understanding, yes.
And he never attempted to leave?
I can't answer that. I don't know if he attempted to leave.
And you talked about on direct how when Cooper was exiting a vehicle, there was a couple people trying to hold him back.
Mm.
Are you aware that there was an exchange of words between Mr. Phil Thomas and Mr. Cooper?
Objection,
Meaning-
hearsay. He said,
Okay, but he didn't ask what it was, just were words exchanged. That, if we want to get into content, then you may want to renew your objection. Although if it's what your client said, I'll probably overrule it.
And I'm sorry, what was your answer? I'm sorry.
My question was, when did the exchange, are you talking about right before the shooting or prior
It
to
was-
that?
To clarify, when Coop exited the vehicle,
Okay, okay.
was there an exchange of words between him and Phil?
I would say once he got closer to Phil.
Was there ever a point when Mr. Cooper stopped and they had words, or this would have been words? You mentioned he was saying things like, I could have or should have killed you, while he's approaching Phil. Was there a point at which Mr. Cooper stopped and they were jawing at each other, or the whole time, if there were words going back and forth, Mr. Cooper is also advancing on
Yes.
Phil?
Correct. He's advancing the. I don't remember him stopping until, like I said, when I got to him, if he stopped when he jumped back or fell backwards.
Okay.
That's when we both heard a pow.
You mentioned earlier that you witnessed this physical dispute between Cooper and Bruce.
Correct.
But during that dispute, you did not see any weapons.
No.
You testified on direct that when Coop was running towards Phil, he said something to the effect of, "It's all your fault. I could kill you. I should kill you." But you don't know exactly what Coop said.
No, it wasn't super clear, but I heard the word, as he's running, "It's all your fault. I could have killed you." I did hear that part because he's running and huffing and puffing.
Did you hear Coop say the word motherfucker at any point?
To
Not
be
that I remember.
specific, while he's approaching.
I'm sorry. Yes, during the approach, did he use the term motherfucker at any point?
That I don't remember. I just remember him running. If that was said, it had to be farther along before he got closer to us.
And when Coop gets out of the car and he's running towards Phil, you saw his hands,
At that time, yes.
but you did not see any weapons.
From my view, no.
Do you recall giving a statement at Grady Hospital on May 16th, 2021 at about 1 a.m. to Atlanta Police Detective McManus?
Yeah, well, I don't know the his name, but police officer's name, but he did walk up to me and he just flat out said, "Hey, did you hear the words kill?" Something on those lines. I said, "Yeah." It was like something like kill, I could have killed, something like that is what I said to him. I didn't know I was being recorded. He didn't tell me. I just said, what it sounded like to me from my angle by the time he got to him.
And I'm going to show you on the screen what's been marked as State's Exhibit Number 3.
Okay.
This is the body cam recording of Investigator McManus.
Okay.
Do you recall making a statement about 7 minutes long, and during that statement to Investigator McManus, you never mentioned the word kill?
I wasn't asked but one time by the cop that walked up to me.
So can you explain any inconsistencies in what's on the recording as opposed to your your testimony today?
Okay. Well, that night we finally got Ms. Crystal Swain in the I guess in the emergency room. We was kind of standing, by, kind of waiting to hear something. Now I knew I wasn't going to be able to leave because the person that was injured, we dropped them off. So I just kind of was standing around, whatever case it be, before I even called the ride or anything like that. One cop walked up to me, and like I said, I don't know no names. One cop walked up to me and said, "Hey, did you hear the words kill?" And I said, "Yeah, it sounded the words, kill. I could have killed you. Should have that." I don't know if he recorded it. I don't know. He just asked me, did I hear the words? I want to say, if I'm not mistaken, later on, I may have been approached by another person. As I think he had Phil. I never spoke to Phil after. Once we got to the location, I never spoke to Phil again. So I don't know what was said or what he said. Somebody else walked up to me and asked me some questions, whatever case it be, and I answered what was asked of me. And that's all I remember as for that part. We were still kind of in shock about this whole thing. 2 people have been shot that I'm cool with. So I was kind of, people asking questions, what happened, so and so on. But yeah, I just remember the one cop just asked me straight up, did I hear the words killed? And then, like I said, another individual asked, and that was it. So if there's this consistency, if the one person was recording me and one wasn't, maybe that's the discrepancy. I know I was asked by one particular cop straight up, did I hear those words?
And I do understand, in a situation like that, things do get a little hectic. So you would remember giving a second statement to Investigator McManus where you changed your initial statement and then you did you do affirm that the word kill was used.
No. No, like I say, no.
And
Yeah.
I think I asked a really terrible question.
You did. I will second that.
Yeah, okay,
So let me rephrase that.
okay.
So you would agree that you did give a statement to Investigator McManus where the word kill was used during the shooting incident.
And before you answer that, don't get hung up on the names, Mr. Carter.
Right.
No one here is trying to say, oh, you told McManus and not Jones.
Right,
I
that's
hear
how
you
it's
loud
done.
and clear. You don't know their names, and that's
Correct.
okay. This is not a quiz about what you
Right.
said to a specific guy.
Right, right. Well, like I said, when I was initially asked, kind of shortly after we got there, like I said, I was about 100 yards away, so I don't know what they were talking about. He just said, hey, you Jamal? I said, yes. And then he asked me, hey, did you hear the word? Like, it wasn't like a long conversation. Now, if he started recording, or the next person I spoke to, there's a couple officers, whether it be a nosy or investigator, I don't know, but a couple people, like I say, one or two people talked to me, plus some other cops that was kind of standing there because there was another shooting that night. So I think the cop may have thought I was with the initial party that was there. I'm not sure. There's a couple people kind of walking up, but I do remember two different, been asked twice, kind of the summary what's going on. So whether I don't know which one I was recording on or not.
And would you agree with me that about 15 minutes may have elapsed between the first question that was asked and the second time you were asked the question?
I don't know the time frame, but I would say it's probably more than 15 minutes because it was a good gap of when we were just kind of standing around trying to get word of what was going on with Cooper and Christopher Swain.
And just to close out, I want to go back to your relationship with Mr. Thomas. You guys are in the same fraternity?
Yes, all of us are.
Are you in the same
Except Mr. Cooper.
Are you in the same chapter?
Christopher Swain, Philip Thomas, and myself were in the same chapter.
And you've known each other for over 10 years?
Correct.
And Phil's like a brother to you?
No, Christopher Swain is more like a brother to me.
I think that's all I have, Judge.
Mr. Carter, you said you rode with Mr. Swain to the hospital.
I rode with Mr. Thomas, taking Swain to the hospital.
Got it. So that was going to be my question: is who drove? So Mr. Thomas drove in his Mercedes. You were a passenger, and obviously Mr. Swain was in the vehicle as well.
Correct.
Were you present for when anyone rendered any medical assistance to Mr. Swain when he was lying there on the ground?
Yeah, I was the one that ran into the house and got the towels. And by then, his sister, I think she was in the house and she ran over there. I ran and got towels. The military training kick in, do a tourniquet, start the bleeding. So I got enough towels for Coop as well as Swain. And thank God I went to the bathroom. That's where I got the towels from.
Good thing you knew where that was.
Right.
So were you the one who put towels on either Mr. Cooper or Mr. Swain, or you gave towels to other people to apply them?
Well, a little bit of both. I gave it to the people that was in front of Cooper, and I was telling them, real quick, hey, well, he was kind of coherent to kind of say what to do as well. I said, hey, Joey, listen to him. He he's not delusional. Like, listen to him. And they was, applying the pressure. I threw the towels. I went over there to Christopher Swain as well, and I'm down there as well, holding while I think his sister, another guest that I don't know who it was that was there, was all trying to, tie a tourniquet to the area we thought where he was bleeding at.
Okay. And do you know how Mr. Cooper got to any hospital?
I want to say Chris' sister and another friend of hers took him to because that was one of the vehicles that was closest. I'm not sure if she took his vehicle or Mr. Swain's vehicle or her own. I just know it was a vehicle close and they got him in there as we were trying to lift Chris Swain into the back of Phil's truck.
Got it. And it sounds like you never got your plate of food.
Absolutely not.
All right. Dang, Swain owes you. All right. Do you have any follow-up, Ms. Hawkins?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Carter, you indicated that Cooper's not known to start anything. How is
No.
Mr. Thomas known?
Pretty much the same, kind of like a, fun-loving guy, he's gonna crack jokes, stuff like that. Kind of, protective of us if, anybody kind of comes around, that, he's like the big brother, of all the guys he, helped pledge or whatever. So, I've never been around where there's an altercation with him at all.
Okay. And just backing up to some of the things you said on cross. When did Mr. Cooper stop charging at Mr. Thomas?
When the shot went off.
Okay. And how
I
many?
never got to him to stop him. But go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I said I never actually made it to him to stop. Because by the time I got to him, the gun went off. And we both kind of jumped back out. He fell back.
Okay. And I know the prosecutor asked you on cross during the interaction between Mr. Cooper and Mr. Richardson, he asked you didn't see any weapons at that time. Is that correct?
Correct.
What you did see was Mr. Cooper put Mr. Richardson in a chokehold.
Yeah, he did have him in the chokehold.
Was it your testimony that it was so tight that he was barely able to breathe?
Objection, speculation.
So the question was what his testimony was. That's okay. So if it's withdrawn, if you recall what your testimony was, you can answer the question.
I would say yes, because Bruce is about 6'3", Coop is maybe 5'7". So for the guy to kind of go limp as he had his hand around him, I would pretty much say this is about military training, hand-to-hand combat. He was losing oxygen and kind of like let go. It was more, yeah, he could have choked him out till he went to sleep, actually.
So Bruce was by far the larger of the two between Coop and Bruce.
Correct.
Okay. And how would you rank, since I know now lines are in height order, if you had to put Phil on a line with Coop, who's a higher number?
Well, it actually depends on the number of people in line, but I think
I know they're different lines, but if they were now on the imaginary 20, they had to repledge.
Right. If it was between the two, Coop would be in front of. Well, yeah, I would say be in front of Phil. They're relatively about the same height, not too far from each other.
Okay. There's not a big size difference. One like with Bruce and Coop, it's not like that.
There's no noticeable, like real, big advantage to neither one of them if they were in a boxing match.
Got it. Okay. Did you have anything else, Ms. Hawkins?
Yes. We have established that there may not be a big size difference. Was there an age difference between the two?
So I'll be 50 this year. So Phil is about 53, I want to say. I'm not mistaken. And Coop is, I don't think he's 40 yet.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Mr. Carter, again, I appreciate you dialing in. I know that it's a complicated time for you and your family. This is important, and we needed you, and you took time to do that. And for that, we are all very appreciative. Can Mr. Carter be excused, or do you expect you might recall him in?
I don't expect to recall, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Hawkins, may he go?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you. You have a good one.
You too. All right. Do you have any other witnesses, Ms. Hawkins or Ms. Foster, on behalf of or in support of the immunity motion?
No, Your Honor. At this time, the defense rests.
Okay. Do you have more evidence you want to put on?
I do have more evidence, Judge. However, I'd like at this time, now that the defense has rested, to make an oral motion to dismiss. I think at this juncture.
Dismiss or deny the motion?
To deny the immunity motion.
Okay.
I think at this point, the evidence that's in the record is insufficient for the defense to carry their burden by a preponderance that the defendant is entitled to immunity in this case. I think that when you heard from the defendant and Mr. Carter, there are a couple of clear things here. Mr. Cooper was unarmed. throughout the entirety of this 7+ hour party. He was unarmed at the time that he approached Mr. Thomas. And he was unarmed at the time that he was shot. I also think that the evidence shows that Mr. Cooper's hands were up while he was running towards Mr. Thomas. I don't think that it's reasonable to utilize deadly force in a scenario where somebody is merely running at you with their hands exposed. Now, I do know that Mr. Thomas did testify that Mr. Cooper's hand was behind his back, but I also, I think that the evidence shows that he may have been pulling his pants up based on Mr. Carter's testimony. I think that at this point, what we have is Mr. Thomas, who doesn't normally arm himself when he gets inside of a vehicle, armed himself prior to Mr. Cooper running at him from a distance between 100 and 200 feet, where he had an avenue of escape. And I think that the record also shows that there was a good bit of distance between Mr. Thomas and Mr. Cooper when the shot was fired, as evidenced by Mr. Carter's testimony when Your Honor asked him about his arm's length away from Mr. Thomas. It was arm's length away plus a couple of steps, which is several feet. So I think that there was definitely other options that could have been utilized by Mr. Thomas prior to resorting to using a firearm, pointing it at the direction of Mr. Cooper and consequently Mr. Swain, who's in the area, and discharging a round, especially given Mr. Thomas's military knowledge, training, and experience over the years, a 20-year career in the military. So I don't think that the defense has carried its burden at this point, Judge, and I would just ask that Your Honor deny the motion.
Before I hear from one of Mr. Thomas's lawyers, what is your response to what I suspect I'll hear, which is there's no duty to retreat? You've explored that very thoroughly. Mr. Thomas could have left after that first verbal encounter where it's described as a headlock. It doesn't sound like it was anything like what Cooper maybe was doing to Bruce, but there was still an exchange. It wasn't a pleasant one. And Mr. Thomas didn't leave that feeling real good about Mr. Cooper. He could have left after that. After encounter 2, where he was punched, he could have left. But he wasn't required to. And even at that ending, when Cooper is running towards him, and that sounds to be uncontroverted, that it is Mr. Cooper who is approaching Mr. Thomas and not vice versa, Mr. Thomas stood his ground. And I think in Georgia, that's okay. There's not an obligation to diffuse or flee. It might be smart. There may have been 15 other better, wiser, more prudent ways to resolve it. But I don't think that's the test I apply, the wisdom test, because he failed. But he was standing his ground, and someone who maybe on several occasions said, I'm going to kill you or could kill you, is running at him and behaving, I think we'd all agree, somewhat erratically. So how does this not keep going forward? In other words, why is it appropriate to deny the motion at this juncture?
And Judge, I think it's important to highlight why he didn't leave, which shows that Mr. Cooper really was not a threat to Mr. Thomas. We have these previous engagements between the two where there's some touching, some tussling, some words exchanged, but at no point in time is a weapon ever seen, a weapon ever alluded to. And I don't think that words, no matter how opprobrious and threatening, should just allow an individual to shoot someone that they know is unarmed.
Okay. What are we going to hear from the defense? Ms. Hawkins?
Your Honor, as the state knows, we only have to satisfy a burden of preponderance of the evidence, which is only a 51% showing that Mr. Thomas acted in self-defense. I'm going to start with the mischaracterization of evidence that the state started with, saying that Mr. Thomas doesn't normally arm himself when he gets in the car. Mr. Thomas got on the stand and he said, my gun goes with me everywhere I go. 99.9% of the time, my gun is in my car. So it's not that he armed himself to go to this party. He arms himself every time he's in his vehicle. So I wanted to start with that. Also, there's been plenty of evidence, and not just the evidence from Mr. Thomas, because obviously he's an interested party. But you've also heard evidence from Mr. Jamal Carter, who explains what's happening in the moment that the shot goes off. I get that there were multiple interactions between Mr. Thomas and Mr. Cooper, and the state indicates that Mr. Thomas was in no real threat during the other altercations. But in this one, when the shot went off, he was. There's a man charging at him who's already said on three times at least, that I will kill you, I should have killed you. Now you're running at me. Is this the time that you're gonna kill me? Because you should have did it before, but now you're coming at me now. So I would submit to you that that is sufficient evidence to say that Mr. Thomas was fearful, and as a reason, he was fearful, and any reasonable person, I would argue, would also be fearful in that moment. But
fearful of what? Because the test is reasonable person, not just your client, but reasonable person. Fearful that he might get a drink knocked in his face again, fearful that he might get punched again, fearful of what?
Fearful that he's going to kill him because he should have killed him before, but he didn't, because obviously Phil's still alive at this third altercation. Right. So I should have killed you. So now that I have the opportunity, I'm going to kill you. So fearful in that he was going to be killed. We're not even talking great bodily harm at this point. We're talking death. And I think that was made clear not only by Mr. Thomas, but also by Mr. Carter. I think there's a lot of discrepancy in the testimony that was provided by Mr. Maddox.
Judge, I'm just going to object to Mr. Maddox.
Yeah, Mr. Maddox, it's fine that he's testified. I can't weigh that because I started thinking about, gosh, there's testimony that Mr. Cooper had his hands in front of him like this when he got shot. And there is testimony like that, but that is something that just because we were accommodating Mr. Carter's schedule, we took out of order.
And that is my mistake, Your Honor.
That's okay. So what we're confined to for this academic exercise is what your client testified to and what Mr. Carter testified to.
Yes, Your Honor. So given the information that was provided, even to the extent that Mr. Carter indicated that Mr. Thomas said, stop, back up. And he did it back up. The only time that Mr. Cooper stopped is after he was shot. There was one shot. And in that one shot, it stopped the threat of Mr. Cooper. So I submit to you, Your Honor, that that's sufficient evidence, at least proof proof by the preponderance of the evidence that Mr. Thomas acted in self-defense, and therefore he should be immune from prosecution.
Okay. So at this point, my finding is that considering just the two witness testimonies, Mr. Thomas, who testified under oath, I feared for my life as this man approached me. And that's why I shot him. That's why I used deadly force. That alone, if one credits that testimony, and that testimony additionally included, I couldn't see his hand. He had his hand behind his back. That alone would meet the burden. There has been some impeachment of that testimony, not through Mr. Maddox, because we're tabling that, but Mr. Carter's description of how Mr. Cooper approached Mr. Thomas is not consistent with what Mr. Thomas said, but it's not, I don't find that there are sufficient inconsistencies yet, just considering those two witnesses, that it was unreasonable for Mr. Thomas to conclude that he was at risk of receiving serious bodily injury or at risk of being killed by the person who was running towards him saying, or yelling, not just saying, either I am going to kill you or I should have killed you before, and approaching beyond the point where we heard from Mr. Carter, Mr. Thomas saying, you need to back up or stop coming towards me. And yet Mr. Cooper persisted. That's not a finding that I'm granting the motion, but it's a finding that based on what I've heard from the first and the third witnesses, there is enough, in particular from the first witness, Mr. Thomas, who has shared with us as the only person in the room who can, this is what he was thinking. I have to push that through the lens of reasonableness, and that will become more fully informed as I suspect I hear more from the state's witnesses about what really would be reasonable to be thinking about Mr. Cooper and the threat that he posed. But I think based on what we've heard from Mr. Thomas and Mr. Carter alone, I can't say that the defense has not met its burden. So motion well taken, motion denied, and we will return to the state's presentation.
Judge, the state will call Christopher Swain to stand.
All right. How come you don't wear a mask anymore? The sheriff say you didn't need to? The chief judge's word was enough? Good. Before you sit down, Mr. Swain, we just need to get you sworn in. Thank you.
Go ahead, have a seat. Stand swear your name for the record.
Chris Swain or Christopher Swain. CHRISSWAIN.
Good afternoon, Mr. Swain. Thank you for being here today. What city and state do you currently live in?
Atlanta, Georgia.
And what do you do for a living?
In education coach, mentor.
Do you have any particular ties to any fraternities?
It's Omega Psi Phi fraternity.
And what particular chapter in Omega Psi Phi are you in?
Phi Kappa, military chapter out of East Point, Georgia.
Phi Kappa,
Kappa.
Phi double Kappa.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Mr. Swain, can you describe for the court how you know Kendrick Cooper?
Kendrick Cooper is one of my fraternity brothers. Pledged Tri-Mu or Mu fraternity, helped with his pledging process, kind of like his mentor, one of his fraternity brothers that kind of helped him through to where he is on fraternity.
And how long have you known Mr. Cooper?
7, 8 years.
And can you describe for the court your relationship with Mr. Philip Thomas?
Yeah, Philip Thomas, pretty much like he's my DP, or Dean of Pledges. The guy that pledged me, brought me through the fraternity. I'm a part of Phi Kappa Kappa. He's also a member of Phi Kappa Kappa as well.
And how long have you known Mr. Thomas?
Since 2010.
And how would you characterize your relationship with Mr. Thomas prior to any incidents we're going to talk about today?
Mr. Thomas is a solid dude. Anything I needed, call for. Sometimes I didn't even have to call him. He would just interject. If I was going through a rough time, financial phase, somewhere to sleep, somewhere to stay, food, you name it, he was always there with me. Coaching tips. He knew I was a high school coach, willing to come talk to my kids about getting to college, the steps they need to take. If you name it, anything.
So you guys are friends.
Yes.
So now I want to draw your attention to May 15th of 2021.
Mhm.
Do you recall any parties that you hosted that day?
Yes, I did. I had a party at my house.
And was your house located at 688 South Elizabeth Place Northwest?
Yes, it was.
Is that located in Fulton County?
Yes, sir.
And what was the party for?
Just us just getting together, nothing really major. Just friends, family. I guess like during the pandemic, nobody was able to get out. Finally had the opportunity to kind of get together and word spread and everybody came over.
And what time did the party start?
Exact time, I really don't know. Can't recall. I say around 3 o'clock, something like that. It was good in the evening.
And about how many people did you have at the house?
Too many.
Yes. What Judge said.
And overall, how long did the party last up until
Up
this
until
incident?
the incident, for sure.
So could you give a time frame?
I
on
said
that?
from 3 to 12 to midnight.
About 8-9 hours.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall witnessing any type of physical altercations between Kendrick Cooper and Phil Thomas that day?
No.
Now, do you recall any incidents that ultimately led to a shooting?
Yes.
So can you describe for the judge kind of what transpired and resulted in this shooting at your party?
I say around 7 o'clock, 7:30. Phil approached me, asked me, do I know Kendrick Cooper? I explained to him, yes, I did. He was like, hey, can you talk to him for me? Or basically see what's going on with him. So I'm not sure exactly what kind of altercation they got into or what disagreement they got into or whatever the case may be. Phil kind of walked off, looked back, let me talk to Coop. I talked to Cooper and I was asking like, what's going on? He was like, I don't know, nothing, man. Like I told the guy, I don't really know who he is, so on and so forth. And that was pretty much it. And I was like, listen, all right, man, well, keep everything cool. I'm going back to host a party. Let me know if you need anything. And that was pretty much it at that point.
Now, Mr. Thomas was a guest at the party.
Yes.
What was Mr. Cooper's standing at the party? Was he also a guest?
Yes, he's actually staying with me at the time. He lives out of state, so he came to visit.
So when you were saying he was staying with you, was that for like a weekend?
Just a weekend.
At your party, was there the consumption of alcoholic beverages?
Yes.
Are you aware of there being any drug use at the party?
No.
After you were approached at about 7 p.m., walk the court through some of the things that happened at the party after you went back to hosting your event.
Dancing, hopping or marching, entertaining people. I then witnessed Cooper and Mr. Thomas kind of hidden behind my house, like have a shed behind my house. And along with some other guys, I guess to have a conversation that I don't know about. I would address the issue around 7 o'clock, 7:30. It had to be like, I say 2 hours later, an hour and a half later, somewhere around that time. At that point, I kind of waved them off, like, y'all go ahead, do what you're gonna do. I was talking to a young lady at the time, so honestly, my focus wasn't on them at all.
It's understood. Do you recall witnessing Phil Thomas make any phone calls that night?
Yes.
What do you recall witnessing during that phone call?
During the phone call, he just kept calling random people. If I'm not mistaken, his line brother, Denarius Hurd, who's a lawyer, Kendrick's line brother, he called him. And everything was referring to, I guess, the altercation him and Coop had gotten into previously. Not previous to the altercation whatsoever. I was literally asked to kind of calm Phil down because he was trying to shoot Coop, something along those lines. So I wanted to go talk to Phil. My biggest thing was, hey man, just go home. We'll figure everything else out. during the situation tomorrow, whatever the case may be, because I'm not sure exactly what's going on. And that went on for a while. We probably was outside maybe 2 hours just having a conversation or me trying to de-escalate the situation to see exactly what was going on.
I want to make sure I followed what you said. So several hours before Mr. Thomas shot Mr. Cooper and you, you had been asked by someone to engage with Mr. Thomas because there was a perception that Mr. Thomas was going to shoot Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
And did you talk to, and it may be you're going there in a minute, did you talk to Mr. Thomas about no shooting at my house? You can't do something like that?
Yeah, that was a given. It was more, I was trying to just get him to leave and go home.
Okay.
And the reason I say that was, he was kind of looking for his gun in his car, and I kind of was looking for his gun in his car. And if you're looking for your gun in your car, then you can get in your car, you can go home. It's just that simple. So he was calling people. I don't know if he was asking for where his gun was, what the case may be, but we couldn't find it. I remember telling him verbatim, just go home. If somebody might have took your gun, they might have took it home or whatever the case may be, and we'll just get it later or we'll get it tomorrow.
I'm sorry, I just keep working on this one.
Yes, sir.
So several hours before the shooting happens, you are encouraging, maybe even directing, because it's your place, Mr. Thomas to leave.
Yes.
He doesn't leave. Does he tell you why he's not going to leave, or he just ignores you? I mean,
No, he kind of refers to it like basically Cooper should be leaving, not him. Pretty much along those lines. For me, I didn't really care who left, but Cooper was already standing there. So that was not even a conversation. It was more that you're at your car. Just go ahead and leave. I figure everything else out from here. I was just trying to de-escalate the situation.
Sure. So a few hours before the shooting, you were with Mr. Thomas at Mr. Thomas's car when Mr. Thomas was looking for his gun.
Yes.
Thank you.
Are you aware of Mr. Cooper getting involved in any other physical altercations with other people at the party that night?
Yes, Cooper got into a physical altercation with a gentleman named Bruce Richards. He got into a physical altercation with him. I was told there was a fight going on in my house when I walked in. It was kind of separated, broke up at the time. I don't know the details that led into it. I did see him and Bruce and Cooper get into an altercation. I did.
And what was the resolution to that altercation?
Bruce ended up leaving, going home.
What did Coop do after Bruce left? Do you remember?
No, at the time, Coop was getting dressed, get ready to go out with his guys from college. Some of his guys from college I had met the night before. They all came down. They was getting ready to go out to like a nightclub or night on the town or something of that nature.
So it's your understanding that he was leaving the party. He wasn't getting kicked out of the party.
No, he was definitely leaving. He was changing clothes to leave.
Well, as I'm getting it, and I'm getting this from you, Cooper couldn't get kicked out because he's staying with you. It's like saying to the resident, you can't reside here anymore.
Right. Like,
why
would I invite somebody in town and tell them they got to go?
Okay.
So we're in this de-escalation period for a couple of hours. It's getting a little later in the evening. And now we can kind of focus on the actual shooting incident. Explain to the court how you recall that entire situation. How did that go down?
So I'm talking to Mr. Thomas or Phil Thomas. And as I'm talking to him, I keep seeing his eyes kind of go over my shoulder. And I'm like, what are you looking at?
Where are you and Mr. Thomas talking?
We're like in the middle of the street towards the schools. Where I stay at on South Elizabeth, I'm literally across the street from John Lewis Invictus or the Old Best Academy.
Okay.
We're pretty much like close to that street, that sidewalk towards the school.
Are you near his car?
Yes. I'm pretty much at the front of his car.
Okay. So you and he are at the car, you're talking with him. And if he's looking up the street towards the stop sign?
Correct. Right
Okay.
behind me, right. Just
Got it. And what are you talking to him about?
Pretty much just like go home.
Okay.
That was my pretty much conversation. Hey, just go ahead and go home. I figure everything else out. We can all have a conversation in the morning. Not sure exactly what's going on, but we have more level heads. That was my goal.
And at some point, did Mr. Cooper become involved with you and Mr. Thomas?
Yes, he did. So Cooper came up behind me. Again, like I said, I turned around. And when I turned around, in my mind frame, I'm de-escalating the situation. I think I got Phil on the ropes. He's about to go home. This will be a good night. We're gonna be fine. Because again, I wanted to get back to the young lady. But I'm being real, that's what I was at. So
You wanted a lady and this other gentleman was just trying to get to his plate of food. Everyone just had these very innocent desires when go do these things.
I don't know if mine was gonna be.
I don't know about how innocent yours were. But
So that was my main goal. And yeah, so I turned around, Coop was behind me, and I was like, no. Like, let me talk, like, just go, just move. Coop kind of side pushed me and was like, what's going on? Like, what's what? I seen Phil raise. I was like, no. Boom, shot Coop.
All right, now you were raising your hands with your palms up and facing towards me. They were outward. Is that your recollection of what Mr. Cooper was doing prior to being shot?
And Coop was like, he was kind of like this, right? I was standing, I guess, on the side of Coop. I just remember when the gun was fired, I was like, you shot me. I thought he just missed Coop altogether. I just remember he shot me. I grabbed my leg and I grabbed the fence because I was actually on the sidewalk at the school. And I just slowly slid down. And I just remember blood just gushing all out of my legs. I remember I was kind of mad because I had some Adidas pants I've been wanting for a while.
the young
And I
lady
had
was
some-
not going to like the blood situation.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but my shoes gone. I was looking for my shoes too. They were gone too. So I had some Adidas pants on some Adidas shoes, but everything was covered in blood. I vividly remember that, and it was black. So I definitely remember that.
So you recall being shot. Do you recall a firearm being pointed at you?
No, not at all.
Do you remember where Cooper was coming from? I know that you said he was coming from behind you.
Mhm.
Do you know where he was coming from or what he was doing?
I wasn't sure. I don't know if he came from my front porch of my house, because the front porch of my house is literally by the stop sign, or he was coming from the vehicle that he's supposed to get into with his friends from the stop sign, but they both was in the same general area.
About how far away were you and Mr. Thomas from that stop sign? Could you estimate the distance?
Yeah, it was probably like 50 feet. It wasn't far.
And how would you describe Mr. Cooper's demeanor when he was approaching you and Mr. Thomas?
Kind of like cool, but irritated. Like, what's the problem? What's the deal? Kind of confused, if you will.
When Mr. Cooper came up, it sounds like he came from behind you, so you didn't necessarily see him coming the whole time.
Correct.
Did he run past you? Did he walk up
So
behind
I
you?
was able to turn around and literally touch Mr. Cooper.
Okay.
Like when I say touch, like grab him by the waist, like, hey, I got this. Kind of. He was like, no, I'm gonna have this conversation with him.
Got it. But as you turned and put your hands on his waist, he wasn't sprinting towards you?
No.
He was either walking or standing still?
Pretty much like right behind me.
Okay.
Mhm.
And you turned and engaged him and he said,
I was able to touch Coop.
got it. And he indicated to you, no, I want to
No,
engage with
yeah,
Thomas.
I'm gonna have a conversation with him.
Got it. He didn't want to talk to you.
Right.
Okay.
Do you recall Mr. Thomas say anything to Cooper?
No, I really don't. I just remember saying no, because I just seen him raising up with the gun.
Throughout the day, do you know if Mr. Cooper was armed with any weapons?
No, not that I know of.
As things escalated throughout the day, was Mr. Cooper armed?
No.
You've testified you saw Mr. Thomas pull out a gun and point it.
Mhm.
At what point did you realize he had a handgun?
Once he pulled it out.
And you didn't have any weapons on you?
No.
I think that's all I have this time, Judge.
All right. Ms. Hawkins or Ms. Foster?
It's me again, Judge.
All right. We're ready for you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Swain.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well.
Okay, so I got some questions for you.
No problem.
I'm gonna start with, this incident took place on May 15th, 2021, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And since this incident has taken place, you've spoken to your sister, Dominique Sadler, correct?
Correct.
You've spoken to Mr. Cooper, correct?
Correct.
You've spoken to Mr. Maddox,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Mr. Maddox is the gentleman who for a while was dating your sister?
Correct.
But you've had conversations with each and every one of those since this incident took place.
Sure.
Okay. So let me just actually start with the direct. The day, your Saturday, May 15th, 2021, actually starts with you going to the Shepherd House, correct? Or Shepherd Center?
Was it? I can't recall.
You don't recall you, Mr. Thomas, Jamal Carter?
Yes, we did, because
Mr. Wright,
Tim was at the Shepherd Center. My line brother,
the
Tim.
line brother,
Correct.
was at the Shepherd Center.
Correct. We all went to go visit him.
Okay. And that was earlier in the day, correct?
Correct.
And you drove your own vehicle?
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Thomas drove his own vehicle.
Correct.
At some point you decided, hey, we about to have a kickback. It's gonna be at my house, correct?
Correct.
And this was not a Omega Psi Phi event.
Not at all.
This was family and friends.
Correct.
You had non-Greeks, Greeks,
Mhm.
women, children.
Correct.
All at the
Grandchildren,
party.
everything. Correct.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Mhm.
Yeah, so couple things.
Yes.
Please wait till Ms. Hawkins is done with her question, even though you know the answer, there's no buzzing in early. And then Ms. Hawkins, you're doing a rapid fire questioning because you're just providing a setting, but you need to make sure Greeks, non-Greeks, and he's saying yes to each one and you're adding it. So we can't have you all talk over each other.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thanks.
Okay, so, and you said this party starts sometime in the afternoon.
Correct.
Before you make it back from the Shepherd Center, there's people already at your house, correct?
Correct.
And they've kind of gotten things rolling.
Was that yes?
Okay. And you get back, it's your house, you're the host of the party.
Mhm.
You gotta say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay.
No
So, and as you and the judge indicated, there were too many people at the party.
So that was a lot.
A lot of people. Got it. So you indicated that Mr. Cooper was already at your house.
Was he? I'm not sure. I know some people that were already there waiting on me. I can't recall exactly who they were.
Was he staying? He was staying at you though.
Correct.
Staying at your house. I'm
Mhm.
sorry.
But he wasn't like there 24/7 or waiting on me to come.
Okay.
I can't say that he was sitting there waiting on me.
So he was essentially just coming and going as he pleased while he stayed in the house with you.
Correct.
Okay. And everybody was just having a good time, right?
Great time.
So I'm going to direct you to, well, you made a statement to the police, correct?
Yes.
The day of the incident happened on the evening of May 15th, but you
Correct.
spoke to the officer either the next morning, correct?
I think it was next morning or the day after that, something like that.
Did they come to your place or were you part of this? A bunch of people went to the hospital.
No, when I made
Okay, you went to the hospital. You got shot. So of course you went to the hospital. Did they come to you at you just stayed home to clean up, including your Adidas. You had to clean those up.
didn't get
So you went to the hospital. The police came to you. I don't know how long you were out before you were able to interact with folks.
correct. So now it might have been the next day or 2 days after, but yes, I talked to a detective or officer that came into the hospital and had a conversation with me.
Okay. So this was at Grady where you met with the police.
Correct.
Okay.
And you would agree with me that the conversation you had about the incident on either May 16th or some day after is closer in time to the incident date than today is, correct?
The 15th, you mean?
Yes.
You said 16th.
The 15th, the 15th, you said, let me back up. You said the party ended at 12 a.m. So we're now into the 16th.
Okay.
So you get transported to the hospital, correct?
Yes,
So it's now the 16th, May 16th.
all right,
And the officers come talk to you May 16th.
yes, I guess.
And it's fair to say that the statement you made on May 16th is more accurate or more close in time to the statement or to the incident date, correct?
I guess.
Okay. So so the statement that you made was truthful, correct?
Yes,
And you were giving the full scope of what happened on that incident date, correct?
okay, yes,
And you told the officers everything that you knew.
from that standpoint, I think.
Okay. And at no point did you describe multiple times at no point did you say at 7 o'clock, I told Phil to go home.
I wasn't 7 o'clock when I told Phil to go home.
Okay, I guess we need to walk back through what the prosecutor was asking you because I'm a little confused about the timing. My understanding is that you indicated that you spoke to Phil around 7 o'clock.
No,
Okay.
I said around 7 o'clock, Phil came up to me,
Is
had
that
a conversation with me about, do I know who Kendrick Cooper is?
not a conversation?
Yes, but I didn't tell him to go home.
Okay, so you had a conversation with Phil at 7 o'clock.
Mhm.
And he asked you who Mr. Cooper was.
Correct,
And during that conversation, you explained to him who Mr. Cooper was.
correct,
And then that conversation ended.
correct.
And you indicated that you were going to go talk to Mr. Cooper about what Mr. Thomas had already said to you.
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated that after you talked to Mr. Thomas, you went and talked to Mr. Cooper.
Correct. Well, we all were standing together, all three of us. Mr. Thomas walked off
Okay.
from him having a conversation. I turned to Coop and addressed Coop about the conversation.
And that's when he said, look, there's not an issue.
Correct.
Okay. And so there's no issue. So at some point later, there becomes another incident where Mr. Thomas and Mr. Cooper are in each other's presence.
Correct.
Okay. And when you are talking about how you're standing, having a conversation with Mr. Cooper, Mr. Thomas,
Mhm.
you guys are at his vehicle, correct?
That's the third time, yes.
The third time.
Correct.
And the third time, the conversation is at the very end of the night. Everything's getting shut down.
Well, not necessarily shut down. The party was still going.
So about what time was the third incident or the third interaction?
It was around between 10 and 11, 12 o'clock, somewhere around that time before we got shot.
So we're talking about a 2-hour window span.
Correct. No, that's right. That's right. That's accurate. We was outside that long having a conversation.
You and Mr. Thomas were
Yes.
outside that long having a conversation.
Correct.
Okay. So you guys are outside having a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Thomas is getting ready to leave.
No, I'm trying to convince Mr. Thomas to leave.
He's at his car
He's at his car looking for his gun.
looking for his gun.
Correct.
Okay. And it's not his gun is not on his person. Because
No.
if it was on his person, he know where it is, correct?
Correct.
So he's looking in the back of his car for his gun.
Looking for in the back, front, side, doors, looking everywhere for his gun.
Okay. And I imagine at some point he finds his gun.
Correct.
Okay. And when he finds his gun, he's leaving, right?
No. He
So
never had an
I
intention.
let me tell you what I understand the record to be, so we don't rehash this. And then you go where you want to go with it. My understanding is, Mr. Swain, is that you and Mr. Thomas spent some time at his car a couple hours before the shooting when he's looking for his gun, because you had heard, hey, this guy's looking for his gun. You went out and engaged with him and said, just get in the car. Just get in the car and leave. You know what? Come back tomorrow. We'll find your gun if someone took it. Life will be better for everyone in 12 hours. These are my words, not yours, but you should leave.
Pretty much.
Mr. Thomas declined to leave. You disengage, go back to being the host of the party. Fast forward 2 hours, you and Mr. Thomas are back at the car again. You're actually by the school having a conversation. That's when Mr. Cooper came up from behind and the shooting happened.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. I was unclear about how many times we were at Mr. Cooper's car. Mr. Thomas's car
Mhm.
before Mr. Cooper approaches it.
Okay.
So in the second encounter with you standing at Mr. Thomas's car,
Mm-hmm.
that is when Mr. Cooper approaches, correct?
Correct.
And he approaches from behind.
Behind me, yes.
So Mr. Thomas can see Mr. Cooper approaching,
Correct.
but you can't.
Correct.
Okay. So you don't see Mr. Cooper run up.
No,
You don't see where his hands are as he's coming up.
no,
You just see Mr. Cooper once he gets to the space that you're in.
correct. That's when I turn around.
Okay. And when Mr. Cooper got to Mr. Thomas's car,
Mhm.
that is when you try to stop Mr. Cooper, correct?
Yes. Excuse me. Yes.
Because Mr. Cooper was coming at Mr. Thomas.
No. He was walking up to where Mr. Thomas was at. I turned around because I had the situation under control, at least I felt. So if his presence is in the area, then he's gonna get irritated again. Phil would. When I feel like at that point, I could have talked Phil down probably another 2 or 3 minutes to go home. Does that make sense? So if you're irritated with an individual and then that person shows back up, if you're at 2, you go back to 10.
That's your assumption.
Correct.
Okay.
So that's how I felt about it. So I thought I had everything under control. If he doesn't show up, everybody goes home. We can talk about this tomorrow morning.
But Mr. Cooper did show up.
He did. Correct.
Okay. And you tried to, from what I understand, you tried to grab Mr. Cooper and he told you, nah, get off me.
I was just like, yeah, come, like, hey, bro, I got this. Like, don't step back. I got this.
But he didn't step back.
No.
And all this is taking place within, I guess, feet, inches of Mr. Thomas's vehicle.
I think we're at the front of it, yes.
And in that statement, so, okay, let me just back up to your relationships with Mr. Cooper and Mr. Thomas.
Correct.
So you know both of them, correct?
Yes.
And you've known both of them for a good amount of time,
Yes, I
correct?
do. Yes, ma'am.
How long have you known Mr. Cooper?
Mr. Cooper, probably, it's like 7, 8 years, something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And how long have you known Mr. Thomas?
Definitely since 2010, for sure.
2010. Okay. And you would say that you were closer to Mr. Cooper?
No, not really. I would give more time towards Mr. Thomas than I would Mr. Cooper.
Okay. So the statement that you made as it relates to all of this incident, back when the incident occurred, you indicated that you were standing there having a conversation with Phil and you were trying to calm Phil down, correct?
Correct.
And you were focused on calming Phil down and not Mr. Cooper, correct?
Correct.
And at that moment, you were talking to Mr. Thomas.
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Thomas wasn't yelling or screaming at you.
No.
He was ideally calmed, correct?
Come.
Okay. And he wasn't yelling back and forth to Mr. Cooper.
No.
He wasn't spewing threats or anything to Mr. Cooper.
No.
You and Mr. Thomas were just talking to one another as friends.
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Thomas was by his own truck,
Mhm.
not by Mr. Cooper's car or
Correct.
vehicle.
Correct.
Okay. And your statement to Investigator Smallwood was that you were paying attention to Phil, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Phil was standing outside of his truck,
Yes.
with his back to the truck.
Yes.
Okay. And you were standing kind of like in front of, but to the side of Mr. Thomas, correct?
I think I was standing directly in front of him, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And that means your back was to your house.
My back was to the stop sign. My house is to the left.
Okay. But you were So the stop sign is back here
Correct,
and your house is kind of like right here.
correct.
Okay. And I mean, so when you couldn't have seen where where Mr. Cooper's hands were as he was approaching, correct?
Correct. I didn't see him at all.
Okay,
I seen literally off of Phil's eyes. That's how I seen him. If someone keeps looking in a certain direction, we have a tendency as people to look that direction.
okay,
So Phil did like 2 or 3 times. I turned to look, I didn't see nothing. I turned around and Cooper was behind me, walking up behind me. That's when I was like, no, no, no. I got this under control. He moved me to the side. He was like, what's going on?
okay. And looking at Phil's eyes, he looked concerned?
Kind of like, yeah, that's him, or whatever the case may be.
Okay,
Because at this point, we already know it's an altercation. We already know it's an issue. So, but I'm saying if we already know it's an issue, I'm trying to de-escalate the issue. The gentleman shows up that you have an issue with, there's probably gonna be another issue.
but you weren't privy to whatever happened between them earlier in the day?
I kind of had an idea what happened to them earlier today,
You didn't see it?
but I didn't see it. No,
So you heard from somebody else?
no. Didn't hear anything from anybody else. I didn't speak on it, and I won't speak on it because I didn't see it. I just knew they had an issue or they had an altercation. Period. That's all I know.
But you know that because either Mr. Cooper or Mr. Thomas told you, or someone else told you that?
I heard other people talking about it,
Okay.
but everybody didn't know. So say if we had 50 people at the party, out of 50 people, probably 5 might have known what happened. I heard them speak about it. Again, I was hosting the party. Whatever they had, they dealt with it. I already addressed the situation earlier at like 7:30. They got back into it. Why they got back into it, that I don't know. Why you got other people involved, that I do not know. How did we go from that altercation to someone being shot around 12 o'clock? That I still don't know. So I'm lost on it altogether.
Okay. And so Coop is now behind you
Correct?
and you're in front of Phil.
Yes.
And you indicate that you see Phil raise his gun.
Yes.
And when you say raise his gun, he brings it up.
Yes.
Cooper's not shot in the chest, is he?
No.
He's not shot in the head, is he?
Correct.
He's not really shot in the upper body, correct?
I think it knows Adam, like ab area.
Down here.
Correct.
And you'd agree that Mr. Cooper and Mr. Thomas are about the same height?
I'm not sure. Probably 5'11", 5'10", 6 feet. I'm not sure.
But they're roughly, no one towers over the other.
Not that I can think of.
And where do you compare? Are you about the same height as those two guys?
I probably am 6 feet.
But on direct, you also said to Cooper, hey, I got this. And Coop was like, nah.
Correct.
So Coop, you couldn't stop Cooper.
And at that time, no. By the time I moved Coop out the way, Coop moved me out the way, excuse me, Coop was being shot. What was there to stop?
Okay, but and I'm just gonna go back to what you described.
Mhm.
You're standing directly in front of Mr. Thomas.
Correct.
And Coop comes up from behind
Correct.
and he moves you out the way.
No, I turned to Coop and look at Coop like, hey, I got this. Then Coop's to push me to the side. And then Coop, I guess, engages Mr. Thomas.
So when you turn,
Mhm.
are you turning and moving, or you're here and you do this?
I'm turning, I'm moving, and I'm like trying to just hey, calm down. I got this. It's
Okay,
the situation's taken care of.
okay. But in doing that, turning and moving,
Uh-huh.
Cooper doesn't stop. He's still coming to Mr. Thomas.
Correct.
And also during that interview with Detective Smallwood, you indicated that you don't think Phil meant to shoot you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You weren't Phil's target.
Correct. If I spent 2 hours outside talking to him, we had no altercation. No, he didn't intend to shoot me at all. Not at all.
Previously, prior to today's testimony in court, and probably, I think it was sometime closer to the incident day, you had a conversation with someone that worked in my office, correct?
Who?
You spoke to Mr. Thomas's attorney or one of his attorneys at some point.
Probably did. Because I'm not saying that. I don't spoke to so many people from field side or other people. I don't know, not being funny. I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's fine.
But I probably did.
You probably did. Okay. And in that conversation that you probably had, you talked about how you have a civil case pending and you
Mhm.
are looking to get paid for your injuries, correct?
Judge, I'm gonna object to relevance.
No, I'm looking for a response.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I heard it.
Your
what
Honor,
he
I
said.
think it goes to the credibility of the witness and his testimony.
Okay, you can keep asking.
Okay. Well, yes, I do. But I haven't filed a civil suit towards Mr. Thomas.
One second.
You said you have not?
No.
Okay. So your statement was, I haven't filed a lawsuit yet,
Correct.
but you do have an attorney.
I do not.
At this time, you don't have an attorney?
No, I do not.
But when you spoke to the individual,
I was speaking to, I was speaking to, and I have spoken to several attorneys that I asked to represent me in a civil suit. No one has represented me. No one will represent me.
Okay. And let me just back up to that conversation that you were having with Mr. Thomas for 2 hours outside.
Mhm.
Where was this young lady that you were trying to court?
She's probably on the house, at the house, on the patio, doing whatever she was doing. I'm not sure at that time. That
But you
wasn't my
were-
focus.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but I'm not sure.
But you were so busy trying to get back to her, you were able to spend 2 hours outside of the field talking?
At that point, I was focused on the situation at hand. I ain't telling me what was going on. She had nothing to do with anything.
So I just want to clarify, because I'm confused about these two conversations, these two long conversations you had with Phil outside.
Okay.
So you had 1 2-hour conversation with him,
Mhm.
and then you had another 2-hour conversation with him.
No, we went inside that long. No.
Okay. But you did have a conversation with him before all of this happened?
Yes.
No further questions at this time.
Okay, I have a couple areas I want to cover with you, and then we'll see if there's any redirect.
Yes.
My understanding from your testimony is, in effect, you had 3 conversations with Mr. Thomas. You may have seen him a bunch of times that night,
Right.
but there was the one where you and he and Mr. Cooper around 7:00. He's like,
Mhm.
"Hey, who's this Cooper guy? Hey, he's all right." And
Right.
Mr. Thomas wandered off, and you spoke with Mr. Cooper. He says, "It's all good."
Right.
You take them at their word, you're doing your thing.
Mhm.
Fast forward a few hours and you find yourself with Mr. Thomas at his car.
Mhm.
You've already heard word that Mr. Thomas is looking to get his gun. He's still mad about things. You're trying to get him to leave. He can't find his gun. He's looking all around. That exchange you had with Mr. Thomas out of his car, the first of 2 that you had out of his car, are you saying that that lasted for 2 hours, or it was about 2 hours before the shooting?
No, it had lasted for 2 hours.
You and he went back and forth.
Like we was outside, whether he was calling someone on the phone, whether I was trying to calm him down,
Okay.
whatever the case may be. That window, that span of window was about a 2-hour window.
That was long.
Yes.
Okay. About how much time, give or take, was there from when that ended and there was that second conversation with him at the side of his car when Coop showed up? Or was that all part of the same
All of
2?
it- excuse me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. My apologies.
It's okay.
All of us pretty much together, like
Got it.
one long span.
Okay, so you were still in the course of encouraging Mr. Thomas to leave when at the very end because you got shot, at the very end, Mr. Cooper showed up.
Correct.
That would have been part of it, just it was at the back end.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Did you hear Mr. Cooper yelling anything about killing anyone, or I should have killed you, or I'm gonna kill you, as Mr. Cooper was approaching you and Mr. Thomas at the very end of the night at your house?
No, if I did, I would have probably turned around before, just reading Mr. Thomas' eyes.
Okay, and you were always closer to Mr. Cooper than Mr. Thomas was because you were in between Mr. Cooper as he approached, even though you didn't know he was approaching, and Mr. Thomas.
Correct.
So anything Mr. Cooper's saying is effectively going by your ears all the way to Mr. Thomas, if Mr. Cooper was saying anything.
Correct.
All right, last area for me. You ultimately are shot. You told me you reach out, grab the fence and slide down. About how far were you and Mr. Cooper from Mr. Thomas when he pointed the gun at Mr. Cooper and shot him?
I'm thinking a couple of feet, maybe like a car length.
Okay,
If I'm not mistaken, he's probably at the back passenger door or the back of his vehicle, and Cooper was at the front,
sure.
and I was to the side, like I guess the sidewalk where I was shot at.
Could you or Mr. Cooper have reached out and touched Mr. Thomas at the time the shot was fired, or was he further away than that?
I definitely couldn't have,
Okay,
like at all. Like he was nowhere near me
okay.
in order for me to touch him.
All right. And what's your recollection as to whether Mr. Cooper was so close or not so close to Mr. Thomas that he could have reached out and touched him? Not that he did, but that's how close they were.
Mr. Cooper was not when he got shot, I don't think he was close to him as arm reach, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. All right. Mr. Costello, do you have any other questions for Mr. Swain?
I don't think so, Judge.
All right. Ms. Hawkins, may Mr. Swain be excused?
No, Your Honor, I have follow-up to the questions that you just asked him.
Fair enough.
Okay. Mr. Swain, you
Yes.
indicated that, I think what I heard you say was that Mr. Cooper was not within arm's reach of Mr. Thomas when he was shot.
Correct.
But didn't you indicate that you were standing directly in front of Mr. Thomas when y'all were talking?
Correct.
And when Mr. Cooper when you recognized that he was there, he was on your back, he was right here behind you.
Correct.
You turned around
Correct.
and you tried to stop him.
Mhm.
You couldn't stop him. He kept coming.
Mhm.
And Mr. Thomas is still standing right here.
I guess so. I don't know what Mr. Thomas was at that point as far as the distance.
All right, nothing further.
All right. May Mr. Swain be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Swain, thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Who's your next witness, Mr. Costello?
Call Brian York to the stand, Judge.
Okay, and just for afternoon break perspective, about how long do you think, this is former Officer York or current Officer York?
This is a former officer. I gotta take him today because it's not available tomorrow.
Today's fine. How long do you think his direct will last?
I don't think it will be long, Judge. After that, I plan on calling Mr. Cooper, which is probably gonna be a very long direct and a long cross. So I don't know if you want to break at that point for the day. I know you have a hard stop at 4:30.
Let's take Officer York. I want to use as much of today as we can. So we'll take Officer York and then we will start with Mr. Cooper. We won't finish with Mr. Cooper today, but that's what we'll do. So if you have anyone else here who you expected would testify, you're free to excuse them for the day. Don't release anyone from a subpoena because it may be that Mr. Thomas's team is relying on their presence through your subpoena. But it sounds like we'll get through Officer York and then some of, but not all of Mr. Cooper.
I think so, Judge.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I am not quite sure about that, only because I assume that they're getting ready to admit body camera footage. And I would ask for the judge, for Your Honor, to acknowledge the rule of completeness. There's parts that are probably gonna be relevant to their argument, and then there's parts that are relevant to our argument. And the body cams are long.
So a couple things on that. We don't need to play them all right now. If they're in evidence and you want me to watch all of it, I'll watch all of it. My request would be if there are parts you want me to watch, you say, hey, watch from minute 12 to 32. I will watch all of it if you don't give me guidance, but I'd love to get some guidance. You're also free to play some with the officer because Rule 106 is critical. And I wouldn't ever assume just the piece that one side wants to play is the whole story. I don't know that it's the best use of everyone's time for all of us to sit here, you press play and I watch. I can do that back in chambers. So let's have former Officer York testify. And then we can take a brief break and then we'll get into Mr. Cooper's testimony. But no side is precluded from, assuming the video is admitted, from requesting that I watch all of it. I will do that.
Thank you,
Okay,
Your Honor.
you bet. So let's get Officer York in here, please.
And this tab where he.
Hey,
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give to the court is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, go ahead and watch yourself as you walk to the seat. Get as close as possible to the microphone. You're gonna state your first and last name for the record and then spell it for us.
Brian York, BRIAN YORK.
Good afternoon, Mr. York. Thank you for being here. Mr. York, where are you currently employed?
I work for myself. I'm a custom home builder in West Georgia.
And were you previously employed by the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And how long were you employed there?
About 3 years.
And what years were those?
That's 2019 through 22.
And during that time, were you a post-certified officer?
Yes, sir.
And what were your general duties as a patrol officer?
So I started on patrol, and at the time of the incident in question, I was on a specialized unit. We did investigations, undercover work, crime suppression, different things like that.
And were you assigned to a particular area within the city of Atlanta?
Yes, sir. Zone 2.
And can you just describe for the judge, I'm not sure if he knows where Zone 2 is at.
Basically North Atlanta, say Lenox Mall. The south lines would be kind of where you hit the top part of downtown, and then Cheshire Bridge Road. It's kind of that corridor up there on the north side.
And as part of your duties as a patrol officer, do you often have to respond to Grady Hospital for a myriad of reasons?
I've had to go there many times. Yes, sir.
And I want to draw your attention to the early morning hours of May 16th of 2021. Do you recall assisting on a person shot call?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the judge kind of how you got involved in this case?
So I was at Grady Hospital. I had apprehended a gentleman who got rejected at the city jail. Normally when they're intoxicated, they won't let them in. So they take them to, there's a jail in Grady. So I was on my way home, walking out, and as I'm walking out, cars pulled up and people were frantic, and you could tell a situation had happened, and it's my duty to be involved. So I did my best I could to help.
wrong place, wrong time for you.
It's the story of my life.
And so during this scene over at Grady Hospital, did you learn that there were two individuals shot in a single incident?
Yes, sir.
And was that initial incident location at 688 South Elizabeth Place?
We did find that out eventually.
And is that located in Fulton County?
Yes, sir.
And 688 South Elizabeth Place, is that in Zone 2?
No, sir.
Where is that located?
I believe it's in Zone 1 on the west side.
Now, while you're outside of Grady and there's this commotion going on and there are people shot, did you have an opportunity to interview the defendant in this case, Mr. Phil Thomas?
Yes, sir.
And this was at 80 Jesse Hill Jr. Drive.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what happened during your interaction with him?
So after everything had calmed down, the paramedics and hospital staff had gotten the people who needed medical care, towards where they could triage them. I was trying to figure out what happened. I had no idea anything. So I was speaking to everyone as if they were witnesses. And so that's the first person I went and spoke to. My understanding at the time was that he was operating the vehicle. I saw identification in the vehicle of the defendant. And so I just went to ask him what happened. I had no knowledge of anything of the whole incident. So I was just trying to figure out so I could get information across to other officers.
And as an Atlanta police officer, were you equipped with a body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
And are those cameras used to actively record police-citizen encounters?
Yes, sir.
And did you have your body worn camera recording during this interaction with Mr. Thomas?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm showing defense counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Mr. York, handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's the footage of my body worn camera from that morning.
And you've had an opportunity to review it?
Yes, sir.
And are there any material alterations or deletions to it?
No, sir.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of what you were a part of at Grady Hospital on May 16th of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender States 1 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States 1 is admitted.
And you said previously that you had that conversation with Mr. Thomas about what was going on. Was he considered in custody, in your opinion?
No, sir.
Was he ever restrained physically?
No, sir.
Was he ever threatened or coerced?
No, sir.
Did he freely and voluntarily give you a statement?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever read him his Miranda rights?
No,
Is there a particular reason why?
I didn't consider him to be in custody at the time that I was talking to him.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to publish a portion of Mr. York's, or at the time, Officer York's body camera. I can proffer to the court the entire length of this body cam is 75 minutes long. However, the statement the state is seeking to publish is approximately 9 minutes.
Okay. And you're free to publish whatever part you want, whether it's Ms. Foster or Ms. Hawkins. I'm happy to hear other parts today, or to be directed towards other parts, or grudgingly to be told, watch all 75 minutes, because I'll do that if that's what we need to do to get the whole context. But certainly you can play your 9 minutes. If you are sharing video with audio, and clearly the audio is the important part here since it's a statement, make sure you check the little box when you're sharing screen in the lower, I think it's the lower left-hand corner, but there are a couple little boxes that say share audio. Make sure you do that so that it flows through the system.
And that's D1. I mean, that's.
And I don't see your machine on here. Ms. Jackson's is, are you? We've got Ms. Franks, Ms. Jackson. Oh, there you are. You're on there. Never
I
mind.
didn't signify ADA.
No. I missed it. It's right there. Who's Ms. Franks?
He's with our office, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. All right.
Judge, for the record, I'm going to 9-minute, 45-second mark of this body cam.
Can you start at 9:34 or 9:30?
9:30?
Yeah.
I can start at 9:30. Or how about 9:28, because it's easier to get my mouse there.
9:28.
Audio, sound.
Doesn't just ghost us, but we need to make the car a crime scene, so never, don't let him go in at all, because he's possibly a suspect. Okay? Yes, sir.
And moved it. So did you?
Down to Grady, y'all. Run down to Grady.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Because based on our change, I don't know if you jumped. Did you skip that part?
Take it right to, you want me to take it back to 9:23?
This, based on what you sent us, it's at 9:34. So I just want to get that part in.
Info, correct? we do have, yes. Okay, I'm gonna stay next to him so he doesn't just ghost us. But we need to make the car a crime scene, so don't let him go in at all.
Gotcha.
Because he's possibly a suspect. Okay?
Gotcha. Yes, sir.
There's a police officer here now. Come down to Grady, dog. Come down to Grady. On everything. Come down to Grady. I'm finna talk to Officer York now. Come down to Grady, dog, right now. All right.
Yes, sir. What?
Officer York, okay. We was at a,
And that's the only weapon you had. I saw your carry license.
no, that's my carry license.
You don't have one on you?
No, 20-year veteran.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Everything that's said.
We're gonna just hold the car as the supervisor
All day.
wants to hold the car for
Do
now.
any-
So what happened today,
Do
sir?
any and everything we need to do. We had a situation. We was at a barbecue
Yes, sir.
today. We was at a barbecue.
And what happened?
Everybody was getting ready to leave with fraternities and everything else. Attitudes started shifting. This gentleman, I don't even know this guy from a bucket of paint. This gentleman started popping off at some of my chapter bros.
Yes, sir.
My chapter bros, Officer York, approximately 50, 60 chapter bros. But the gentleman that was popping off, in difference to my chapter bros, is also our fraternity brother, different chapter. You feel me? So, at that point, stuff got out of hand. I checked him. Somebody else had words from me. Everybody about to disperse in front of, and the school is, this will give you an idea where we at. The school is John Lewis
You
Academy.
said John Lewis Middle School?
Bankhead.
Yes, sir. Right
Yes,
at the Bankhead.
okay.
And you
88 Elizabeth.
guys were on Elizabeth
Yeah, at the house right across the street.
doing the barbecue thing.
Yes, all us chapter bros, we've been doing barbecues at that house and for the principal of John Lewis for years.
Yes, sir.
Before John Lewis, it was Ben Carson.
Yep, yep.
Okay, now, so we there, this, that, and the third. So the guy kept popping off. Me and the guy had words. Him, the guy and other people had words. So I'm like, hey man, this is not the function. You're not part of this chapter. Though you part of our fraternity, this is not the function for this, and the third. Prior to that, I talked, and the phone records will show if y'all pull them. I talked to some of his chapter bros like, this ain't cool. Let this go, boom, boom, boom. Everybody's starting to leave. I get my gun, put it in the front seat.
Where it is right now.
Got a retired military. Got my paperwork for the Cab County.
Yes, sir.
And everything else, this, that, and the third.
I saw your carry license.
I'm an educator. I'm associate athletic director for Morehouse College.
Very cool.
I'm a model. So I'm doing everything, this, that, and the third. So we get in the car. This guy's still having beef, talking shit to everybody. I'm like, dude, that's not even necessary. Fuck you up, this, that, nigga, I'll kill you.
Was everyone intoxicated or?
First of all, not
It's okay.
everyone.
It's okay.
50%.
A lot of,
50%.
a big group were.
I'm like, dude, that's not even necessary.
I was mostly talking about the people in the
Okay.
dispute.
You are Phil Thomas.
Yes, sir.
This guy coming, I'm like, where's my gun? I'm taking my gun, putting it in the front seat, taking my charger from the house, put my charger in the front seat, put my towel in the front seat. Everybody, time to go.
Like the video,
Oh,
not the volume.
I mean, it's not syncing up exactly. Is there body movement that's essential or is it the audio?
No, I just want to make sure that it wasn't discussed.
Yeah,
Fine.
no, it's our system.
Okay.
I mean, it's probably his computer.
But go ahead. I don't have an objection. I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
I wasn't going crazy.
He rushes talking all this loud stuff. Fuck you up, this, and that. Honestly. Everybody backs up like, who this guy? He's saying all this, and I'm like, dog. It ain't that type of party. Let that go. He rushed me in self-defense. I'm like, yo. And I point my gun at him at the discharge. He drops. Everybody scatters. I'm being transparent.
So he was rushing you
He rushed me at the Elizabeth.
to fight you or?
Fight, harm, whatever the case may be. He's
What were you
rushing.
thinking when he came at you?
He was trying to harm me.
Okay.
I had my gun, this charger, my cell phone, my car keys. Dude, what are you doing? Fuck you. You this, that, you ain't shit. I kill you, nigga. Whoa, bam. Did that. Wait a minute. Drop this, drop my car keys.
How you doing? You good?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay. Drop my car keys, drop this, drop my phone on the ground. Whoa, what the fuck? After I discharged. 12 o'clock. My frat brother, Swain, that we put in my truck to bring here, over here at 9
We
o'clock.
just got out of the back,
Yeah, he's at 9 o'clock.
right beside you,
I don't know what happened. I'm at 12 o'clock with this knucklehead.
and you're zoomed in on.
I don't know what happened at 9 o'clock. Everybody started to scream, this, that, and the third. By 12 o'clock, it's a gentleman. Somebody grabbed him and they disappeared. I'm like, man, that's fucking bullshit. At my 9 o'clock, I see my frat brother, i.e. my mentee. Swain, what the fuck? Everybody like, what happened? We don't know.
So when you turned around, what did you see?
We just saw him balled up in
Okay.
the fetal
You
position.
didn't hear anything? It's completely normal. Auditory.
grabbed
excuse me,
him.
You're in a stressful thing.
Me and the gentleman that rode with me, Jamal Carter, we all frat brothers. We grabbed him. He's a school teacher like myself. We put him in the back of my car. We come straight here.
And I did see.
We come straight here.
See, I don't even work the area that this happened in,
We
but I
come-
saw that people were en route here.
We come straight here. Because I don't know
If you
what
wanna-
happened to him.
When he got hit in the leg, that's the artery spot.
He's 9 o'clock.
Yep.
By 12 o'clock, saw this guy rushing me and the guy that was in the passenger side with me. Motherfucker, I kill you. I got my weapon, my charger, not to scare you. I'm reaching for I'm not saying you that tight. I'm just reaching. I got
Well, I saw your
one,
gun in there, unless you're
2,
unless
3.
you're John Wick.
No, I got 3 items and my gun.
And then that in that what's
I
in,
got-
what's in that pocket?
Oh, this is all of my
No gun in
ID
there.
cards. No, all my ID cards showing military, this and that.
All right, so look,
I gave this.
What's your first name, sir?
My name is Philip.
Philip.
Philip Thomas.
Can I call you Mr. Thomas or is Philip okay?
Whatever you feel
I'm gonna go
comfortable
with
to
Mr.
get this
Thomas
done.
because I'm a Southern guy.
Yeah,
I
I'm
was
Thomas.
raised- All right, so here's
We put the guy
here's what the
from
thing
my
is.
9
Hold
o'clock.
on. Let me, I understand it.
Yes, sir.
All right, now I'm gonna do this the right way as long as you keep doing it the right way with me, okay?
And I have no problem with that.
Right now, you're gonna be not under arrest, but you're
Yes.
gonna be detained. You're not free to go
Fine.
because this has got to get investigated.
Fine.
Now, you're acting good with me, so I'm not even gonna put you in handcuffs to detain you because we got your gun over there.
Fine.
But I'm gonna hang with you until we figure out what we wanna do with
And
the
I swear
person
to
who's
Jesus,
investigating
all
this.
that is fine. That guy that's walking up in that cargo shorts and that purple shirt rode with me
He
to
was
bring our fraternity brother to Grady.
Can you call him over here too?
Yeah.
Does he carry him?
No, he's a retired soldier like me.
And that's okay. Guns are
Yeah.
cool.
Jamal,
Zone 1?
Jamal.
Zone 1?
And for the record, Judge, I'm gonna stop the recording at the 18-minute mark on the dot. Mr. York, that was the recording of the statement that you took from the defendant.
Yes.
And at any point in time, did he ever mention anything about someone's hand being behind their back?
No.
Did he ever motion that his hands, that somebody's hands were behind their back?
No.
After you took a statement from Mr. Thomas, what else did you do to assist in the investigation?
Anything I could, just try to make myself useful to try to help, answer any questions anyone had. Maybe wait till any investigators were coming, so I could just make sure that it was as thorough as possible.
And can you just kind of explain how the Atlanta police process is for investigating a person shot call generally?
When it escalates to that level, there's special investigative units that would investigate either aggravated assaults or if it rose to the level of homicide, the special investigators would come. And in the way that we work, it's generally, once you find out it's something along those lines, you kind of shut everything down and wait for them to come so that they can do everything the right way.
And in this case, did you transfer responsibility to another investigator?
At that time, I believe, just on my recollection, I transferred it to the Zone 1 officers arriving. And it would have been their case from the beginning. And I just tried to make myself useful for any statements and anything along those lines.
Okay, I think that's all I have for now, Judge.
Okay, so it's a Zone 1 case because Elizabeth Street is in Zone 1. I think you're actually in Zone 5 at Grady.
Yes, sir.
You were there because in Zone 2, you had picked up someone who you tried to take to jail, but he was sufficiently inebriated. He had to dry out at Grady. And you were Johnny on the spot. You walked out and this situation presents itself. But you are ready to hand it over to Zone 1.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Foster?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Officer, or you're not an officer anymore, you build houses. I might need to talk to you after this. But in your conversation with Philip Thomas, he mentioned several times that the person that attacked, that he shot, said that he was going to kill him, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I did hear that.
And you also spoke with the Jamal Carter?
I do not recall.
And in fact, Mr. Thomas said several times that he was at his car. And this Mr. Cooper, the person who was shot, rushed him and had told him several times he was going to kill him, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I heard him say that.
Okay, no further questions, Judge.
All right, Mr. Costello, any redirect?
No redirect, Judge.
All right, may Mr. York be excused by the state?
Yes, Judge.
Ms. Foster?
Yes.
All right, Mr. York, thank you for your time. Back to the home building. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll try to start up as close to 3:30 as we can. Sounds like that'll be Mr. Cooper. We'll take Mr. Cooper until about 4:25. I need to shoo all of you out of here because I have to go to another meeting. Briefly on scheduling for tomorrow, who do you have after Mr. Cooper?
I have an Officer Barnett and an Investigator McManus and then the statement rest.
Okay, and are they primarily getting in a little more footage or?
It would be impeachment testimony through a body, or impeachment statements through a body cam.
Okay, would their testimony be about the same duration as Mr. York's?
I would anticipate so, Judge.
Okay, all right. Ms. Foster, you don't have to commit to it yet. Things could change. But it sounds like you might call, I think it was Mr. Maddox in rebuttal, other rebuttal witnesses, or you need to hear more of what's coming?
If Coop is their only substantive witness, I think Mr. Maddox is the only rebuttal witness that I need.
Okay.
And Judge, I just want to let the court know, because I was unaware of this prior to, and I think I made an assertion that Mr. Maddox was under subpoena. He was actually not subpoenaed by the state. We just called him and he was willing to come in.
Okay.
He's never actually been served a subpoena.
Well, let's jointly try to get Mr. Maddox back tomorrow.
I have a subpoena for him because we relied on the state saying he was subpoenaed.
Okay.
And also, Your Honor, there's a witness of the case that's in the courtroom.
Okay.
He's not testifying in any motion, but he's a witness for the case. DeAndre Royals is the person that they're saying that our client called during the party and spoke to.
Okay.
He sat here and he's heard evidence.
Well, what I thought the request was and what I thought the appropriate ruling was is if you're going to be testifying during this proceeding, you shouldn't be here. Why don't you guys talk during the break about whether you want to press the issue of whether Mr. Royal should be in here for this proceeding, and also coordinate on how we can ensure Mr. Maddox is back tomorrow to testify. I'll be back in about 5 minutes and we'll pick that up and then get Mr. Cooper on the stand. Okay, thank you. And let me toss this out here as well. I'm fine with Mr. Maddox appearing virtually if that's the way we're going to accommodate it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You bet.
I have no judgment. We're gonna address that then tomorrow.
Just for the ball later on, that's the remedy. So, I mean, we're done. What's he going to provide? He already has to bring that a cost. It's his version of events.
Yeah, no,
Well, yeah, I'm just, you can't be here, you can't testify as Zoom, you can't testify as Zoom, so the other option is, why are we needing for rebuttal, and if you need for rebuttal, continue for rebuttal. And then we'll hear final arguments at a later date, and we'll do the Jackson then and get ready for trial, because there's a speedy filed
when she found Speedy.
before she gets. All right, so if he has a flight to Greece tomorrow at 6 o'clock in the morning, I guess the only remedy is a continuance for your rebuttal.
Well, it depends on what Cooper says.
So you don't even know you need him yet.
I will likely need him based on what he said on the stand.
Mhm.
Before I address.
And I will say this too, his statements that he played or that he gave to Manus are on body cam, and I plan on playing.
Yeah, so, I know we want to address that, but what are we gonna do about DeAndre? You guys still intend to call him your case in chief? Of course, in the trial.
Well,
And
yeah,
I
I
want to know
mean,
how long
he's
he's sitting in here.
I was unaware of myself. He wasn't here when the rule of sequestration was invoked. I'm obviously concentrating on
And he's a
you.
prosecutor, he should know. I'm not figuring how to address that before Maddox. So he's not gonna be where he's at.
It sounds like he's out tomorrow. Like they're getting a flight itinerary just so we could show it to you. And I guess the only other remedy is because if you do need the rebuttal, continuance is the only remedy.
Just let me see that itinerary.
You're welcome.
Because Barnett, her body cam is only like 7 minutes long. No, it's just 3 hours.
Wasn't McManus's like 3 hours long too? Cause he had his rolling, like you hear him
McManus
talking
has
to
two.
like,
But the part
yeah,
where,
but you hear him talking to like people about like what he's getting for lunch.
but the
and
part that I
whatever.
need from Barnett is not that long.
No, it's
No, yeah, no, the
7 minutes.
relevant parts are only like 8, 9 minutes.
Yeah, so maybe if we are able to play the whole part of what she's talking to matters. And you're not gonna not call Barnett tomorrow. You're absolutely calling her.
Barnett's coming, well,
Relying on
I
that.
need Barnett to bring in one of his demonstrations. I have to, and she's definitely.
All right. Okay. Then,
If we can have your word that she's coming, then.
Like I said, I need her for the introduction of an impeachment.
I'll just put on the record that is just to, since he's on the flight to Greece, if you were relying on your testimony that Barnett will
Remain
be.
seated, court will now come to order.
I'm fine with that.
You all right? Uh-oh. Do we need a different chair or it's unrelated to the chair?
It's not the chair.
Okay.
Out of whack.
Okay.
It's I have all the papers. It's not restricted.
All right. Well, Ms. Rivers says she's ready, so I'm ready. Let's go back on the record in State versus Thomas. And I think your next witness is Mr. Cooper.
That it is, Judge, and I think Ms. Foster just wanted to put a couple of things on the record as it pertains to Mr. Maddox before we start with Mr. Cooper.
Great. Let's do that.
Yes, Your Honor, the state has indicated that Mr. Maddox has a flight to Greece, that leaves at 6 o'clock in the morning, so he would not be able to log on via Zoom. But what the state has indicated is that they intend to call Officer Barnett tomorrow, which should resolve most of my impeachment or rebuttal issues. So as long as I'm taking the state's word that they intend to call Officer Barnett tomorrow, then I'm fine with Mr. Maddox being excused.
Did Officer Barnett interact with Mr. Maddox?
Yes,
And so there'll be body cam footage or Barnett testimony that you'd be able to use in whatever direction you wanted to take Mr. Maddox.
yes.
Okay. I take the state at its word as well, that Officer Barnett will be here. If for some reason that doesn't suffice, I'm happy leaving the record open until we can get Mr. Maddox appearing virtually post-Greece. I'm going to let him enjoy his time there. I don't know if there's a tattoo convention or he's just traveling. But I don't mean to preclude you from perfecting the record. So if we need to just hold off on ruling until we can get Mr. Maddox online for 20 minutes, we'll do that. But it sounds like you may be able to cover what you need to through the officer.
I think so, Your Honor.
Okay. I see that Mr. Royals is gone. Did we resolve that situation?
We haven't resolved it. That's going to be an issue because both Mr. Royals and Ms. Stadler are on the state's witness list, and they're pretty important witnesses to the state's case. So I guess we would have to file, and he's a prosecutor, so I would think that he would know not to be in here when there's testimony going on about the case that could be used later. So we do intend to file a motion to exclude if this goes past this immunity phase of both Mr. Royals and Ms. Stadler,
Ms. Stadler would be
Mr. Swain's sister.
sister. I understand her connection would be she was there. My understanding is that Mr. Royals' very limited connection to this is that that's who your client called. He was not present. He was on the phone with your client.
Many of the statements that have been made on the stand today from Mr. Swain come from Mr. Royals. And he can object, but we know that we'll be able to prove that at trial.
Okay.
And I believe that he sat here through Mr. Swain's testimony.
I don't know. Not my job to keep track of that. I agree with you. At some point, he was in the courtroom. You're going to file what you need to file, and we'll work through it.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's get Mr. Cooper in here, please.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about the report is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Have a seat, watch yourself, and sit down. You want to state your first and last name for the record.
All right. Kendra Cooper, Kendrick, last name Cooper.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cooper. Thank you for being here today. If you could just do me a favor when you do answer any questions today, just make sure you lean real close to the mic. You got to make sure that the court reporter can hear you, judge, everybody on Zoom.
Okay.
Mr. Cooper, what city and state do you currently live in?
Dallas, Texas.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a pilot, private jet pilot.
And do you have any particular ties to fraternities?
I do. I'm a member of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated.
And are you tied to any particular chapter?
I am the Mu Mu Mu, aka the Tri Mu chapter of Omega Psi Phi, which is here in West Atlanta.
And can you describe for the court how you know Christopher Swain?
Through the fraternity, Christopher Swain, he was involved in my process in becoming a brother of Omega Psi Phi. And when I was a neophyte or a new initiate into the fraternity, he held my hand through it all. So.
And how long have you known Mr. Swain?
What's 2023? 11 years.
Do you have any relationship with a Mr. Phil Thomas?
No.
I want to draw your attention to May 15th of 2021. Do you recall a particular incident that occurred on that day?
I do.
I want to start out with how you got to Atlanta that weekend.
Well, I just graduated from grad school that Friday, and I wanted to come home, so I came home.
And when you say home, are you originally from
Yes.
Atlanta? And when you came home for the weekend, what were your plans?
No real plans. Get around. That was really post-COVID. I had just exited from the Marine Corps, so I wanted to just touch base, say hi. Nothing too crazy.
And when you were in Atlanta for the weekend, what were your lodging plans?
Well, I was staying with Swain like I would normally do. If we get too intoxicated or anything, or if it just gets too late, then I would stay with Swain. If not, I stay with another family member in East Atlanta. So it's really a matter of convenience, but a lot of times my stuff would just stay at Swain's.
And is Swain's house located at 688 South Elizabeth Place?
Yes, sir.
Is that located in Fulton County?
Yes, sir.
So while you're staying at Swain's house for the weekend, were there any particular events that happened at his house?
Absolutely. So I received a notification that Swain was just going to have a barbecue and just come by, and short term planned, and we came by.
When you say we, who's we?
I apologize. Myself, I had some more returning members with me, a couple family members, just a small little gang of us. That's it. If you need to know the names.
No. But I wanted to know if it was the royal we or if there was a group you were moving around with, and it sounds like it was some fraternity brothers and then their family members or your family members?
Mine.
So they were family members of yours in Atlanta, and that was partly who you were coming to see, or they had come with you into town?
No, they live here.
Got it.
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what time this barbecue started at?
I don't know what time it started. I just know what time I arrived.
And what time did you arrive?
Around 7 o'clock.
And was there any particular reason why Swain was having a barbecue this day?
I don't know why he had one, but I have no idea why he had one. Maybe because the sun came up and it was warm that day. I have no idea.
So you recall being involved in a few incidents at this party?
Yes, sir.
So, and there's more than one incident.
Correct.
And I want to make sure that we break it down so it's clear for the court to understand. Can we talk about the very first negative encounter you may have had at this party?
Yes, I was standing outside, and Swain's chapter, which is Phi Kappa Kappa PKK, they had new initiates. I'm out of the state, so I didn't know anything. I didn't even know this happened. So when I found out, I was excited. You know, we make new initiates together as chapters, right? And I went outside, and I was standing outside, right outside the door, and I said specifically, I said, hey Neos, Coop, that's my name. Come over, let's talk. And that's when I was approached by Phil Thomas. I didn't know him, so he just starts talking. And age isn't a thing when you're on a graduate level. It's not like undergrad; everybody's the same age, right? So I didn't know who he was, and he just starts talking to me, and I'm like, "Hey, well, are you a neo?" Because that's who I just asked for. Then eventually he revealed that he wasn't a neophyte, and he had crossed 20 years ago. And then he starts berating me, saying that I was out of line, I was out of order, and I was confused because I wasn't. I had no idea what he was talking about. From that point, it kind of escalated. He started making it a little bit more personal as far as my chapter was concerned.
Okay. And I just want to stop you real quick right there, Mr. Cooper. So you said that you were engaging these neos, the new guys.
Mm-hmm.
What do you recall your demeanor being when you were trying to engage these individuals?
I had a smile on my face. It was a party. I was happy to see them. Happy to meet them. I didn't know they existed. I just found out literally because I met one. Right prior to that, I met one. I just met him, and that's how I found out. I'm like, hey, I don't know you. Who are you? And he told me. I said, hey, wait, 2021. You just got here. He said, yes. I was like, so there's more of you? It's like, yeah, there's more of us. Well, I gotta go meet everybody. So that's when I went outside. I raised my hands and I said, come on, let's meet.
Mr. Cooper, is there anything that would offend the sensibilities of a member of one chapter to have someone in another chapter telling neos what to do? So these were PKK neos, not TriMu neos.
Yes, sir. Correct. I'm TriMu.
You're TriMu. So you're a different chapter. You're all Omega. And so there are many, many shared traits and connections and whatnot, but you're a TriMu and you're telling PKK neos, or asking, however we want to call it, but because they're neos and you're not, in theory, I'm guessing they ought to respond to your request or your directive. Is there any tradition that, wait a minute, that's not your chapter, so you're out of line?
No, sir. It is not. It's actually customary that to go out to other chapters to meet other chapters.
You could be an Omega from Alaska and you're here in Georgia and like, hey, there's some neos here. I want to meet you guys.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because the motto of our fraternity is friendship is essential to the soul. So the fraternity was founded and based on friendship. The only way you can make a friend is if you get to know someone.
And you said you arrived at about 7 p.m. At what time are you engaging the neos?
I didn't really get that far, actually. It was pretty instant. 7:30, right? Around there.
And you said a few moments ago that Mr. Phil Thomas and you had some sort of exchange. Tell us a little bit more about that exchange.
And that was it. He apparently, I didn't know, but he had a history with making
Speculation. He's saying he has a history. Someone's going to say hearsay.
Okay, I'd go more with the hearsay. So why don't you rephrase the question and maybe you can get there, but maybe not. So before you answer Mr. Costello's next question, let me hear what it is because Ms. Foster may have another objection.
Yes, sir.
So let me back up just a bit. So you and Mr. Thomas had gotten into a negative exchange. Just sticking to what occurred between you and Mr. Thomas, tell us what happened.
Well, he had berated me. He had told me I was out of line and out of order, and it really came out of left field. And he started to run down my chapter history as far as how we were founded, and he got really disrespectful about that, just in his words. And at that point, I was totally confused because it was just an odd situation, an odd interaction. It wasn't normal. And that's when Swain walked over, and I'm like, hey, what's up with this guy? Because I knew they were chapter brothers. I knew that. And that's when Swain said, hey, Coop, just go away. He's tripping. Go away. So I walked away.
So that was how this first encounter between you and Phil Thomas resolved.
Correct.
The two of you were separated.
Correct.
And this was just an argument.
Correct.
And just to give the court a timeline, how long did that argument take?
No more than 10 minutes.
So at this party, was there alcohol being consumed?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if there was any drug use going on?
Not to my knowledge.
And did you consume any alcohol?
Yes.
About how much?
What time of the night? For the entire night or?
Let's go from your arrival time at 7 p.m. till about midnight.
I say a few cups.
Of what?
Of liquor.
Okay, but like an entire cup of moonshine,
No,
or is a little bit of rum and a lot of Coke, or
25% of whiskey with some lemonade and Sprite.
What do you call that?
Some people call it whiskey sour.
Okay.
Yes, sir. No sour.
You put ice in that?
Absolutely not.
At some point while you're at this barbecue, did you have another engagement with Mr. Thomas?
I did.
About what time was that at?
I'm estimating around 9. The sun had just set, and it was dark, so about 9 o'clock, 9:15, I think. Yeah, right.
And tell the court what happened, and this we'll call it the second interaction.
Well, how can I put this? It was something that happened before then, in between. So
in between hey, you're out of line for calling on the Neos and there's something happened in between that.
Yes.
Okay.
And it was just very minute as far as people were coming to me saying that hey, why do you have what's going on with you and Phil, going back and forth. And I stated several times to people, I don't have a problem with Phil. I don't know Phil. Like, I'm good. This is not an issue for me. And it just continued to escalate to where more people were grabbing me and pulling me aside, trying to defuse the situation that I wanted no parts of. And that's what leads us to the second part. So a pro-fighter of mine came to me and said, hey, what's going on with you and Phil? I told him nothing, right? But when it got to him, that's when I knew it was a lot of going back and forth between people. So now to our third, and I'm sorry. So I did. I saw Phil and I said, hey, like, what's your problem with me? Why do you keep bothering me? And he didn't say anything. He just smirked at me. He didn't say a word. And that was that. So now.
So we have a a second interaction.
Yes.
You've gotten some information flowing through the party. You approach Mr. Thomas
Mhm.
and there's essentially 1 word, 2 words spoken between you two,
Mhm.
a smirk, and you disengage.
Right. That was it. Right. And then from there, my pro fight, the guy who made me into the fight, who's my chapter brother, he's older. He said, "Hey, what's going on with you and Phil?" Nothing. I don't have a problem with Phil. He has a problem with me. You all need to handle that. I don't know the guy. That's when they wanted to have an intervention, which leads to about the 9:00, 9:30, around that time after sunset. And they, which is a normal thing. If 2 brothers have a problem, you go talk about it away from people using discretion, right? So that's what happened. We went to the side of the house, and I assumed at first it was myself and my pro fight. I thought he
Can you what is the specific word you're using?
I'm sorry, a pro fight. So you have
How do you spell that?
PROPHYTE.
Okay. And that's the person who pledged you?
Yes, sir.
Got
So
it.
he's before me. My neophytes are after me.
Got it. Oh, okay. So neophyte, prophyte is before you, and that's not the guy's name. That would be a title or an honorific that you give him.
Correct.
His name could be Steve Jones, but
Absolutely.
his connection to you through the fraternity is he is your prophyte.
Correct.
And so you and your prophyte are going as part of this intervention.
Correct.
Okay.
I didn't know that this was an intervention. He just called me to the side of the house. He said, "Hey, Coop, come talk to me." He was in the Army, so we talk, right? And next thing I know, I see some PKK brothers come over, and I see Phil, and I said, "Oh, hell, I know what this is." Because by then I was irritated because people kept bothering me trying to stop, and that's why I didn't have. I was still sober, and I didn't have a lot to drink because people kept stopping my progress to party, right? And I told him, "I don't want to do this. This is crazy. I don't want to talk to him. Like, he's been bothering me all night. I don't want to talk to him. This is stupid. This is not a we problem. This is a him problem. You all need to fix this." And so in Omega, we had deference. So if you're older, if you're younger, you yield to older brothers, right? Deference. So I crossed it.
Said earlier, other than when you're in school, age doesn't really matter.
But and I was about to say that, I promise, the crossing year always matters.
Okay.
So I'm 2012. I crossed in 2012.
Okay, so you could cross at the same time as a guy who's 99, and really what's relevant is when you cross. Someone
Correct.
who crossed in 2011 is your senior.
Correct.
He could be 10 years younger than you, but he crossed before you, so
Absolutely.
you owe him deference. You show him deference.
Absolutely.
Because his crossing age is older.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I was 2012. My pro fight, my chapter brother, he's 07, 2007, and then to my knowledge, Phil is 2002. So my pro fight basically just told me, "Shut up." Like, he just said, "Look, shut up. Like, we're gonna work this out." But I was adamant because I knew that I didn't know him. I hadn't do anything. So fine, deference kicked in. I didn't say anything. The moment I stopped saying anything, because I said this is stupid, but I'll listen. I hear it out. That's when Phil began to call me out my name, berate me, type of MFers, N-words, things that I don't communicate that way. I don't call us N-words. That's not my thing. So, and everyone knows that. So I take great exception to that. And that's when I told them, "Hey, this is like, I told y'all he has a problem with me. This is stupid." So I proceeded to walk away. But how they were in West Atlanta, the old houses, right? You have the backyards, and then you have a little small piece of the side yard that's fenced in. I was on the interior of that, next to the AC machine. So when I walked away, I walked toward the front of the house, which was fenced in. So I couldn't walk away. So as I walk away, and I remember very vividly, this is when Phil called me out my name again. He called me a bitch ass N-word again. And this MF for this and this MF for that. And I had it at that point. I'm like, "Hey, what's really going on?" And so basically he threw a drink on me, right? Because we had set our drinks on the AC machine. All right. So he threw a drink on me. And that's when I took a step forward. I'm not about to have anybody just throw a drink on me. So when I took a step forward, he tackled me. right? He tackled me, but the AC machine, I had stepped in front of the AC machine, and so the AC machine. So when he tackled me, I just rolled back, and I put him in a cradle.
Can you describe what a cradle is?
Well, I'm sorry, it's a lower mount. So I'm on my back, he's on top of me, almost like a missionary position. It's a jujitsu move. I wrap my legs around his ribs, and I put him in the front headlock. And then I mean that's what happened. So I put him in the front headlock, and my intention wasn't to. Worst case scenario, when you put somebody in this position, they will go to sleep. All right, you can put them to sleep via a blood choke. That's not my intention. I didn't want to do that because it's just not healthy. I didn't know him. So if you put people to sleep and their body can't take it, then it's a problem. They may not wake up.
That would be a problem.
Yes, sir. And that was not my intention. Not only was it not my intention as a person, and as a military professional, it wasn't my intention as a fraternity brother, because regardless of what static that we had, what issues we had, he was still my fraternity brother. In our fraternity, what you don't do is, you don't punch, you don't stab, you don't shoot, you don't do anything like that. You can wrestle. That's acceptable as long as it's discretionary. Now, publicly, that's not Omega. That's not what we publicly do or what the fraternity publicly condones, but that is a part of the frat that does exist nonetheless. All right. So from that point, I realized I knew what was going on. I realized I had him. So I let him go. Again, I wasn't trying to put him to sleep. So, and I told him in his ear, I said, just leave me alone. Like, just leave me alone. I let him go. His chapter brothers grabbed him, and I stood up, I dusted myself off, and I went inside the house.
So would you say that was how this third interaction resolved with Mr. Thomas? It starts out as an intervention and it basically ends with you having him in some sort of jujitsu hold.
Correct. And to that end, that's normally the end of it. That's why I dusted myself off. I walked away. I didn't go into the house and say, hey, look at me, I'm the champion. That's bad form and poor taste, because that violates discretion. So I didn't say anything to anybody. Whoever was on that side of the house, I didn't say anything to anybody.
What does your pro fight do when he's telling you to be quiet and then you're choking this guy out? That's your pro fight.
Mm-hmm.
I assume you're supposed to follow his advice.
At that point, I didn't hear him. He was off to the side. I didn't hear him. It wasn't,
you didn't really care what he was saying.
Right. No one could. It's not that I didn't care. I didn't hear him if he had said anything at all. And it wasn't, I was in a position to where people can pull me off. Why? Because I'm on my back. He's on top of me and it's an AC machine. So there's no way.
You guys are stuck.
Right. I have him. So that's how that worked. So historically, that's it. That's the end of it. There's no more conversation. Actually, we're supposed to have a friendly conversation after that, right? We're supposed to have a drink and fellowship, and get to know each other, since that's out the way.
So after this third interaction ends, you said you went inside the house, and what did you do next?
I had my family member, my brother was with me, and he's a part of another fraternity. So, he didn't know what just happened. He says, "Hey, Cooper, it's time to go. We have a birthday party or some other party to go to." Our bags were at Swain's. Easy day. So we changed from our night party attire, just a tank top, some park stuff, and we start putting our suits on. And that's when I ran into another brother.
Now, when
Bruce?
To my knowledge, that's his name.
Okay. Another choke out?
Yes, Your Honor.
Busy evening.
Indeed.
Does this happen a lot in parties in you?
No, sir. Actually, no, it doesn't happen.
Great
thing.
So tell us what happened with Bruce.
I was changing clothes. We were in the living room. Bruce it's an open concept. The house is an open concept. So the living room and the dining room, it's all one big room. My brother and I, we're both changing clothes. We're putting on my pants, my shirt's off, and we're just hee and ha-ha. And he says, hey, why does this dude keep looking at you like this? He's looking hard. It's kind of weird and uncomfortable. Like, hey, looking at me like he's trying to eat me or something. And so that's when I say, hey, what's going on? Because I didn't know Bruce. So I said, hey, what's your problem with me? Like, what's going on? You all right over there? You good? And that's when he goes off. I know who you are, and some other explicitives. And Phil told me this, and yeah, I know who you are. I'm like, hey, look, first of all, who are you? Let's just get this out the way. And that's when he told me, and he told me his chapter and what year. I said, well, look.
What chapter was he? Was he PKK? Or
No,
was it third chapter.
It's third chapter. And I said, I may be wrong about this, but if I remember right, the chapter that he said, I'm like, hey, we're going to your pro fights birthday party right now. Like right now, like relax. Like I'm 12, he's like 15 or 16, something around there. I said, relax. Like it's not that deep. I don't know you. I'm changing clothes. Leave me alone. It escalated. He started raising his voice. And that's when I cleared out the house. I told everybody to leave. Like that wasn't a brother like leave. Just so clearly you have something you need to say to me. I don't know who you are. I'm asking you to leave me alone. It didn't happen. And I was shirtless and I had my pants on, but my belt was still undone. And he put his hands up, like his fists. He put his hands up. Well, he was about 6'3", 225, 240, around there. And that wingspan, I was within his wingspan. So if he would have threw a jab at me, it would have connected. That's just what that is. So that's when I had. You want me to say what I did?
Absolutely.
I had tossed him in and put him into a front choke again.
And what does that involve? So the court is aware.
So when he put his fist up, I went through his guard. So I advanced quickly through his guard. I spun him, tossed him over my back, and then I held him down by his neck.
And did anybody come to break up the
Yes.
altercation that you're having with Bruce?
Yes,
What happened next?
I let him go.
So at this point, you've had 3 interactions with Phil Thomas and you've had 1 interaction with Bruce.
Correct.
What time is it?
This has to be around 10:30, 10:45, around there.
And you said you're getting dressed, you're looking to go out. Are you able to finish getting dressed at some point?
No, sir, because I ripped my pants. Moving Bruce, I ripped my pants. So I changed back into my shorts, my tank top, and packed up our bag. And I went out the back. I actually left my bag, and I went out the back. I was like, now I got to figure this out. Now I got to find more clothes, figure this out, because the intention was to still go to this birthday party, right? And we went out the back, and we went out the back of the house, and that's when.
And who's we now? Is this the same group you arrived with? So family members?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It was because by that time people had figured out what was going on inside the house. So we went outside, going to the back. And I'm frustrated. I'm like, oh my goodness, like, he's got these pants. And I'm trying to figure this out. Point is, go out the back, sit on the patio, and everything's fine until Phil is by his truck and he's baiting me more. And, there he is. Well, what's up? What's going on? I'm like, man, what more do you want from me? Like, this isn't how this is supposed to be. It's like, well, come on, come here. Like, what's up? All right, fine. So I go. And the moment I step forward, that's when Swain and a couple of their chapter brothers, they tackle me. And we fall onto the balcony. We get up and we go out the front of the house. And it was peculiar because it was a rush. Like the temperament of the people around me kind of changed. And now I know why, but I didn't know. So it changed. And so we went out the front of the house and they were like, oh, just get in the truck and go. Well, now I'm like, I don't want to go. Like, I don't have to go. I don't want to go. And I want to talk to this guy. And it was several reasons why I wanted to talk to him, because now it had escalated to a point that it wasn't safe anymore. And I didn't know him. So my thought process was, I don't want to have a problem with someone in Atlanta and not know who they are. And I'm out with people, just having a good time, and I'm drinking. I don't expect a threat. So it's even worse and just tactically unsound to have a threat that you don't know about. So I'd rather just resolve this right now. Clearly he has a problem. He had a problem with me, right? And so I'm like, hey, let's figure this out. Like, if I did something to you, I'm sorry. If I did, like, I don't know you. That's my whole thing. So I'm like, I don't want to leave. I shouldn't have to leave. In between that time, if I may back up, Swain had approached me and talked to me about Phil. He had said, you wrecked Phil, basically over at the intervention. He said, you and Phil, y'all wrecked. I was like, yes. He said, well, he's pretty pissed. Swain said he's pretty pissed. I said, okay, well, all right. And he wants you to get out the party. And so I just stayed there, and he said, but you stay here. Swain said, you stay here. We're getting him out the party. We're telling him to leave, but he's irritated because Swain said he's irritated because he thinks that we're choosing you over our chapter brothers. And I'm like, well, I got to figure that out. What do you want me to do? This is your house. He was like, man, you stay as long as you want. Like, this is what you do. And fast forward, I'm like, I don't want to leave. Right. And they put me in the back of the truck. And so when I get out, like, I'm telling them, like, I don't want to, like, physically put me in this truck. And I'm like, I don't want to go. Like, I don't have to go. Let's figure this out. So I get in the truck. I get out of the truck. And when I get out of the truck, I know where Phil is. So I advance towards Phil.
Where is this truck in relation to where you say Phil is?
We're looking at maybe 45, 50 meters.
Meters?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yes.
You're just the first person who's used meters.
I'm sorry.
You can use any unit. How many leagues away were you?
Absolutely, leagues. I got it.
Yeah.
So we weren't close.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We weren't close at all. And it was a small group of people who, because it was that time of the party where either people were going to, leave, come, go. So people were still congregating toward the end of the street, right? Because that's where people were parking. So I get out, I move past them. And because I know where Phil is now, he just told me where he was, so I knew who he was. And I see Swain, so I go around Swain, and there's Phil. And about the time I get to Phil, he's kind of in the shadow because he's next to his truck. So how the street was set up, like it was just a natural shadow. So as he's standing there, I get a little closer, and then I realize that he's in a defensive posture. Right?
Can you describe what you mean by a defensive posture?
He's about a half a step away from the truck, arm behind his back, almost like 1 foot. He wasn't flat footed. 1 foot was in a pro stance. 1 foot was in front of the other, right? And his right arm was behind his back. And that's when I realized that this isn't right. So that's when I stopped. And about time I stopped at the same time, he pulled his weapon and he squeezed the trigger. He fired. And so at some point I laid down, and when I laid down, I'm looking at him the whole time. I'm looking at you, and he didn't point his gun down. Like, he held his finger on the trigger. And I know that because I'm trying to look at that. And so I'm going through my checks. Like, I smelled it, I heard it, and I hear screams. I don't feel the gunshot wound yet. I don't feel it. And so, of course, I check my body, and then I realized that, hey, I have a hole in my body, but I'm still looking at Phil, and I can see the curve of his finger on the trigger. So at that time, I thought he was going to fire a second time because it was weird because the slide wasn't back on the weapon. So I'm thinking he has another round that he's about to let off, and he had me dead to rights. He had my chest, he had my neck, my body, he had my whole entire body. He could have did with it whatever he wanted to with it. And so I think this is it. I already took one to the gut, another one to the chest, and I was gone. By that time, I turned my attention. It wasn't that I didn't care, but something else caught my eye. And that's when Swain About where I'm sitting to the wall, I see Swain pass out, like fall forward, like do a violent front flip, like a standing front flip. And it was weird because the last thing I remember was Swain was behind me. Now at this time, I didn't know that the bullet had went through me. I had no idea. And so when people came up to me and said, "Hey, you're shot," and I'm like, "Hey, no shit." Right? Thanks for telling me. But go get Swain. Something's not right with Swain. And that's when people went over to Swain, right? And then at that point, I don't know what happened, where Phil went. And frankly, I didn't care. And that's when I had to get people to, I asked people to roll me over because I needed to know, again, I didn't know that Swain got shot. I needed to know where this bullet was. And so when I realized, I asked them to roll me over and see if there was an exit wound. They told me there was an exit wound. I needed to know if it was bleeding. They told me it wasn't bleeding. My entry wound was not bleeding. So I knew I had some type of internal bleeding. I've seen this before. And that's when it became a rush to get me to the hospital. At that point, I still didn't know what was going on with Swain. No one knew Swain had got shot. They saw me drop first. So.
When you were exiting the truck, the car, whatever vehicle you were in, before you started going towards Mr. Thomas, was he engaging you in any way?
Outside of when we went out the back of the house, no.
So no words were being spoken?
Right, because he was so far, the house is pretty big. So he was way in the back. And we had traveled back through the house, the length of the house, out of the house, a few more meters to the truck.
About how far away were you when you were shot from Mr. Thomas?
We're about, it was about 4 to 6 meters. Yeah.
And you see the person who shot you in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you identify that person by their location in the courtroom and an article of clothing?
Yes. Black suit, gold tie, white shirt, or colored shirt. Mint.
Does he have a particular hairstyle?
Bald.
Does he have any accessories on his face?
Black glasses.
And Your Honor, at this time, can you let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
He has. It's Shell.
Mr. Cooper, were you armed with any weapons at any point during the day?
I was not.
When you were approaching Mr. Thomas, describe for the court how fast you were moving.
I was running.
And what were you doing with your hands?
Running. So natural running motion.
Did you say anything to Mr. Thomas prior to being shot?
I think it was something to the effect of, why do you have a problem with me? What's going on? Let's do something. Let's talk about it.
And what was the demeanor? What was your demeanor and your voice like when you were saying those words?
I wasn't whispering. I was yelling.
Did you ever use the word kill?
No.
Before you got shot?
No.
Judge, I don't think I have anything further.
So my thought, Ms. Foster or Ms. Hawkins, is that rather than start cross-examination now and do it for 6 minutes, which is all we could do, unless your cross-examination is only 6 minutes, we ought to start with Mr. Cooper tomorrow morning, just picking up where we left off. Is that going to break any momentum you've got, or are you all right with that?
That's fine, Your Honor. I'll run towards questioning him tomorrow.
Okay. Mr. Cooper, I understand you're here from Dallas, but you may have flown here in a private jet. hopefully you able to join us again tomorrow morning.
We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Excellent.
Yes, sir.
I've sent an email out. I'm pretty sure I've got a plea at 9 in a triple homicide. It'll be good to plead that one out. I'd ask you all to be here at 9:15 just in case. There is no plea, but I won't make you get here right at 9 because if the plea is happening, we probably won't start till closer till 9:30. But everyone should try to be here by 9:15. We will continue with Mr. Cooper's testimony, and it sounds like we've got 1 or 2 officers or former officers who will testify, and that may be it. Other than, in theory, we could reopen evidence for Mr. Maddox if the impeachment material that Ms. Foster is looking for somehow doesn't come in through one of those officers. I think we should be done by lunchtime.
That's my hope, Judge.
Okay. We'll just have a late lunch if we're not.
When you say done, you mean argument and everything?
Well, we'll talk about what you want to do for argument. Sometimes people want to file something in writing, and other times people want to argue. I'm good either way. Except I've got this, well, we will fill as much of the morning as we fill. I forgot that I've got this meeting with the judge from Colorado about competency dockets at 11. So you'll have an early lunch actually, and then we'll just pick up after that to wrap up what we need to wrap up. It would be great if we could finish with Mr. Cooper before that 11 o'clock so he can be on his way, and then we'll just work through the officers. Okay. Mr. Costello, Ms. Jackson, anything else from the state before we break?
I don't think so, Judge.
Ms. Hawkins, Ms. Foster, are we good till tomorrow?
Your Honor, I won't be cross-examining Mr. Cooper, but I'd ask that you inform him that he's still under oath
Sure.
and that he needs not talk to anybody, including the state, regarding his testimony.
Right. So, Mr. Cooper, you can talk to anyone you want, but if you're talking to the prosecutors or any of the folks who you understand to be witnesses or connected to the incident of May 15th, 2021, don't talk to them about your testimony or that incident. Talk to them about Final Four or the weather or your airplane, but not about this situation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.